He's playing against Blooper World Order. Y'all know how long Blooper World Order been playing games? 3 months. They've been playing games for 3 months. You know how long Swollen Dingus been playing games? 20 years. So he's playing against somebody that's literally new at games, and he's like, oh, you're good at this game. We could do another battle stream. And they're like, yeah, man, we could do another battle stream. And then he fucking wins again. And he's like, oh, we can do one next week. And they're like, yeah. He's just over here stomping on it's basically like taking candy from a baby. Every Friday, it's like a squash match. It's like Brock Lesnar beating up old women every Friday. That's a Soul and Dingus battle stream. It's some fucking beefy ass dude beating up an old woman.
Cerulean86 sit down with a dinner for a shroom stream and eat. He had delicious dim sum. Then he took a nap. That fucking video.
Let's go.
No, you did that on purpose.
I actually did. Well, yeah, I did, actually. There you go. Let's see. Well, I'll skip the replay, of course. You want some minion?
Watching your replays is like watching your intros in second. Battle for my fucking tournament. Stop watching your God, why are they on our side? Leave me alone. Why is he? Look, I hate when brushes do that. I can't steady my aim. All day slay. All day slay. Where's my fucking help, man?
Stop fooling around. Let's race.
Alright, man. Alright.
What happened?
Connect. There you go.
I can feel that this race is gonna be really
Fucking bullshit.
You got the RPG elements. Oh my god, I can do this finger thing. I didn't think about that. Okay, capture both hands. Hello. It's got JRPG elements and strategy elements. And the story's okay with it too, but one of my favorite things about the Ogre Battle 64 is there's like 40 classes or something. So like you could be a wizard, you could be a ninja, you could be a death knight. There's all sorts of different characters that you can play as. You can tame dragons, you can tame oh my god, there's all sorts of things. Jack-o'-lanterns, goblins. Hey, what's up, Exodus? I still play Fire Emblem, so yeah, it's actually so cool. Yeah, I played so much Ogre Battle that I was like, I need more Ogre Battle. And then Fire Emblem came to the States on the Game Boy Advance. I was like, yeah, this is my favorite game genre. And we got Tactics Advance, which is also
See guys, this is absolutely why I can't stream Morrowind. That's gonna be a long-term commitment. Just can't do that, Drew. I'm a variety streamer. This game wants me to actually like spend time with it and stuff. What? No way.
The tongue can consume projectiles like you're... Ouch. You got me good there. So can I.
Since you haven't pissed yourself.
You again? Fuck off. I don't care.
You've got yourself a bad reputation.
I don't give a fuck.
You've got 3 days to have a nice.
No, we finish this now.
You don't even want to.
No, fuck off. You and your stupid. Oh, can't even attack us.
I pushed him off the mountain. Shouldn't he take fall damage?
Yes, he most definitely should. Fuck.
No! I should have switched. And you pushed me away.
Yeah, dude.
Yeah.
Let's go.
We were overdue for one.
Who got the last shot?
I don't know.
I think you get it or did I get it?
Yeah. I was trying to rush him and it didn't work. I wanted to rush him so badly.
I don't know who got the final shot. Was it me?
Okay, wait a minute, you're stupid. Yeah, now you get. Oh man, that's the best thing about this whole playthrough right there. Oh boy, he's a blocky boy.
By Fona, they said due to irreconcilable shipping logistical errors.
No.
Be quiet, be quiet. The boo's asleep. What are you talking about? Why are you fucking with me? You're acting like I don't know.
Because it's at 16 a star.
No, it didn't.
Yeah, you have a fucking key, dingus.
Shut up.
You. Oh my god, somebody.
His soul is the second most valuable thing I have after my screwdriver.
That was good. I wonder if that was the.
Thanks for the tip, idiot. Now let me go look at porn while I think about my next move.
Stories count towards the project, perhaps.
You're in good health.
Need to buy Mario Kart 8? Why won't you? You bought Mario Strikers and I think Mario Party. You buying all the shit. You're buying all the Mario games that you're probably not gonna like. And I know you would like a Mario Kart, and you're always gonna have opportunities to play with us, and you just haven't bought it yet. Like, you're the stupidest game buyer I've ever seen. Honestly. I'm sorry, Frank.
A little wider than anticipated.
You don't have Mario Party? Of all the games, Frank bought Kirby, and we have fun with Kirby, but it's the only game Frank can play with me. And I can't, like, have a weekly session where we play Kirby. Maybe, like, every now and again. But, like, Frank has to budget better. If Frank wants to...
Ladies and gentlemen, Garfield and friends.
We're ready to party. I hope you bring lots of spaghetti.
Come on in, come to the place where fun never ends. Come on in, it's time to party with Garfield and friends. Dancing,
Fiesta,
romancing,
siesta,
samba,
la bamba. Ay caramba, disguises, surprises, and fun jump.
Pay attention, there'll be a test.
Whoa, I'm here. That Garfield song gets shorter and shorter every time I play it, giving me less and less time to prepare myself. And the seconds before the mic turns on or something. Hello, everybody. Hello, and welcome to another swollen _ dingus stream in the evening time there. Hello. I hope the evening finds you positively. Big ups to the dingers, dongers, and swollen _ ones who find themselves in here, existing right now, as well as the ones surely to exist here in the immediate and far-flung future. Big ups to those present, such as Delorio, with what I drank today, the Mountain Dew. We have felted the water streak. We're now, it wasn't meant to last. We have Seru, Golem, JC, UNFW1, the unfun one, Nurgle, and he says, sup dingus, and he says, hello, and I say, hello Nurgle, and he says, yeah, and I say, yeah. We have Goki, and he says, how you do this dingus? I need the knowledge, this looks so cool. How I do what? I do a lot of things. Joe Blah. Whoa, toxic? Probably one of the clips. Yeah, you know I'm pretty toxic. Algernon. DJ Filthy Rich was probably a clip with Frank. Frank doing something weird. I got a lot of clips where Frank does something weird. Eddie B 43. Delorio. Goki with his 25 stream streak. And Juzzy 51. My layout with the cage format? Oh, that's pretty easy. Go ahead and get over here. So as you guys know, I like thematic nonsense, right? So I got a background. I think this is an official background, so you can find it pretty easily. I got the font. I just searched them up. I just searched up Kingdom Hearts fonts. And then, I don't know, I just got a picture of Sora that I thought looked nice. That one's from Chain of Memories. Just a little bit of searching, fonts, and official assets, and you too can make a starting soon screen that looks like it came straight from Square Enix. Speaking of Square Enix, I was watching Seru play for Extra Life. He also had an Extra Life goal, just like Ree, that forces him to play a game. Was playing Final Fantasy 9. It reminded me of Tevin's playthrough. But he apparently finished off stream and I didn't know. But he named Zidane after me. I used to call that fella Zidane after the kill stream, but apparently it's actually Zidane. And yes, Extra Life, big ups. I gotta figure out if we can reform the team this year. I know we can, but I don't know. What I don't know is if we can do it this early. Because I found out Sangers has like a promotion or sponsorship or something where he needs to do an actual Extra Life stream. But he was asking me if it was possible to reform the team this early. And I told him, I don't know. I wasn't a captain. So I got to look into it. Because he appreciated being able to raise money for the Struggencocks. Hello, Brian MK. We have new emotes. Yes, ladies and gentlemen. We actually have new emotes on a docket. That's why I'm slightly late this evening. But I mentioned them earlier. I'll go ahead and list them. So you know what emotes you have the power to use. Of course, some of you guys are already using them. Brand new emotes straight up. We got Ralpha, I was gonna say Ralpha Fiesta, Swola 5 Siesta, because we haven't had a Dingus emote featuring Ralph, despite how often I talk about the motherfucker. So I figured, let's go ahead and make that a first. You can think of it as a tier 1 sleep emote, because we got the tier 2 sleeper emote. So now you can't say, oh Dingus, you're paywalling the tier 2 sleep emote. Well, look at that. You got a tier 1 sleeper emote now. Now sure, it is still technically paywalled. But, well, yeah, I don't have any excuse for that. Wah! We got a Swole 5 Dedga. This is a optimized and cropped variant of the Dingus Dedga 7 TV emote. But, I had to toss it into Easy GIF, so I optimized it and resized it. Now, I'm not going to be like Dave and LARP like I did a lot of shit. I just plopped it into a website and made it, I made it fit for Twitch. And then we got Swole 5 Clownga. Now this one versus the Dingus Clownga variant on 7TV, I actually had to cut that in half. So it has half the frames of the 7TV version, specifically because Twitch has a limit on how many frames you can allow in a GIF, a Twitch emote. The limit is 60. I did not know this because I do not read the terms for things such as emote guidelines. So the 7TV version has 86 frames. I was able to chop it down to 60 and it looked all right. So resized it and plopped it back in. Big up Sweet Bean and Sea Snow. For resurrected emotes, I brought back Swole 5 Rant and Swole 5 KO. Some positive year 1 emotes. So those are back for tier 1s. Swole 5 Point, which was previously a bit reward, 1,000 bits, is now a tier 1 emote for everyone, right? And then we brought back in its place for the bit reward, Swole 5 Contribution, which, you know, if you gave me bits, apparently a lot of people did, so a sizable amount of people have access to this. And I still have even more slots open. And I gotta use Twitch alerts within the next 2 weeks, or else I lose those 2 bonus slots I got from Twitch alerts. Thankfully, no emotes are currently in those slots because of the additional slots that I just got. The rumors of no Dinger stream were not true. Rue. Yeah. I'm sorry. I'm late again, despite me always complaining about being late. Now, I'm gonna blame Bean because Bean was playing Spyro the Dragon earlier. She was playing it for the first time, blind playthrough. I was tuned in. I had my Taco Bell, my big beefy 5-layer burrito, my Mountain Dew, and my taco, and I was like, oh, I could stream, but I gotta get the emotes set up. And I have entertainment and distraction right before my eyes. No, I can't stream. Not yet. And then I went ahead and used Bean streaming as a distraction, as an excuse for me to not stream and also get the emotes together. Wah! So that's where we are. Big up to D-Side. And Joe Blah, a 5-stream streak, and he says based and red pilled on his Dingus stream. You know it. If it's not based and red pilled, it's not a Dingus stream. Yeah, it was nice seeing Bean stream it. Look, Spyro is such a popular game, D-Scythe. Like, I don't know anybody who hasn't played Spyro. So to have Bean play Spyro and then like absolutely get felted during the first boss fight, it's something else to see. It's like you're watching someone and they're like failing on purpose or something. It's like, but I know Bean wouldn't lie. I know she hasn't played it before, but the way she plays it, you just look at a game, right? And it's like, it's so popular, everyone's played it, and you just kind of think to yourself, oh yeah, there's no way, there's no one who hasn't played it. There's no one who doesn't know how to do this. And then you see Bean failing to flame the dogs. It's not even like, it doesn't make you mad like a DSP playthrough, because like even DSP would know how to defeat the dogs, right? But it's like watching a baby. Yeah, you're watching a baby learn how to walk. There you go. Because Perez. Wait till she meets Straight Tops. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. But don't spoil it. Don't spoil it. I don't want Bean to know what's coming. Me and Jesse were trying very hard not to tell her anything. I did give her some advice, but only after she had conquered the hurdle on her own. And I went ahead and gave her some tips like, you know, when you're gliding, make sure to charge jump instead of don't start your glide from the ledge. Charge jump off the ledge to get extra distance first, then begin your glide, and you'll go a little bit further. But yeah, it was very, very fun. But yeah, new emotes for affiliates and even more emotes for partners. I saw Anne has a bunch more slots open than me, so maybe we'll get some new Anne emotes on the way. Maybe some more Shroom emotes. Maybe some more... Well, you can't pay Saru. Maybe some more Ludwig emotes. Wah! But yeah, I just wanted to give the shout out to Bean there. Go follow Bean. Have you ever seen someone who hasn't played Spyro before playing it for the very first time? It's like seeing DSP try to crouch jump. Jump. Now, I did say I would that I was gonna clip Lolcow live. Thankfully, I didn't have to, because like everybody else did as soon as I woke up. You know what else? I also didn't have to clip the review text segment from the Kino Casino last night because it didn't happen. They got distracted playing Palworld. Worski and PvP were arguing about whether Palworld plagiarized Pokemon or not. PvP was being like Dinger's advocate. He was he was like filleting Nintendo, but it was like a bit. It was kayfabe. He wasn't being serious about it. He was like, we should all just bow down to Nintendo and let them do whatever they want because they saved gaming back in the 80s. And Worski was like, this fucking sucks. I fucking hate modern Pokemon. He took his shit all over Scarlet and Violet. They watched someone's gameplay of it for like a few minutes. He was like, this sucks. When do I fucking start catching Pokemon? I don't care about these fucking characters, this fucking story. I just want to go. Obviously, Worski does not have the attention span for modern Pokemon, so he's like one of the people who don't like the later gens that have more story, more of a focus on the human characters. And I get it, because the Gen 1 didn't have that shit at all, really. It wasn't until like Gen 5 that story became more of a focus, and that's not to say the earlier gens didn't have story, but they were kind of like the story was like a means of conveyance to drive you catching the Pokemon and like the journey. It wasn't about the plot. Like, I wouldn't call Pokemon a JRPG, because it is a Japanese role-playing game, but JRPG kind of it carries a few connotations with it that I wouldn't say Pokemon necessarily fits, at least until Gen 5. And well, you get Gen 6, and Gen 6's story is pretty much bad. It's bad and a little non-existent. It doesn't have the presence of Gen 5 and every gen after 6. But other than that, yeah. So Worski is he's anti new Pokemon. That's why he loves Palworld so much and is shilling it out the wazoo. I was thinking maybe if I was to clip anything, it'd probably be that segment. The Rich segment actually happened tonight, and I already have a thumbnail ready, which, fuck it, you guys are all here. You want to see the Rich thumbnail? Because I gotta continue that clip, grind set mindset. Ah, yes. So we're gonna pull it up here. You'll be able to levy compliments at me for my amazing clipping skills. And hello, Cam, I'm doing all right. I'm doing great. What do you guys think? We have Worski in PvP. We got Rich and his editor who lives in his attic. And we have DSP for no reason to clickbait views from my detractor sub-viewer base that is steadily growing. A little simple, but I did like the image of Rich and his editor, so I saved it real quick. I found it on Rich's timeline. But yeah, they just go off on him. And so as I said yesterday, the Rich segment that I clipped, and that Snort Hogan also clipped, that was just a prelude. That was them giving like a sneak peek to the real segment that happened earlier today. So probably after I hop off the stream tonight, I'll get to clipping that, and you'll have something to look at in the morning. Big up Straight Animator. This is it was lame RTU segment. The keynote on the Alex Tyne show was better. No, I liked it. I liked the segment. If they had went longer and covered everything that happened with Rich and the Detractors, they would have been there all night. So you really can't expect them to spend the whole show on Rich when, one, Rich is pretty boring and it can't sustain itself for the entire show. Two, their audience isn't like used to covering this sector. That sector is not used to crossovers with this sector. So there's a point to them covering it, but too much extended coverage and they won't care anymore. They kind of want more of the Ralph Amel sector stuff. But I don't think it was I like that they covered it and they should cover it, but to do more than what they did, I think it would start leaning into being too much and not really what their audience came to see. Big up Seal. Ralph smashed Wingo. Yeah, we finally have the clip. Colonel J, who used to be a prominent Ralph pay pig and now is one of his detractors, clipped it. So I think I'll go ahead and watch his version. Richie let Tommy Tallarico say that your beloved Switch is a place to get what? Great games. Oh wait, Rich did interview Tommy Tallarico. Huh, that was a couple years ago, wasn't it? Was that? Huh, okay, like on a dead day, like today, where there's no night stream, no Dave night stream to pretend to care about, we could probably put that on. But the title and my title and my pin message did promise true crime, so I got true crime at least to watch and locale live. We have another part from our pal Dreading on the Chris Watts story. The confession is upon us, you guys. And as we do that, I'll be grinding for abilities and commands and a bunch of other stuff in Kingdom Hearts. We actually completed the Pokédex last night. Well, actually, you guys didn't help me at all. I guess you gave me names, but you didn't tell me. Well, no, Mr. Pun helped me. I take it back. Mr. Pun helped me complete the Pokédex. Nobody else did. Ah! But I didn't ask for your help anyway, so I'm not gonna be a weirdo about it. Richard aligning with Ralph is kind of crazy. Never expected that. Soon enough, the Cucumber will become the new chief of staff. Yeah, does Ralph still need a new co-host, or did Persip come crawling back? I'm not caught up with it. Rich and Jay crying about Pat. NES Punk mocking them in Christmas Amico video was all about that old guy, Frank Castle? Nah. Ass scraping Pat. Hey, Sakura. We all helped in spirit. Yeah, you helped me in spirit getting the spirit Dream Eaters. But specific goals are the same. Where's the lady? Where is the lady? The lady is not. The lady is now gone. Where is she? Oh, okay. There she is. The fuck? Oh well. I'm gonna pretend like that didn't happen. Yeah. But as you can see, we have even more Mickey heads. I know what commands I need to get now, thanks to the power of the wiki. and then I think the last Keyblade you get from Flick Rush. So we're narrowing it down in terms of stuff we need to do. As for what we're gonna start watching, I need to apologize with everyone. I need to come clean. Unfortunately, we must start the stream with DSP stuff. You know, I try to be a good person. I try to cover all the night stream and the daily wrap and all that stuff as it is released. However, I have a confession to make to everyone. I'm not perfect. I will never be perfect. And evidence of me not being perfect will be revealed now because I sadly have forgotten to watch one DSP video from the DSP Reacts channel. And that video specifically is big news! Membership solution found! Please watch and consider upgrading to keep the clip show alive! Don't worry, it's just 8 minutes. I didn't know. I'm not subbed to DSP Reacts. Why would I? It hurts just being subbed to DSP Gaming alone. Hopefully at least one person here didn't already watch it.
Hello everyone.
We'll let
Phil
this
here, and I
warm
have
us
a
up.
very positive update for you. After all the nonsense and drama over the last week, I have come to a fair solution.
He's got
to
like
the situation we have on this channel right now.
I don't even know. Would you call that a Christian? He's got Christian clothes, the Christian horizontal stripes, or like the Freddy Krueger strip.
My weekly React show where I watch clips submitted by members called DSP versus the Internet.
Yeah, Gouty Krueger.
Today is Wednesday, the 24th of January, 2024, and the reason I wanted to give
He's just missing the medallion.
As of today.
Oh yeah, I also need to grind abilities. Use my Skelter Wild and my Rio Dragon.
From the many of you who are supporters of this channel.
Ah yes, I'm losing money and it's your problem.
The only way to fix the problem with these gifted memberships and to make it fair so that people who have paid to support this channel retain the ability
inverted
to
color Waldo shirt instead of red and white you got blue and black. He's like the anti-Waldo.
Flooding my weekly clip show.
He's the anti-Waldo. You want him to disappear like Waldo, but he's just in your face all the time.
That's kind of middle of the road. It's not the super membership where you can.
You want him to go away like Waldo, but he'll never go away.
Now,
wait, that works because like DSP is still here after all these years.
That basically there is a way to.
He's not going anywhere, guys.
Upgrade rather than a whole new tier. So when I had made a video 2 days ago here, I told you guys I think I just need to cancel everything. I need to cancel the super tier, cancel the standard tier, make new memberships out of thin air, have like an entry level. That's a really low level, and that'll be the one that gets gifted, and then make like a submissions level. That'll be kind of the new one.
Why even make that video?
Combined
like, okay.
what the old standard was and the super. The good news is
so that video is basically misinformation now, but he's probably gonna leave it up anyway for pennies of ad revenue. What is Daluz? The tier 1 at 4 months, and he says, I'm here for the dingus reaction. Yes. Thank you, Daluz. And thank you for the tier 1 at 4 months. You can now continue to enjoy all the new emotes I just uploaded and this DSP video from last night that I forgot to watch because I'm a bad streamer. But yeah, as I was saying, so we talked a lot last night, but the video he uploaded where he first talked about this is now like out of date and contains misinformation, but he's gonna keep it up anyway for ad revenue. Actual pennies of ad revenue there. I think he should not have spoken on this at all until he knew 100% what he was gonna do, because now you have a situation like this where it could stand to reason that some members will be confused because he has two conflicting videos that state opposite things, like your membership's gonna be canceled. Oh wait, it's not gonna be canceled, you don't have to change anything. But I maybe he was, he's so concerned about the money, he just has to act on it, like, immediately. Well, at least he doesn't have to cancel people's memberships. So I think, doesn't that mean the people on auto-renewal aren't going to be canceled? So basically, Troll L? Oh, I'm feeling so felted, guys. Hey, praise that
thanks to OP Boone who researched this.
Thank you, Overpower Boone. Did you use ChatGPT? Did ChatGPT tell OP Boone the answer?
So what does that mean? It means
OP Boone himself might as well be an AI.
New tier called
He's the first AI
den
den
for memberships. This tier is essentially the equivalent of what the old standard membership used to be.
You guys don't have $2?
But it costs
$2.
Why does it
How do you
cost
have
$2
infinite
more?
hours to watch me on
Because then it
YouTube,
cannot be
right?
gifted.
Correct?
You
Because that's what
cannot
you're
gift
telling
the
me.
membership
That's what you're
above
telling me here.
$5, and this is now
But you don't have $2 to upgrade?
USD. Okay? That's the only way that I can avoid having these people who are giving away these illegitimate memberships ruining our weekly clip
Yeah,
show,
the gift subs
all right?
can't upgrade,
Now,
but he's under the belief that they can. So he's in for a
although it is
rude
true
awakening.
that the price
And
of
he's
the
gonna act
membership
like
is
it's a
going up,
discount.
there's some good
It's
news
not a
about
discount
this.
for the people who already
YouTube
paid the
allows
$4.
upgrades. So if you're already a member
It's
on
like,
this channel, at
how
the
is it a
standard level,
discount if they
and
paid
you
$4
want to
and
become
now
a
you're
submissions
asking
member,
for
it's
$2?
$2. That's it. It's a $2 upgrade. It's not a full $6 to do it. Like, that was what I was afraid was going to happen.
But like, listen to him here. So it would be a discount if it worked on gifteds, but it doesn't. It only works on people who pay for it themselves. So he's gonna say like it's a prorated discount, but it's not. It's like you're a bouncer and you're hassling for the additional money. Like you paid that's like your deposit, but you still gotta pay the rest of what you owe to really get into the cool kids club. You know what I'm saying, right? Yeah, Derek doesn't pay his memberships. Yeah, Derek lost. I can't think of anyone who lost more out of all of this than Derek. Guess we don't have to see his stupid videos anymore.
Happen is that you would have to completely rebuy your membership. I was nervous you guys were going to lose your streaks because many of you have been members on this
Flipped
channel
out at
almost
someone
a
who
year.
told him the
I
truth?
didn't want you to
Oh, was
lose
that last
your
night?
crowns to show how long you've been a channel member.
Oh
and
yeah, I
this
saw
is
him
a
crying
great
about it.
middle of the
This
ground
sucks so
solution.
much,
So
guys.
here's how it's going to work from here
Dang
on
it.
out.
I just
There's a
reposted
standard
my
membership
video for the second week in a
$3.99,
row.
and all that is access to the emotes.
Suffa,
Chat round
Kuma.
backs to show how long you're a supporter.
Suffa.
And you don't have to abide by slow mode rules when you're in a chat during a live stream. And that's all you get for $3.99. Quite frankly, I don't think anyone's going to keep that membership level. Just being honest.
What?
You know, I don't think it's that. It's
The
gonna
people who get
really
gifted will
warrant
keep
that.
it, don't worry.
I think people are going to want to do the tier 2, which is the new submissions tier.
I think people are gonna want to do the tier 2, says the person who wants you to upgrade. Wow, what a shock, right? No, I think people are gonna want to keep the tier 1 because that's the tier they're gonna get gifted, and they won't be able to upgrade. They'll have to pay the full price if they want to get the tier 2 on their own. No, I think you're gonna be personally. You know, I don't have any bias or influence. I got no horse in this race. You know, I got a horse downstairs. But you know, if you ask me, you know, I'm looking at the numbers here. I'm crunching the numbers with my secretary, and I think, you know, according to the forecast, the revenue forecast, I think people are gonna want that tier 2. You know, that tier 1, and that's just there for the gifted membership. It really is that thing that we saw the Forge guy do on Twitter. Someone was retweeting or quote retweeting, posting videos of the Reforged Gaming guy who was like, "Oh yes, this tier is only for the gifted. So this, you don't really get anything with this tier, really. This is more just kind of here like give you a taste of what the membership entails, and then if you appreciate the benefits of the membership, you can choose to upgrade to the regular member tier. So yeah, Brian MK, I'm gonna need you to pay the extra $1 to upgrade to the true standard level membership there." Man, why can't they just do it like Twitch? Why do we have to have all these separate tiers and you can choose the price? Because then we wouldn't even have to deal with any of this in the first place. How would this grift even work on Twitch? Would he just do multiple Twitch channels? Do people do that on Twitch specifically? They have multiple Twitch channels like they have multiple YouTube channels? I guess if we were still on Twitch, we wouldn't even have to worry about needing additional streams of revenue, because Twitch still gave them stuff like Amazon Prime, amongst many other things in life, like cheering. Yes? I mean, I don't see it too often, but I don't venture out of the sector, to be fair. His map only serves for convenience. Remember during COD, he counted someone's tiered bounties altogether instead of one amount? I'm gonna take your word for it, because I don't remember that specific bounty. And also, remember when he said bounties were like illegal or went against terms of service because of people who reported him? And then he like resumed doing bounties with this year's Call of Duty? And now we just don't have any COD streams anymore because everything got felted? I remember that. Have multiple Twitch channels and raid your own channels? Oh, that's perfect. Well, he kind of does that on YouTube too. One girl does her e-girl stuff on one channel and gameplay on another channel. She wears a hoodie on the gaming channel. So she's like Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde there.
Here, This is $5.99 a month, and this is everything I just mentioned, plus the ability to submit 2 clips for the React show every Sunday.
Still lied and said he was down 37%. He was at 750 members before the Argentine invasion. Paid 87 bucks above the average he gets. Yeah, and he wants you to think it's going to affect him this month, when in reality it affects him next month. Everything he got this month was from Christmas, month of December, which he did pretty well. You know why? Because it's Christmas.
Okay, we have to have it above $5, and the lowest level you can have above $5 is $5.99 on YouTube. But again, I want to urge you, if you are a standard member, you can
Seems like he found out that he had to raise it above 5 though. I can't imagine who told him.
Membership. So it's a huge discount off of the 6 that you would have had to pay.
It's not a discount because the gifteds aren't gonna get it.
The super memberships there intact at the same level that they've always been. So if you are a super member and you want to still do the Q&A questions or whatever, by all means, you can keep doing that.
I'm not the first person to say it, but you get to ask him questions every day on the pre-stream for free.
You're gonna get your questions answered for sure.
On DSP, the day he does DSP Reacts, he does a pre-stream where there is a dedicated segment where you can ask him questions for free, and you don't have to be a member. And the only difference between that segment and the segment that is paid for, where he answers random questions that he chooses to answer from members that pay him on a DSP React stream, the only difference is that those questions get like a concise, well thought out answer, like on Ask the King. The other thing he doesn't do anymore.
Every week on the show. Wait, your questions. I mean, you're gonna get your videos watched for sure every week on the show. As always, that price point won't change, and that membership level
20 bucks for a guaranteed answer on Ask the King, which is technically probably still advertised on his Patreon. I say probably, of course it's still on there. He hasn't changed shit on there in years.
It really is the submissions membership, which is essentially the tier 2 at $5.99 a month.
I guess there is a discount after all for asking him shit.
Clips for the show. Now, if some of you decide, well, we just don't want to do the $2 extra a month, there's nothing I can do about that. Keep in mind, this is not my choice. I had absolutely no desire to change how anything worked on this channel. I just wanted to keep the show running the way it was. It's these trolls who abused YouTube's loopholes that made me do this.
There's nothing I can do to appease those who don't want to pay the $2 extra. Sounds like he would love it. He would absolutely love it if he had that power to get into your brain, get into your back of your neck, back of your head, back of your mind, and like actually hypnotize you into having no problem with the upgrade.
To fix the show. If you quit out on the show, you're essentially giving power to the trolls. You're saying, oh, thanks, you know.
Oh, wow. Okay, this is new. He doesn't really do this too often. Hear that again. Hear that again.
Abused YouTube's loopholes that made me do this to fix the show. If you quit out on the show, you're essentially giving power to the trolls.
If you quit out on him, these are all very, very cherry-picked weasel words. We talked yesterday about how DSP tends to say words, but in reality, he means another word. So examples would be when he says he's being honest. Self-admission by him, when he says he's being honest, it actually means he's being serious. When he talks about fake membership, he means in reality, memberships that won't give him as much money as a standard membership paid for with dollars. Here, when he says you quit out on the show, he's trying to shame you. In reality, you quitting out on the show, quotations, means you're still supporting him, just not at the $6 level that he would like you to be at. But you're quitting out on the show. No, I think they're still supporting the show, Phil. They're just not supporting it at the level that you want them to support at. So quit. In this fucking name and shame shit, and then he has the nerve, the gall, to once again make it your problem. When it's weird, because he's like of two minds on this. He said before, it's not your problem. If you get gifted an Argentinian membership, it's not your problem. It's not your fault. You still get the benefits, man. Enjoy it. Enjoy it for 30 days. Enjoy the membership, man. But in the same breath, he'll be like, "Oh, this hurts me. This is gonna hurt me so much, you guys. My January's coming up to a close. The money's not looking good. I really need your help, guys." He was like that last night with Sea of Stars. I chose to at least see the night stream, pre-stream, not the whole night stream, but the pre-stream, and I'm glad I did, because he had this weird whine about January to kind of gaslit you into thinking that this Argentina stuff is gonna affect him this month, but it affects him next month. But he would have you think that it affects him this month to give you so that he gets more money in these final days. It doesn't make any sense. Like, Why do you lie, Diggy? Why do you lie? But he wants so bad for you. He's trying to elicit an emotional response from you, not a sexual one, an emotional response to make you feel mad and like he wants people to raise the pitchforks and side with them. But it's just inherently flawed because they have no stake in this. As much as he wants you to believe that you have a stake in this, that you're affected by this issue, you're kind of not. It doesn't even affect the content that you receive. He would have you think it's going to tank the React show, but it really doesn't. There's still going to be videos to pick and videos to show off. This doesn't make it so that less videos exist on the show. Hello, King Mickey. You're here for Kingdom Hearts, I bet. Give me a few minutes. I'm in the middle of a rant. Hello, sir. I love Kingdom Hearts. Please stick around. Ack. No, but he would have you think that this does affect the show. But think about it. Does this membership situation, does this make more videos appear, or does this make less videos appear? I would say it makes more videos appear. Therefore, it doesn't even affect the content. The one thing that like would actually affect the viewer, the only thing it affects, again, is him. And possibly, I guess, if you can say it affects the viewer because he rants about it more. But I would say that affects the viewer in a positive way because it's funny to watch shit like that. Graftion saying 36 members for 330. Ow. Hello, Papuku and Papimi. Oh yeah, I forgot they had a social blade for Patreon. 36 members for 330. I wonder how many are at the $50 level. Just Slayer? Thank you for the Mountain Dew. Understanding is that members weren't getting the videos played anyway. That's another thing, Eddie B, which I'm glad you brought that up. The show at this point is basically just the Ultra members. Now, I just said basically, but it's like a DSP basically. Big ups, Heavy Metal Gamer.
Put a smile on my face.
Put a smile on my face too. Thank you.
And appreciate all your help during the Fire Emblem.
You're welcome, Phil.
Thank you for that.
I like when I tricked you into marrying the head made in your head. Anyway, that's great. But yeah, he would have you think that it's going to affect the content, when in reality, basically the viewers don't even get to see their videos half the time anyway. And I say basically, but it's like a DSP basically, where I don't actually mean literally basically. Let's say the first half of the show is basically Ultra videos. Basically Ultra videos. A big chunk of the show is Ultra member videos, and there's not too many of them, but they suggest videos and they tend to be pretty lengthy, and he has skipped the Ultra member videos before, but it's not consistent. He'll usually watch a decent chunk of them, and then we get halfway through the show, then he has to answer super member questions, and then he continues with regular member videos, and then it goes back into the gacha where you're not even sure if your video will get watched anyway. So it's like you already kind of don't get value because there's no guarantee your video will get watched until you pay the 20. You get a question now, but there's no guarantee that he'll answer it, where at least the super members get a guaranteed answer. I don't know if he's changing that. I think he says super members and ultra members will be left alone. So members get a question that's put in a gacha that might not even get answered, and who knows how long the segment will be where he does answer it. And he can't do anything else for your membership because that takes too much time. So, there's no reason for the viewer to get upset. The memberships were already shit, and now they're just getting even more worthless all the time. But there's no incentive for them to side with Phil. Again, as desperately as he wants you to raise that pitchfork and side with him, all they do is benefit. They can see him whine and complain and cry, and that's funny to them because you know what they are. You know what they're there for. They're all ironic fans. You got a couple dents, but they're all ironic fans who like. What did Seru say? Seru, if you're still here, it's like two people in an insane asylum that don't realize they're in an insane asylum, and they're all talking at each other. They don't talk to each other. They talk at each other. So the ironic fans are just kind of hinting, nudging each other because they're all sneak dissers. You got the dens kind of just drooling like mouth droolers in the corner, and then you have DSP talking at them, and they're all wearing straitjackets, and none of them realize it. It's the Emperor wears no clothes, except they're all the Emperor. Well, Phil's the Dentperor. The Dentperor wears no clothes. The Dentperor's new groove.
You're saying, oh, thanks, you know, you did this, and now you've basically ruined the show for everyone. And obviously,
no,
I
the
don't wanna give
trolls
up on
ruined
this
the
channel,
show, and now it's
nor
your
do I wanna
problem,
give up
dude.
on the show that's about to hit its 1-year anniversary. All right.
Look
so
at this
it's
too.
Wednesday night. You guys
Another
have
emotional
Thursday, Friday,
appeal.
Saturday to submit clips. So that means
Another emotional appeal. What relevance does the anniversary of the show have to do with anything? It's just another desperate emotional appeal to get you to feel bad. Oh, you guys wouldn't want the show to go under. Not before the first anniversary, guys. Come on. No, I need you to upgrade. Pay $2 more because I told you to. There's a dude in Phil's chat named Demon in the corner. I found out after the stream last night that Taking L's and I think Snood and Injured Cold and Logan K, they were in Phil's chat causing a ruckus. That was fun. I saw Taking L's in there actually during the stream when I was looking at the chat, but I didn't know if it was the real one. Apparently they were having some fun yesterday, so big ups. They had a sockathon. Oh, okay. I was reminded of it because I was watching an Atlas video and he was talking about how he stepped into Phil's chat last week on a not sock account and got leaned in real time by the guy just by saying that he talked to Mike Clume. Joined in for a bit. It was funny. I wasn't signed in as Dongus at the time, so I couldn't join in. And I was live! I'm not gonna sock while on the stream.
that made me do this to fix the show.
Corner
If you
Demon
put
would
out
be a
on the
good
show,
VTuber
you're
detractor.
essentially-
Oh, that would be. Think about it. Because, like, I'm in the corner. Like, okay, you get a VTuber detractor, and they're called Corner Demon, and then their VTuber avatar is literally in the corner. And then when they do, like, react videos to DSP stuff, they could be like, okay, full screen Dave. Oh, now, okay, now put your VTuber demon in the corner, and then call yourself Corner Demon, and just have all your reacts be like that.
Giving
$1 million
power to the
idea
trolls.
right there.
You're saying, oh, thanks, you know, you did this, and now you've basically ruined the show for everyone. And
Ruined the
obviously, I don't wanna
show.
give up on this
You
channel,
ruined it.
Nor do I want to give up on this show that's about to hit its 1-year
1 year anniversary.
All right?
Why would you
So
do
it's
that?
Wednesday night. You guys have Thursday, Friday, Saturday to submit clips. So that means you would have to upgrade your membership right away. And the threads I've already made, just like they always were, they're on the members page here on DSP Gaming. You can find them. You can post up your clips. Please do. All right.
Please.
If this week all of a
Please.
sudden there's
Talk
no
about my
submitted
clips.
and the support is dropping off, I don't know if I can keep doing this channel. I don't want this channel to be closed down because of trolling. All right. Of all things, if it wasn't viable, if you didn't like the show, if I didn't want to do it anymore, that's one thing. Let's not have this end because of a bunch of loser trolls who think that they have power over us, right? If anything, that would be the worst possible case because, you know, I didn't want to even have to talk about this week, but look how it's concretely affected my content, and there's nothing I can do about that. So, please consider upgrading to the submissions member
talk
tier.
about my dingus.
Please submit videos if you do right away. Remember, submissions must be in by Saturday night's late stream. If they're not in by the end of that late stream, they can't make it onto the show on Sunday. Right now, we have
They don't know this already. The rules didn't change from the show. The submission rules themselves did not change, I don't believe.
We had 100 members at that level who were submitting clips. I don't want to have a show that's 20 minutes long. Okay? So please consider it. Thank you very much. If you have
You hear that,
comments,
Ryan?
leave
You
them
gotta
this
switch
video.
on
By
all
means,
your
let me know
socks
your
and submit
feedback.
videos and
Just
pretend
know,
that they're all
this
from
is
different
not
people.
My choice. I never wanted this to happen. I liked things how it was.
It kind
I
of is
didn't
your
wanna
choice to do it this week. You could have just took the L on it.
And
You
at least for this very first
chose
month,
to do
it's
this,
cheaper.
actually.
Instead of it even being $4, it's only $2. If you're already a member, it's a simple.
I don't know about
I
that.
didn't want to increase the price of anything.
Say that again.
And at least for this very first month, it's cheaper. Instead of it even being $4, it's only $2. If you're all.
But that's like, that's like, I get what he's trying to say. But even for the members who've already paid, it's kind of like, no, it would be more like, okay, you have the $4 and you've already paid it, but actually we need $2 more from you. And then every month following that, it's just the full $6. It's kind of more like you paid $4 at the start of January. Okay, pretend like the price is $6 for all of January. It's more like you entered January and paid your $4 to get in, and then to stay in, you got to pay the other $2 remaining dollars. I kind of get what he's going for, and it might sound like I'm nitpicking because I am, because I don't like this guy. But yeah, it's not working with me, man. Hey, Strawberry Knight.
Already a member, it's a simple
The Forbidden
upgrade for
Pig map.
$2.
Simple
You can get
upgrade.
in to this submissions tier. Okay, and of course, if you're a newcomer and you haven't been a member before, now's a great chance to jump in, be one of the.
Oh
fresh
yeah,
people
because you're not able to
submitting
say outright
for this
new people
show,
get a discount, because they
Thank you
definitely
all.
don't.
Thank you for understanding. Sorry for the stress this week about it. I know it was stressful.
cracking.
And,
We're gonna
I
watch some
certainly hope
vids
you'll
tonight
consider
for his
becoming a
day
member
off.
or upgrading your member today, and submitting videos for Sunday's DSP versus the internet. Everyone, have a good night. I'll see you soon.
What an absolute ultra scam. Chicanery is on the menu tonight. I'm glad I got to watch it tonight, though, you know, as the first video where I'm all refreshed and able to comment in it from a rejuvenated standpoint. He was fidgeting a lot during the stream, scratching every part of his body. The CSR stream, I can imagine. Because we're closing in on the React stream. Yeah, I bet he's worried about it. He doesn't know how it's gonna go down with this new system. Okay, I promised true crime, so I think I'll hop on that. We got how a narcissist confesses to murder. Many confessions of Chris Watts. Actually, this is a longer video. Maybe we can do. How long is the Ralph stuff? Because you guys probably want the Ralph stuff first. Okay, all right. For scratch that, I did promise true crime, but the Ralph stuff is a lot shorter. We'll do Ralph then true crime, because that's what y'all want, right? Y'all want the drama. We have Colonel J, a former Ralph Amel pay pig, all the way back from 2018. I'm surprised this guy's still around. But he's got Ralph versus Boogie and Wings on the Kill stream. Now, if this has any naughty words in it, I did nothing wrong. I did everything correct.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're about to get Ralph.
What the hell is that photo?
The alpha male.
He's the Ralph male. Gotta get it right.
Leafy, isn't it?
No, that's me, Keem. How's it going, brother?
Anymore. What's going on?
Thank you, Eddie B.
Good, good.
You get some drama content to save your exit off.
I heard the whole boxing thing. Salvo told me the whole boxing thing kind of fell apart, though, man.
What boxing thing?
I mean, did that actually happen? Or no, that's me, Keem. How's it going, brother? He said you couldn't set those up
Oh my
anymore.
God, Ralph, you have dual audio. You have an echo.
No, that's not true. How's it going, brother?
Ralph!
I mean, that's what Salvo said. I'm just repeating what he said. Like, actually happened?
Oh my God, Ralph, he can't even. You have like the collab, the crossover of the century, and you can't figure out your audio. Now, I think the other people who clipped this clipped Keemstar's perspective from the Locale Live version of the interaction. This is kind of unique. You won't get this from anywhere else but this stream and Colonel J's YouTube. This is the Ralph Amel perspective. You know, you won't get Ralph's echoing audio and other glaring technical difficulties anywhere else but from the Ralph Amel.
No, that's not true. He's literally wearing his happy bunch hat right now with his chain.
Yeah, he says a lot of things.
Okay, well, I'm just wondering because he said you didn't even have the capability to set up a fight anymore.
I haven't listened to all of this, and really not much. This is kind of like a first listen for me too.
Well, I see Big Boogie here, and he seems really upset about those.
He's kind of not falling for any of Ralph's tactics, but Ralph insists that this is a W for him.
In Las Vegas and was down for a full trip and a full ride out to Las Vegas. By the way, do you know how many times Boogie has DM'd me and talked about killing himself over a subreddit called Sam and Loki? Do you know how many times you DM'd me and talked about killing yourself? He told me he was going to kill himself and he was going to blame it on the subreddit, and they were going to shut down the subreddit. They were going to shut down Kiwi Farms.
This is probably old DMs.
Yeah, I was once suicidal, son.
Boogie used to be a frequent guest on the show around circa 2018, 2019. That's where you got the clip of Boogie admitting to being a Nazi furry, whatever the fuck that is. Apparently that was all a bit, that was all kayfabe, but Boogie used to be a common guest, and obviously, shock of shocks, surprise, surprise, Boogie and Ralph used to DM each other.
You were suicidal.
I overcame that. Thank you for pointing out how I overcame that. Yes, I did. Look at me right here. I'm right here looking at your pussy ass, aren't I?
And then you just also admitted that your entire documentary was fake, that was all just bullshit.
No, like me and Mike said, we took the seas of truth.
You took liberties. You took liberties. Is that what you mean? You took a little creative liberties. That means a documentary is supposed to be based on.
Okay, I'm curious here. I want to read the room. Let's get a temperature check. Do you believe Boogie when he says that it's fake? Do you believe that it's real, that it's all real, or that he faked it for emotional appeal, or was it real and he's just coping now by saying that it's fake because he realized it made him look bad? So is it real and he's coping, or was it actually fake the whole time and he's being true? He's being true to us now. Was he lying then or lying now? Is basically what I'm asking. I don't believe anything Boogie says. For me, it's half and half. I feel like it was real with some embellishments, and I guess everyone clowned on him after the documentary came out, so I guess he feels bad, and now he's like coping about it, saying it's not as bad. Yeah, I think I agree with you. A little bit of everything. A little bit of column A, a little bit of column B. I think it was embellished, but I don't think anything there was outright incorrect. I think he's kind of embarrassed now because of the reaction to it and everyone clowning on him, including the Ralph Mail and Kino Casino. I believe the money part is bullshit. Even Mudahar says the stuff that add up. Okay, for sure. Like, if anything had to be like embellished for the doc, the money comes up first for me. But other stuff like Boogie being sad and having to sell cards and like getting made fun of as a comedy, I believe that stuff actually happened. Boogie doing shrooms, sure, I think that actually happened. But then he hears people making fun of him after the fact, so he kind of has to cope and say, "Oh, you guys realize that wasn't real, right? That was I'm not actually that sad in reality, you guys," says the guy who puts out videos weekly about how sad he is. Big ups, Frank. Hello, sir. I think I gotta change my controller too.
Truth, Boogie. It's not a fictional.
You might want to tell that to every documentary ever made. You might want to tell that to every reality TV
Are you
show.
Are you documentary expert now, Boogie?
No, but Mike Clem is.
No, he's not. He's a fucking LARPer on YouTube, just like you.
Well, all right. Now you have to take that up with Mike, bro.
Well, I mean, you both are liars. You admitted to faking the film.
Like I said, everything in there's
your girlfriend was sending scantily clad pics to some fat fucking Vegas.
Ain't nothing worse than she shows. I can't help the fact that she is fucking gorgeous.
Well, you know what? I can help that. You know what? If my bitch did that, she'd be in the ICU, Boogie.
I don't have to pay my girlfriend no more, Ralph. I don't have to pay my girlfriand no more, Ralph. I have to go to another country. I don't have to go to another country.
Ralph better not call him a predator. Of all the people. Ralph better not call him a predator. Of all the people that call people predators, the only person in this 4-person call to be a legally convicted sexual predator of a sort is Ethan Oliver Ralph, owner and editor of The Kill Report. I mean, The Kill Stream, my bad.
To beg for people to save my
house. Grumbles. I'm doing great. Thank you for asking.
Boogie, you made up a fake video about being broke. Are you going to talk one at a time, or do we want to just yell? I mean,
Ralph, you've been talking the whole time.
We can go one at a time, or we can...
Ralph, you don't run. You're the guest, Ralph. You don't run the show.
I like you. Why are you in
Mexico? I mean, I'm fine with that, but
why is in Mexico?
You know how many times Boogie DM me about killing himself? And
all right, but that's bullshit. You know what it is. You know what it's gonna be too. He's just gonna judge up everything from 2018, and then not date. That's his gambit. His gambit is to bring up shit from a gazillion years ago. That's right. I'm gonna be DSP. It was like a billion years ago, but still, it's gonna be actual years old shit. But he's gonna LARP like it was recent because he doesn't have any other kind of dirt on these guys that he rarely interacts with because the bridges were burnt ages ago. And Wingo, he didn't even really interact with at all until now. I think if anything, he would have like funnier dirt on Keemstar, but I guess Keemstar's bit is coming up. As if Ralph would even be uncomfortable with the prospect of having a 20-year-old girlfriend. Remember Faith Vickers? Remember Nora, who allegedly they had a Panda Lee situation and he met her during Gamergate when she was 17? Now I'm gonna put an asterisk on that because I don't know how truthful that is, but that is something I've heard.
Something else I overcame.
Did you overcome it?
Yeah. Do I look suicidal right now?
Yeah,
no, you
man.
look like a fat fuck is what you
Grass
look like.
Ninja 1000.
That's something else I gotta overcome.
How did this? Well, I'm 180 pounds, Boogie. I'm 180 pounds.
Congratulations.
He used to be a little bit lighter than
I'm
that.
180 pounds, Boogie. Out
You're going back to gaining, Ralph.
4 pounds, you fat fuck.
Your face is looking a bit fuller. Why are we on weight now anyway?
You and Wayne's in the same fucking night.
You were talking about his girlfriend. You're just going all over the place.
You gotta be somebody, Ralph.
Again, you know what it is. You know what it is. He doesn't have anything against these guys because he hasn't talked to them since the good old days. So he's kind of just like rallying off shit off the checklist. He's got like bullet points and he's just going. He's hitting all of them because he doesn't know how long he's gonna stay there. He thinks Keem can kick him out at any moment. So he has to go through all of these real quick just so the local live audience can hear the truth. The truth pill about Boogie.
First, because you're the easiest, obviously.
You gotta be
I want
somebody.
you for the warm-up.
You gotta. If you want in the ring with me, you gotta.
And then
You
I'll
gotta
beat
be
Wings'
somebody.
ass in the same goddamn fucking night.
Yeah, well, you'd have to
makes you
be
that
somebody to
confident?
get
Ralph
the chance,
knows what the
son.
audience is
Ralph,
there
why do
for
you wanna
anyway.
fight these
It's a
guys?
show called
Ralph,
fucking
why do you wanna
Locale
fight them?
Live.
Because they're faking
Ralph
they're boring,
knows
Keem. I
that
mean,
the
look,
audience
just
is there
listen to
to
me come on
laugh
the show
at
and
every
liven it
single
up
person in
immediately.
that call.
Because both these
He's
guys
just
suck. You guys
delivering
are
the
talking
he's
about
delivering
aliens
the
like you're fucking
roles.
George Norrie or some shit. Like, what in the fuck? The most boring fucking
Wings
content
would
I could
whoop
ever
Ralph, in my
fucking
opinion.
imagine.
LMAO.
Because you didn't
Check
want to
you number.
acknowledge all the Ralph
Oh,
Lamels in the
Ralph.
chat. I
Was
would
that the
whoop
last I
both you
checked,
fat
we're doing 10
motherfuckers in the
times the views
same
you're
fucking
doing.
night. In the
I'd say
same
so, yeah.
fucking night.
Yeah,
I would
Wings
whoop
hit
that
pretty
motherfucker.
quick
And then I'll fuck
during
your
the fight
bitch.
last year.
And then I'll fuck your bitch right in front of you.
Ralph,
See,
what makes you
I
think
told you
you
he
could
was
do-
interested in Boogie's bitch.
I mean,
Like,
video
wouldn't
evidence.
be interested in a
You
20-year-old
can't even hardly
girlfriend.
Walk.
You realize I just fought Boogie like
You
6
fought
months ago,
Boogie.
right?
Yeah.
He's gonna say it was
Wait,
fake.
fought
There's
Boogie.
video evidence.
He's gonna say it was fake.
Wings. Wait. Think about what you said. You fought Boogie.
Okay, I understand that, but I
No, I don't think you understand that.
The Wingo
Boogie
Cove.
could barely
Shorty,
even move. I think he
please.
threw like 5 punches the whole fight.
Okay.
Do you really think that's what it's going to be if I was in the ring
You
with
know who beat
you?
you up?
Shorty, I can
You know
only
who
hawk
beat
so
you
much
up is
copium.
Faith Vickers. What about Adrian Blair? What about Amanda Morris? I heard they beat you up pretty bad, huh?
Well, I'm not going to talk about any of my female
bet you won't.
associations.
Uh-oh. They came at him with the people that he can't legally talk about. I didn't know Boogie knew about those people.
Faster than you are.
Well,
right
I mean, you know, I have
Even with
legal
the
things
weight
going on. I can't talk about certain people, but
yeah.
you know,
Yeah,
you
yeah.
can lie about all the money you spend
Ralph
on
losing
brokers.
steam.
You can lie about being broke. You
Ralph
can
losing-
threaten
Ralph
to
deflecting.
yourself in my DMs.
I
You can
can't
talk
talk
about how
about
your
them. I
daddy
can't talk
jacked you
about those
off.
people.
You were on the kill stream
yeah.
and said your dad jacked you off.
You don't
on the
even.
kill
You don't
stream.
believe that.
You
don't
said
believe
on
that.
the
Right, I
kill
got
stream
molested.
Okay, Boogie
that
admitted
your
it.
daddy jacked you off.
Yeah, I got molested, Ralph. That's the thing that happens.
And
Another
you
thing I
admitted
overcame.
that
Thank
live
you for
on
the
air.
trophies tonight.
You were live on the kill.
Is that like embarrassing? He was like pouring his heart out to the audience. You admitted your daddy jacked you off. Like, okay, is he supposed to feel bad about that? He was like a kid. He had no like choice over the matter. Why don't you talk about your dad, Ralph? Remember when Ralph's dad gassed puppies? I've told that story before. Remember when Ralph's dad put that dog over the chair? I forget. Okay, I'm not gonna retell it all the way correctly because I don't remember it. It was like he did something with a dog on a chair. He choked the mama pupper on the chair and then gassed the puppies in the oven. This actually happened. A childhood friend of Ralph's from Catholic school came forward and talked about this story. And Ralph inadvertently confirmed the story because he remembered who the kid was, the childhood friend, and shit talked him live on air and was this close to doxing him. Thank God he did it because I would hate to be that guy. But Ralph's dad gassed puppies. We're gonna act like Ronnie Ralph in his swamp in his fucking crack shack in Virginia is any better than Boogie's dad? Why are we even talking about dads anyway?
Stream in order to get sympathy
admit it
because
right
Frank
here. I got
Castle was
molested growing
slapping
up.
you around like a bitch.
Yeah,
you
I'll
said
admit
your
it right here. I got
dad
molested growing up.
jacked you
Thank
off
you.
on the kill
Thank
Yeah, I
you for
can't
the
talk
trophies.
about
Thank you for the
Pantsu,
ribbons.
but
Thank
makes
you for the
death threats to
trophies.
fucking Godwinson, who nobody
Never
knows.
jacked me off, Boogie.
Congratulations.
It's your
That's
Ralph
another thing-
siestas.
I would let that
Oh, your soul
happen.
five
I
sweet
wouldn't let that
siestas.
fucking shit happen. You let it happen. Obviously, you enjoyed it.
I was
There's a
11.
guy in
Did you
Portugal that
enjoy
was
it, Boogie?
sexual if you
Boogie.
wanted
Hey,
to.
Boogie. Hey, Boogie. Did you enjoy it? Just admit it, man.
I don't know. Did Faith Vickers enjoy it? Did Adrian?
The counter. Ralph heard it. He's got to ignore it. He's got to repeat what he really just said. Boogie has invoked the legal names that he himself cannot say.
Amanda Morris will enjoy it. Is that how you keep eating a bowl of sandwich every night?
Boogie reading Ralph's entire subforum to prepare for this. He did his homework.
Because the women that you've hurt and the women that you molested, you pretend they enjoyed it. You pretend they enjoyed it too.
Jacked you off, Boogie.
The women
there
that you
is no
molested, the women
recovery
that you
from
raped.
that.
Is that how you comfort yourself?
Jacked you off. And you admitted it on my show to try to get sympathy.
I just got molested. I just thought of something to talk about. I talked about it prior to your show.
Why would you think that's something to talk about?
Sound like he was doing you a favor, Ralph. He came on your show and gave you content.
Oh. Yeah, and he got mauled.
And like right now, you're being unfair.
And he also said,
talk about anything.
and he also said the Nazis did some good things and they made some great medical discoveries. Also, he said on the same show.
That was back when
Boogie is not the brightest bulb in the box.
That's true. I'll give you credit for that one. That was true.
I mean, Ralph ain't lying here.
Yeah, and you did say
he's fucking stupid.
You said your dad.
They're all stupid for just having him on the show.
Because I got molested. Yeah, that's another thing.
I didn't get molested.
Look at that Boogie losing steam. Where's all that bark at, Boogie? Where's that bravado? You were coming at him.
I'll take that congratulations.
Ralph, you're twisting what he's saying. Like saying like the Nazis.
Jordy, it's a losing uphill battle. You are not. You're Sisyphus. You're Sisyphus wings. No, Jordy. There's no recovery against Ralph. Ralph is unleashed. There's no point arguing logically.
No, he was talking about medical discoveries. He wasn't talking about V2 rockets.
I understand. I'm about to talk about medical discoveries. Like, but what you're.
I love how Jordy's coming at it from a logical perspective. You can't do it with Ralph. With Ralph, it's all semantics and insults. It's not gonna work, Jordy. I thought you knew this. Boogie did his homework. Why can't you?
Trying to twist it as is he said.
I agree, Seal. I'm so happy I'm not any of these people. Why is Keem quiet? Why is Keem quiet? Is he saving Keem for last?
Germany made good.
Yeah, Boogie defended Nazis and admitted he was a furry. And then I think admitted he was a Nazi too.
IDubbbz's wife said the same thing. She got canceled.
Yeah.
Well, Boogie came on my show.
I wonder if he's gonna try to be friendly with Keem, because he was kind of friendly with him on Twitter after this. Like he thanked Keem for having him on.
Why are you mad at him for giving you? Why are you mad at him for giving content?
Like,
he's not
threatening suicide.
Ralph isn't mad for that. Jordy, you can't even read this situation.
At least 50 DMs of him threatening suicide.
Wait. Right now, I was suicidal, Ralph. I was suicidal.
Well, you should have killed yourself.
Shut the fuck up. God damn.
Sorry for you.
You would have done the world a favor. You talked all that shit about.
It's Scrumbles with the Prime.
Fucking Trap Daddy's wife earlier.
Big ups for the Prime Scrumbles, 13 months, and he says, "I ain't watching ads, man." Thank you, man. I'm glad this scathing content is good enough to get you to re-up with the Prime, sir. Thanks for doing it now, because in a couple of months they won't pay as much, I think. No, we love the Prime Gaming membership. They could have took it away. Think about that. Jeff Bezos could have took your Prime Gaming away, just like many people were speculating, but in fact, he kept it to make the Purple platform a sustainable platform. He really, really hates Kick. No, he probably doesn't, because doesn't Kick pay Twitch to basically use all of their coding or something? I heard that.
You should have killed yourself. You should be the one in the goddamn casket.
We go get the smoke and fire soon.
All right. You're not too far away from the casket, by the way. Yeah. You're not too far away from that casket.
Rob's still in the troop here. Boogie's gonna die.
Yeah.
He's got that blood cancer.
Away from that casket.
But Ralph, it's not looking any better for you either.
I support Amanda Morris.
I don't care who you support. Support whatever fucking slot you want to support. Who gives a fuck?
When this show started, Ralph, you started going after these guys. Why? Like, why did you start going after them?
Because I don't like them. They're not entertaining.
I know, but
that's fair.
Also, Tommy C sucks. I will say you made the right choice getting rid of Tommy C.
Oh yeah, nobody liked Tommy.
He really did.
Not even
suck.
Tommy.
So I will give you credit on that, Keem. And I noticed he just got quietly pushed out of the picture. Where is Tommy C, by the way? Is he in the witness protection program? What's going on with Tommy C?
Oh, he just can't do the live
He's
shows.
probably laying by his beautiful wife.
Oh, you think so?
Nice rest.
You think so? You think it's just an accident? You think it's just an accident that Keem took over the hosting duties? You think that's just an accident, or is it that Tommy C sucks ass?
There's a difference between the recorded show and the live show, but you know.
Oh yeah. Okay. Well, where is he?
Well, he's
Bring him
trying
back.
to bed.
He doesn't-
I actually believe Ralph on this. I think these guys aren't blind. They saw everyone talking about it, about how fucking nobody knows who Tommy C is. You got Tommy C for the fucking third chair. Remember when like people in this sector literally said even Rich from Review Tech would have been a better third chair. They wanted Dale, they wanted Rich. Now, of course, I'm gonna be fair. This was before everyone started like actually for real getting tired of Rich and hating him. But they wanted Rich for the third chair. I put out a tweet. I was like, guys, Keemstar, please, Keemstar, talk about my Rich. Rich has to be the third chair. Nobody else will work in the third hosting chair there. If you use Tommy C, nobody will care. Nobody likes Tommy C. Nobody knows who Tommy C is. You're lucky I even know who Tommy C is from the Kumite days. Now, if I barely know him, think about everyone else, Keem. Now, I didn't word it like that. Now, I didn't add Keemstar either. But holy shit, to think the tides have turned around Rich in just a couple of months. Yeah, I wish we had a reality, a timeline where Rich was the third host, because maybe then he wouldn't have gone crazy. So I guess him going crazy made for some good content. I don't think Dale would have worked as third chair. He's not on the same tier as Cal as these guys. Yeah, we got this bum named Tommy C, and now he's not even there anymore. Like, they're not stupid. They knew Tommy wasn't working out.
On the live show, he doesn't come on the live show. He only comes on the recorded show.
Okay. Well,
Rich
yeah,
does
you
suck,
did the
though, I
right.
agree.
You did the right thing, I have to say, to bring yourself in, because.
But letting him sleep
sucks.
because it's fucking in the middle of the night in Germany. That's the right thing we did.
So
Okay.
Ralph.
Well, I mean,
why
work's
do you
work,
next
man.
week?
You do I sleep? I don't sleep if there's work to be done.
Yeah, look at you. Look at this guy.
Yeah, well, that
I mean,
again
Tommy
would be the
C.
math.
I mean,
That again
you know,
would be the math.
it sounds
That
more
again
like
would
you
be the
guys
math.
pushed him out.
No, I just recorded an episode with Tommy today. It was
What's your beef with Tommy C?
I don't really have a beef with Tommy C. I'm just fucking with him. Wings, I mean,
Yeah, he hasn't talked to
pedophile,
Tommy in
though, so-
ages.
Wings, would you
What makes you
fight
think-
Ralph?
I asked to fight Ralph at the event in London, and
I said I would. And I said on my show multiple times that I would. And also, Keem, you
And
know
where's
for
the
a
work on
fact
that fight?
you lied about me refusing to fight with Boogie. You know for a fact I accepted that. Boogie knows for a fact I accepted that. I
He
have
can't
the
add
DMs.
Dale or his
Boogie
channel would
said
get
it.
banned anyways. Dale's on the ban for
I don't
like
know if
YouTube
you
list.
said
Is
it,
he?
but Boogie said it.
I didn't know that. I didn't know such a list
Boogie
even
said that
existed.
I refused to
Damn it,
fight
Susan.
him. Yeah, you did. Yeah, you did. We have the clips. I mean, if you really want me to dig them,
I said it.
find them. Well, I did not.
Confusing Boogie with me.
I didn't refuse to fight Boogie or you, either one of you fat fucks.
Well, we'll probably hold the event in
Matter of
America, and
fact, I
since you're
said
not
I'd
welcome
vote.
here-
Matter of
Ralph,
fact,
we'll
I said
probably
I'd
hold the
fight.
event.
Matter of fact, maybe it's
In the
you.
same night.
Yeah, except the problem is the event will probably be held in America, and since you're not welcome here.
Actually, I have my passport.
Cool.
Ralph, you said you
Oh,
would
I
never
have a
go
piece
back
of
to
paper, too.
America.
This doesn't mean
Ralph, you
you're
said you're not an
fucking
American.
I don't
Ralph,
know,
you
we're
said
on
you wouldn't go
different
back.
video
You
now,
haven't
but-
turned your
Ralph, you said you wouldn't go back.
I have to turn my video on, but
I have
I have my
passport too.
passport
Doesn't mean
sitting
I'm
right
welcome
here,
in every
buddy. I
country.
mean,
I thought he
you
lost his
American then. I guess
passport
we'll
according
see
to
you in America
Godwinson.
then, huh?
yeah, I mean, I guess you can if you'd like.
Ralph,
We'll
can you
see.
turn your
Guess
camera
we'll
on?
see.
Ralph, you don't have your camera on in
Well,
Discord.
I'm running a live stream at the same time, so that's the problem. So that's kind of why that's going on.
That lets me do it.
Yeah, so, I'm trying. I didn't expect you guys to let me on, to be quite honest with you.
Ralph probably thought he would have been kicked by now.
What happened to the fight that you were supposed to do with? I thought you had a fight that got canceled or something. Now I can't
Well, there was a
remember.
fight where you lied and promised me and Warski $100,000, which is ridiculous. You paid Warski $10,000, and he split $5K with Fat Ass. Well, you said we
I
were
didn't
up.
offer you 100K.
You said it was up to 100K we could make, is what you said.
Yeah.
Yeah, up
Which
to
is
up to
total
100K does not mean 100K though.
I mean,
Just admit
possible
it.
to get that
Well,
much.
it's possible. I mean, goddamn,
definitely possible.
it's possible the aliens you were talking about land.
Yeah,
right
but you
now.
gotta sell sponsorship,
If
man.
you guys activated a fan base that were amped up to see a fight like that,
You
yeah,
offered
very
you
possible to get
said
that
you
much.
made it sound like we would make $100,000, and I knew that was trash. And then you said, "Well, Ralph, you got to change the content of your show, and you can't say this, and you can't say that, and you can't do this and that." Well, dude, that's
I
not
thought that
good,
was-
man.
I thought that was
you
bullshit.
can't say the N word and you can't say the F word.
I
and
don't
you
say
immediately said
the
both.
N word that often. I do say the F word pretty often.
Hold up. Come back. No way.
In your show, and you can't say this, and you can't say that, and you can't do this and that. Well, dude, that's not me,
literally
man.
told you that you can't say the N-word and you can't say the F-word.
I
and
don't
you
say
immediately said
the
both.
N-word that often.
Ralph, why even bother? Just own it. Just own it. You're not even on... You gotta stream on Robot Stream now. You gotta go on all these weird-ass platforms. You get viruses if you go to Robot Stream. You're like... You're in a whole other country. Well, it's not because of your speech, but still.
I do say the F word, pretty often.
Okay, he owns saying the F word though.
Often. Well, you're talking to Wings.
I don't bet, guys. I don't that often.
Wings and Boogie, both these guys say the N word all the time. Keem, there's clips of you saying the N word.
Once back.
Keem,
that's
one of the most famous
false
clips in internet
equivalence.
history is you saying the N word repeatedly.
Okay. All the clips of Jordy saying the N-word is like the same fucking clips from 2017, 2018. Get out of here. Nice try.
And 15 years ago, you were saying it like 10 seconds after I told you can't say it anymore.
Okay, Keem's got the clap back.
Well, that's just not accurate. I mean,
What do you
you're just
mean that's
making
not
shit
accurate?
Up.
I'm
And
not
I can
making
start
that
the
up.
virtual
It was-
camera, so I should be able to show my screen now. We'll see.
I'm not making that up. Me, you, and Worski were talking
I
about.
did not say the N-word on that
potentially
stream.
setting up a fight.
That's not what Keem said. That's not what Keem said. You see how Ralph twisted it from, I didn't say the N-word on that stream? Well, what Keem said was that you said the N-word 10 seconds afterward, but now he's not literally saying that Ralph said the N-word 10 seconds after Keem said he couldn't say the N-word. It's not what he's saying. He's just saying that to emphasize that Ralph, as the owner and editor of the kill stream, the RalphReport.com, tends to use the N-word a lot. That's all Keem's saying. Ralph knows this and then twists it into like a literal interpretation. Like Keem meant he said the N-word 10 seconds literally after he finished talking and telling Ralph to stop saying the N-word on that very stream. It's not the case. He never did.
End of the stream, you went back on the kill show and you started
The
saying
kill show.
the N-word and the F-word.
The
You said,
kill
"Fuck
show."
Keem," and then you started saying that.
He doesn't remember.
When you say the
He
N-word,
doesn't-
Ralph, is it because you're like...
Ralph doesn't remember. Ralph doesn't speak. Ralph doesn't remember. He can't really debunk that. Oh no.
Created or something like, or is it something you do naturally?
I just say whatever I want to say. I've only ever called a white person the N-word, actually.
Yeah, why
I
do
would
you
call
want-
you the
why do you
N-word.
want to say that
I would
word?
call you the N-word, Wings.
Why do you want to say the word? What's
I think he did
does
grow
it
up in
bother you?
Conway.
Does the N-word bother you?
It's just a word I choose not to use personally, but I'm curious as to why you.
I mean, you've used it. There's footage of you using it.
Yeah,
Let me give you an
13 years ago,
example.
first joke,
So
I sure did. But
There's
yeah, why do you
footage of there's footage of you using it. There's footage of Wings talking about fucking midgets because they look like 8-year-olds, and they make him think of children.
shit's out of
There's
context.
footage of
No,
him
that's
talking
out of
about
context.
women
Give me
with
a chance to
small
talk.
hands,
Hey, Ethan.
reminding him of
Ethan.
children, and that's why he
Ethan.
appreciates petite women.
Ethan.
There's footage of you
If you give me a
talking
chance to
about
talk, I'll,
watching
I'll
child
explain that.
porn, Wings. There's
Yeah,
footage
I'll
of you
explain it. There's
talking
footage of
about
that.
watching a 14-year-old girl get throat fucked by a horse till she vomited on the horse's cock and the cock still came in her mouth. All that footage is out there, Wings.
Hey, Ethan, so let me talk.
All that footage is out there. And you're
let me
the
talk you through something real quick.
sponsor-friendly guy? You're the sponsor-friendly guy?
Hey, Ethan, you may not be aware of this, but did you know the chicken didn't actually cross the road? A horse didn't actually walk into a bar. Sometimes
That's a good,
people exaggerate
good retort from Boogie.
for the purposes of a joke.
You
Yeah,
think
pretty sure.
the
That's not what Boogie said. He means it's a joke.
Talking about watching child porn are just all fake.
Yeah, I do. I know that.
Well, why would he say that, Boogie? I don't have any comments like that.
The same reason I say.
I've never said anything about
and
watching
that's-
child porn.
I'd like to point out
Okay, Boogie. Okay, Boogie.
He
How many
talks about
times have you
child
talked about watching child
such and
porn?
such a lot lately.
I probably made that joke when I was a teenager, for sure. Yeah, probably made that joke.
Well, this
Why not? It's a
motherfucker
joke.
was 30 years old.
Huh? Again,
was not 30.
some of us mature
I
at
was
different ages.
26.
The point that I'm making
Oh,
is
you were
that Ralph-
26.
I was
Okay,
26.
Okay, big difference. Oh, okay. Oh,
I'm 37
my mistake.
now.
My mistake. My mistake. My mistake. My mistake. He was
turned
26 years old, talking
12
about
years
all the
ago.
child porn that he watched, and how he ended
No, I
up in
didn't
the
say-
darkest parts of the internet.
I mean,
You
shit,
said on air
First off-
you watched a girl get throat fucked by a horse until she
This is what I'm
vomited
saying, King
on the
Clark.
horse's cock. and then the horse finished. On
Yeah,
her
it's a
face.
pathetic comeback
You said
from
that.
Wings. I think so far
Yeah, did
Boogie
you
has
make
better
that up?
comebacks. It seems like
I
Boogie
made
did
that
his
up.
homework
Why would you make
as
that
opposed
up?
to Wingo.
What kind of sick fuck would even think of that in the first place, Wings?
Ralph, how long you been on the internet? Like honestly.
Ralph's not gonna answer
About
that.
10
How long you been doing
Okay,
this?
he answered
About
it.
10 years.
10 years. When I've been doing this for 17. The internet was a completely different thing back in the day.
Same.
You didn't
It's pointless
think about
for
shit
pointless for
like,
Wings to answer seriously. So I have this issue here with Ralph's line of attack where I don't even feel like Ralph has that passion right now and that energy, but I don't think even he really believes in what he's saying. He's just saying it to rile them up, and because he knows the audience is just there to laugh at everyone involved. I get the sense that even he doesn't really believe he's talking to child predators right now. But it's like I have an issue with what Ralph is saying here. It seems like he knows he's bullshitting.
Wings,
But it's just because I know Ralph is smarter than this. Yeah, it's sad to say, guys, but I think Ralph actually does have something resembling a brain.
Never thought about
when you
shit like
said
that
shit like
ever
this.
in my life, dude. Like, I don't even.
My job on PKA was to be entertaining and to be shocked.
Is that
It's kind of the
entertaining?
same role I do here.
Do people
enjoyed
think
it
that's
at the time.
entertaining? Let me just ask your chat.
17
Press
years ago, yeah,
1.
people found that
Let me
entertaining,
ask
yeah.
your chat. Press 1 if it's entertaining to hear about a 14-year-old girl getting throat fucked
You
by
know
a
who's
horse.
talking about it more than I am right now? You are.
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah,
you
It's
bring it
true.
up more than
You're
I
dead
am.
to rights, dude. Like, and there's way
That is
more
true.
comments than that.
What?
It feels like there's way
There's
too
not
many
way more
segments on
comments
Ralph's
than
show
that.
lately talking about that
There's
shit.
way more comments than that.
Let me ask
Maybe
you
it's
Talking
just
about
selective
fucking
clipping by the
bitches
Kino
that look
Casino.
like children.
First off, let me talk about that. That's completely out of context. That's
Is it?
cut up. That was on my podcast called The Podcast Show, and we were asking,
What a name.
what's the weirdest piece of porn you've ever seen? And mine was a midget fucking a she-male, and we went in to like, why would you do that, and how fucking gross would it be to have sex with a midget because they look like a child? These are left out.
Okay, well,
They
what
cut
about
this
the
section of the video
Okay.
out?
All right, but what
And,
about
like,
the comment
and-
about the
and then
awning? You
then-
said you saw some children fucking under some awning or something like that.
That was, well, first off, neither one of those videos you're talking about, anybody's holding the license up. They were just young, and that was something.
So
Kyle
you just made
sent me
that
from
up.
PK.
You just made that up.
That was actually on YouTube.
You just made that up.
I'm-
Did you
That was
watch the
something Kyle
child
sent me
porn
from-
or no?
I did not. No.
Then why did you say you did?
Because
Why
that's
is
why
Wings
people say
nervous?
the
He doesn't
chicken
have
across
to
the road.
be.
Even that's why
Did
people say
Wings
the horse
actually
is-
watch it?
Nobody
The one
says
you're
they
talking
watch
about-
child
what you-
porn unless they watch child porn.
Ralph, the one on the awning was most likely a girl of age, and that was something.
Most likely a
Kyle
girl of
sent me.
age. So you're getting very
Oh,
lawyerly here,
Jordy.
Wings.
Well, and that's something
Jordy,
Kyle
Jordy,
sent
just
me, and it was
deflect.
on
Bring up
YouTube,
something
and it
Oh,
was
else.
now
about-
you're
we were
blaming
talking about,
Kyle
yo,
from
you can't
PKA.
find porn on
So
YouTube.
Kyle from PKA sent this to you. I'd like to talk to Kyle now.
Go for it. I mean, I'm telling you the stroke fact.
So he sent
because
you
I
that.
said you can't find porn on YouTube, and he goes, here's some
Just
porn
change
on
the
YouTube.
topic.
That's what it was.
Jordy.
He sent you underage
I
porn.
can't
Kyle
cap
from
for
PKA.
you.
It was not
What are you
underage
doing?
Porn. Yeah. It was not.
Well, you said you think
got
they
this right?
Ralph,
probably
no!
were.
He's
on
already
YouTube?
dead!
The video
It
was,
was on YouTube at the time. Yeah, it was on YouTube at the time.
Shit.
Yeah, Jordy's not looking good.
I don't
gotta
believe
say.
that at all. Even
You
Keem's
don't have
not
to
buying
believe
that.
it at
Yeah.
all.
Keem don't believe. Keem doesn't even believe that. What the fuck? Child porn was openly on YouTube. Kyle
Nobody
from
said
PKA
child
sent it
porn
to
was-
you.
Oh, my Lord.
Yeah.
You're adding
Oh,
this
my
shit to be
Lord.
sensational.
No, I'm telling. This is what you said. There's clips of you saying
I
it,
do think
Wings.
Ralph is trying to be sensational.
Again,
I'll agree with
You have
that.
no
one
answers
person
for
here that's a
this.
sex offender.
You have no answer for this.
The answer is the same thing. I apologize for everything I said in the New York Times.
Oh, and that was a great idea, by the way. Giving that interview to the New York Times, that was another brilliant move from you.
You're right. It was a stupid fucking
That was
idea.
another
That's why I
brilliant
never gave another
move.
one.
That was another brilliant move from you, by the way. Wow, they really
I was in a
treated you
very
well.
dark. I was in a very dark place at the time.
Yeah, you should have blew your brains out like Boogie back in the day.
Jordy getting sweaty over this tells me there's far more to
you
this than
both
even
would be in a
public.
better place right now if you're
The
underground.
best thing for Jordy
trust
to
me,
do,
because you're getting your ass
if
whooped
there
by
is
Raleigh
even
live
a
on your own
nugget of
fucking
truth
show, which I told you was
to
gonna
the to
happen.
what Ralph is
I knew I
being
was
dramatic
fucking
about
fucking
here,
idiot so
You should just
fucking
shut
hard
up.
that you would have to let me on. You would have to let me on because neither one of you are even in the same galaxy as me when it comes to entertainment.
Gotta say, Ralph is entertaining.
Viewers on like fucking.
I don't give a fuck if I had 4 viewers. I'm more entertaining.
No,
than both
I
put
think you
together.
do, Ralph. Now, hold
I get
on.
more viewers fucking struggling in fucking ranked in Call of Duty than
That,
you do.
no, Jordy, you're capping. No, you don't.
See, I don't think you understand.
No, to be fair, Ralph's viewers are
It might be the
botted.
drugs or it might be the alcohol.
Gator,
I'm
the
not sure
bots.
why. If you understand why you're here, but we brought you on the show to make fun of you, son.
You're the ones getting made fun of.
Sure.
Dude, you're pretending that we're pedophiles. That's not making fun of
I'm not
anybody.
pretending anything. There's clips all over YouTube of you
That doesn't
talking
make
about
you a
watching
fucking
child
pedophile.
porn.
That doesn't make you a pedophile.
Okay, talking about child porn doesn't make you a pedophile. Talking about watching child porn doesn't make you a
Ralph with
pedophile.
the glasses. He's cutting the promo.
Okay, well, I'd have to disagree with that, Jordy.
You know what makes you a sex offender though? Revenge porn.
No, it doesn't actually.
No, it doesn't.
Ooh, you're convicted of that shit.
No, it
That's why
doesn't.
you live in Mexico.
No, it doesn't.
You live in Mexico because you dodge child support.
Just remember.
Oh, are you a big
even-
feminist now? Are you a big feminist now? Who gives a fuck about revenge porn?
I believe if you make a fucking kid, you should support it.
Who gives a fuck about revenge porn? I'll say that live on air.
What about your kids? What
Revenge
about your
porn
kids?
shouldn't be a thing. That's a feminist fucking scam.
What about your kids? Why aren't you taking care of them?
Not answering the kids, though. He's not talking about the kids.
What kids?
You got. I know you,
got
at
low
least
libido.
one.
I don't even think you
got.
can have
You got at
kids.
least one.
Neither
toddler
one of
that
you
He knows he can't
motherfuckers
talk about the
even have
kids.
kids.
Oh, okay. They should bring up the kids more.
Fuck? You were just talking about your low
Ralph,
libido
where's the
other
steam?
night. You
Ralph,
motherfuckers
get
can't
to
even
flick.
reproduce.
Come here for a second.
What about your kids? Why aren't you taking care of your kid?
Hold on a second.
Honestly.
Come here. I need to see your reaction on camera real quick, okay? Okay, come here real quick.
Bashe, remember when Ralph and Andy had child prom for some thing they were trying to get it on? I do remember that, Bashe.
Oh wow, yeah, you're down.
Bring that up to Ralph. I wonder what he'd say today.
From Arkham
That's not
Asylum,
true.
By the way,
I don't know what you're talking about.
I'm sorry he didn't get this.
That's Ralph's tactic. If you bring up anything sus that Ralph did, just like the children just now, Ralph will just say, no, I don't remember that. No, that didn't happen. I don't have a wife. You bring up Pansy now. I don't have a wife. You know they're not officially divorced, I believe. So she's still his wife legally. But if you bring that up, he's like, I don't have a wife. Children, I don't know what you're talking about. Same thing if you bring up anything Ralph said in the past. We'll just say, I don't remember that. No, that never happened. No, is that true? No, is that true? Maybe you're the one that has children, motherfucker.
And there's money at the escort.
yeah, you look like you grabbed her from Arkham Asylum. She looks like she has Down syndrome, Boogie. Yeah.
I don't. Rob, you just said he would fuck her
The
though.
dog is saying please. The dog's saying please. No, don't touch him. Please get away. Please get away. Don't do it. You know better than this woman. Please get away from him.
Rob, you said he
The
would have
dog
sex
is
with her like
trying
10
to
minutes
save
ago.
her. She won't listen. She won't listen because she's a cloud whore.
Was I deaf? He just said he would have sex with her, but now she has Down syndrome. Maybe that's what Ralph's into.
That ain't going to your kid. Are you
I
ashamed that
pay
her
taxes
father
in
can't
Mexico.
even get?
I pay taxes in Mexico.
Don't you
And I
get
pay child
Big up
support.
to Go
as well.
Camp finally watching this.
Ralph,
What you pay child
there's a
support?
huge part
Ralph
of
is
your-
dominating, obviously.
Grass Ninja
Ralph, there's a huge part of your career online that I really
One
just
sec, because I got a super chat. Hold on one sec. And then, but go ahead, repeat that.
This guy pauses for super chat. This guy
What-
pauses
what-
for super chat.
What are these? Shut up, Buggy. What are these?
Shut
the
up,
legal
Buggy.
troubles that you're currently going through, and you getting arrested. I really don't know the story, and I'm actually curious.
Well, I can't talk about certain things.
I can't
because
talk
of
about
court
that.
Issues.
I cannot
You
speak
can't
on that
even say
matter per
why
se.
You're being sued or why
Well,
you're
I
being
have
arrested.
an order in court preventing me from talking about certain people.
Are you a feminist now, Ralph? You're
So,
abiding by the
I can't
courts?
break that order.
Was the judge a
It
female?
does
Are you a
involve my
feminist now,
personal
Ralph?
life. That's about all I can say. No
Ralph completely
illegalities,
cucked when they bring up the
but,
wife.
Going through some familial issues.
I thought you said you didn't have any children. You didn't have a wife.
I can't actually talk about those.
Why is he so
And
professional
A lot of
now?
people say that you're. A lot of people say you're a sex offender because of some drama or something. Is that true?
No, that's not true.
That's not true.
You're not on a
I
sex
pled
offender
no
list.
contest to illegal release of imagery or some fucking bullshit law in Virginia. And so that's not a sex offense.
So you didn't have to register.
No,
No, he didn't
I'm
have
not
to
a-
register.
I'm not a registered sex offender at all, no.
Okay. That's what a lot of people say.
Well, I mean, look it up. It's not true.
Yeah.
So.
Let's look.
A lot of people say a lot of things, but I mean, there's a sex offender registry, and I'm not on it. So
Yeah, you may not be on it yet. Let's wait a year. See how
Ralph
plays out.
MLW. I don't know what. I mean, he's true.
dad
Ralph
jacks
ain't
you
a.
off, Boogie.
Ralph, he's not on the
You're
list.
right, I did get molested, but thank you for
You know, you got molested when you were a kid. You know that makes you a lot more likely to molest other children.
Oliver Ralph is an alt-right
That makes you a lot
American
more
podcaster
likely to
focused
molest
on
children.
Wings on Wikipedia. Jordy, shut up.
Since you got exposed. No, I'm not a registered sex offender. I mean, that's just not true. That's just absolute slander.
Maybe do something about that,
I
because
don't
that's
believe
your
it's happened
article,
yet, but We'll
Ralph.
see how it plays out.
I mean, that's just absolute slander. Boogie knows it's slander. He
Boogie,
knows
you
I'm
know,
not a
you
registered
know it's
sex
slander,
like,
Boogie. You
I'm
know.
taking
Wings is looking it up.
Let's see how it plays out.
Ralph
Let's
is
see how it
right. I
plays
know
out.
Ralph is
see
right, because
how it
Ralph came
plays
in
out.
prepared.
I don't think all your court troubles are done. Let's see how it plays out.
I think he's right, but I also think he's playing it up. I don't think. Do you really think Ralph thinks these guys are PDF files? I don't think he does. I think he's just fucking with them.
That's just a lie that idiots say.
I believe that you're not currently on there. I'll give you full credit.
So you'll admit that that's a lie.
No, I didn't say that you were.
Oh no, he didn't.
No,
gotta admit it's a lie. He said
but Jordy Jordan said I was. So you'll admit that he was lying.
No, that's between y'all, man.
But I didn't think he didn't
Will you
believe
admit
Jordy.
that you're lying? Jordy, the pedophile.
Ralph is right about kids who have been given the bad touch are prone to repeating it to others.
Ethan Oliver Ralph.
Yeah. He knows it. He's been looking at it for a while.
Oh, okay, sorry, I had to
I've been
read
on
that
his
twice. Like,
ass
what the
for about
fuck?
3 weeks now. Yeah, he knows it. He knows it really well. Yeah, he knows it really well. Ethan Oliver Ralph. Yeah, that's my name. Do you see me on any list, Jordy?
Oh, well, like I'm looking. There's not one open.
You think they are probably
list.
PDF
Like,
files, but
I
do you
clicked
really
the-
like earnestly for real believe that?
I don't
With
have to admit I'm lying
conviction?
because of this. One, even if you're not on this list, I do
Wait,
believe
no.
you did revenge
Even
porn.
if you're not on this list, well, you know what? I know
Because-
one person
because
who
I
talked
spent-
about watching child porn.
Listen.
I know one person who talked about a
I
14-year-old
found
getting
your
throat
revenge
fucked
porn in
by
a
a
Google
horse.
search,
I
Mark.
know one person who has about 4 or 5 other different instances of talking about watching child porn, of fucking midgets because they remind him of
Bashe's
children.
right.
I know
Bashe-
that one person, and that one person.
Bashe's the champ. He's been paying attention to this dude probably about as long as I am, so he knows all the lore. What about Soph? Do you guys remember when Ralph was drunk and pilled out, zannied out on, I think it was still Stream Me, and he was on Soph's page, at Sewer Nugget on Twitter. She was like, I don't know how old she was. She wasn't legal though. And she was putting out videos that were signaling, whistling, dog whistle, whatever the fuck. They were pandering to the right-wing people. She got really popular. I don't know if she still does stuff now. But Ralph had her on the show, called her the Killstream Kid, and then he was caught with the stream on, like, making weird noises, like groaning and moaning to pictures of Soph on the stream, and he didn't know he was live. Remember that? How about Boogie bring up that? I wonder what he would have to say to that. Because I think that the archive isn't up anymore, but someone recorded it, and that video is still out there. Okay, Nurgle remembers.
Is that all you got for me? The same tired fucking line they've been doing for fucking a decade?
Brian remembers
it's
too.
not tired. You're a sick fuck.
I'm not a sick fuck. I'm a married man, dude.
Who gives a fuck? That's
You
the
know-
dumbest
you know-
thing you
you
ever
know
did.
What's on my list? My list?
Your wife
I've
said you never consummated
I
your
think these
marriage,
guys
by the
have
way,
all
Wings. Is
done
that
well.
true?
I don't know about Keemstar.
Okay, Kelly,
Has
come
Keemstar
here.
ever said weird shit about kids? I
Yeah,
think
bring
they've
her in
all
here.
done
Dance,
and
bitch,
said
dance.
weird shit, but they called them hard PDF files with
Dance,
passion
bitch,
and conviction.
dance.
That would kind of
One of my
suggest
favorite
like
things about you, Ralph, is
like,
that
Dance,
even
bitch,
when
if
you're
you had the
losing,
power to
you convince
report them
yourself
and
you're
get them
winning. It's one of my
investigated,
Dance,
you would do
bitch,
that.
Dance.
One of my favorite.
Dance, bitch, dance. Yeah, come in here. Yeah, come in here. Bring her in here. Bring the big bitch in here. She weighs more than you, Wings. You have to roll her in flour
Wings
to
got
find
the
the
actual
wet
normal
spot,
wife,
you
not a
fat
teenager.
motherfucker.
You actually
bring
way
her
more
in
of my
here.
life
And
right
Kelly's
You have to roll
she's
her around in
normal
flour
compared
to
to
even find the
Ket
wet
and
spot.
I don't even remember
Bring her
what the
in.
fuck is Boogie's wife's
Are you
name,
afraid
his
of a real woman?
girlfriend.
Just bring her in. She's
Not his
right
wife.
here. We've consummated the marriage.
Well, that's not what she
She's in her
said.
underwear.
That's not what she said in Snapchat.
Oh yeah, you're right, Eddie B. I remember that.
5 years ago?
Was that
Fucking
5 years
Shad.
ago? I think that was.
Now that dude,
5 years
that dude
ago.
is legit creepy.
Oh, so you've.
And then he
you
transition too?
constantly Fuck your wife.
Not that there's
is what
anything
you're
wrong with
saying.
that Twitch.
You just the other day, I just watched a video of you talking about how low your libido
Oh
is.
yeah,
and
the
how you
Kino
can
Casino
barely
added
even
that to their
fuck Wayne. You literally
soundboard.
just said that. You literally just said
I'm not gonna
that.
say
Guess
that. I'm not gonna
whose
say that though,
libido is
Brian,
not
because
low?
I ain't trying to get in
Go
trouble.
Ralph Mel. I sneeze on a bitch and they get pregnant.
Hey, I
My
do have a
libido
question
is
for you,
not
Ralph.
low. My libido is not low.
Hey, Ralph, I know
Yours
you're not
is.
on the.
Libido is not low. Alpha male. I sneeze on a bitch and they get pregnant.
Hey, I
My
do have a
libido
question
is
for you,
not
Ralph.
low. Ralph male. I sneeze on a bitch and they get pregnant.
He ain't wrong.
Hey,
My libido is not low. My libido is not low.
Hey, Ralph, I know
Yours
you're not on
is.
the.
He paying for pussy
sex
now,
offender
though, Ralph,
registry,
so what
but
does
I'm
that
just
say about
curious,
you?
Were you arrested for disseminating revenge porn in Virginia on August 11th, 2020?
You can say a lot of things about Ralph, but you can't say he ain't funny.
Were you arrested for that?
Ralph brings the fire.
Well, what about
Was I arrested?
No contest? What about on January 5th when you pleaded no contest disseminating revenge porn?
I did.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I know you.
plead
I
no
did.
contest.
Yeah,
Nobody
I
gives a
did.
fuck.
I
You
did.
did it. I care.
Fuck a bitch.
I care.
Well, I don't.
I care.
Fuck a bitch.
And that's why I
Fuck a
said
whore.
that even if they didn't put you on the registry,
Fuck a
you
bitch.
Did, on July
Fuck a
24th,
bitch.
2022,
I'm
did you
not,
call your
I'm not
ex-girlfriend
a
on
fake
Skype? Did you
feminist
do that?
like you. I don't give a fuck
Did you
about a
violate
bitch.
your order? Did you
I don't give a
violate
fuck about a
your order?
bitch.
I think the fake feminist shit. I think that's a cope. That's a cope line. Come on, you pulled that out of your. No. It's just a try hard shit. No one was talking about feminism. He's just coping.
I don't give a fuck about a bitch like you. What are you, Captain Save-A-Ho over here?
Ralph,
No, I just think it's interesting because I don't
gives a
need false
fuck?
allegations. I
Revenge
got
porn
facts.
is not.
Go read Ralph's text messages with his prostitute that were that he showed. He posted these himself. He posted text messages on Telegram with his prostitute. Go read those. They were talked about today on the casino. Go read those and tell me Ralph's not a simping feminist.
Even a thing.
Yeah, I don't need false
It's a
allegations.
made
I
up
got
fucking
facts. I don't need false
bullshit
allegations
fucking
'cause I got facts.
concept that was pushed on us by feminists. If you are given
Ralph
an
cares
image
about
by
feminism
somebody else,
anyway. When
and
was the
you
last
own
time you
that
ever went
image,
against
you have the right to do whatever you
SJWs?
want to do with that image. Revenge porn is fake and bullshit.
As if Ralph cared about revenge porn before any of that.
Why are you in Mexico?
Yeah, she's a hot
I'm
prostitute.
just curious.
I guess
have no
by
idea.
conventional
Well, I
standards.
decided it was a nice place to live here in the Yucatan Peninsula.
Got a lot of customers though.
$1 on
Married in Mexico.
Fuck a bitch.
And
When's
so
the last
that's
time
why
you
I
were back
moved
in the
here.
United States? When was the last time?
So everybody,
I was in the
everyone
United
I've
States in
seen
July,
online-
and I showed my passport.
Everyone
You guys
online
can't
is
see.
saying that you're in Mexico because you're running away from something. Is that true?
No.
I wasn't there for it live, Bashe, but I
I'll
did
be in
see it.
Mexico City
I saw
tomorrow, by
the
the way,
boyfriend's
doing
reaction to
traveling.
it after the
So,
fact.
Yeah.
I shouldn't say that shit. The cartel might get you.
You think so? That's what all the dumb fucks say.
When's the next time you'll be back in the United States, you think?
I don't know. Whenever I beat your ass, if you step in the ring.
Well, you'll never have that chance because you're nobody.
Well,
See,
I
this is
mean,
the thing.
I'm a
Hello,
nobody.
Saru.
I'm a
Thoughts
nobody.
on
but you
this
brought me on your show
interaction?
because it was terribly boring before I showed you.
I think Ralph is winning. I question Ralph's conviction on the statements he's giving because it seems like he knows the audience is there to laugh at everyone involved in the call, including him. So he's trying to bring the fire and smoke that is kind of absent from this show otherwise. So I have trouble believing that Ralph himself well and truly believes that Wings and Boogie are PDF files. I think he knows that they have said weird and creepy shit. But Ralph himself has also done weird and creepy shit. He's also the only one who's been involved in a court case to like settle any of that. But I will say I'm giving him the win here. It seems like Boogie has done his homework on Ralph's recent misadventures. It does not seem like Jordy has done his homework at all. Jordy's trying to approach this from a logical viewpoint. Whenever it's Jordy's turn to talk, he tries to argue logically. It's just not going to work with Ralph. He's all about the fire and smoke. He's all about insults, and he doesn't care about hypocrisy. So it's kind of useless to bring up shit that Ralph has done, because at best, he's gonna say he doesn't care or he doesn't know about it, or he'll like pretend it doesn't even exist when it comes to him. Either that, or he'll just try to deflect to another subject entirely. Ralph's approach reminds me of RTU on Twitter. Tons of smoke but no substance. Yeah, it doesn't seem like. So Ralph's got the heat, but it doesn't seem like he really... It's like, you think Ralph has seen every troll A-log video on Wingo? He's only seen like the popular ones out there. So it's kind of like he's got the cursory knowledge, but he doesn't have the deep lore. And the same goes for Boogie. it's a consequence of him not talking about these people on his own program. Even back then, even when he had Boogie regularly on, he didn't know really about anything about Boogie. It was more about the draw of having Boogie on the show at all. And he didn't care about Wings at all until long after he was popular. Ralph is just being the clown show for Daddy Keen. Basically, that's kind of my takeaway so far. Jordy's trying and failing. Yeah, I'm disappointed in Jordy's performance. Yeah, Ralph has the farms highlights. Yeah, it seems like he's only got the big picture.
On two,
but I'm the nobody. I'm the nobody, but you brought me on the show because it was just a snore fest before I showed up.
Gotta have somebody to make fun of.
When will I be in the U.S.? First off, why would I tell you that in the first place? And second off, whenever I damn well feel like it.
It's not about.
Came up with another answer after he already answered that question.
No, that's why you don't want to talk about it.
No, I have no outstanding charges at all in the United States.
We'll see.
Seems like
okay.
We're gonna change the subject. Is there anything left to talk
Let's see how
about?
everything plays out.
I don't beat women, Wings. Why do you rape children?
There's multiple. Well, I don't rape no fucking children, but there's multiple.
Well, you talk about it enough.
Audio of you actively beating women.
No, there's not.
Explain that.
There actually is. There actually is.
So
you see that? You see that?
Audio of me beating anybody.
You need me to find it for you?
We played this on the stream. You guys remember it? You guys remember the domestic abuse, the domestic abuse clip? But that's what I'm talking about. When you come at Ralph with something, he'll either change the subject or just flat out deny it. He got that from watching politics, where the strategy is always attack, 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 and then deny, deny, deny. What if this was transparent? If you want to make it transparent, I can add it as the next animated emo. I went ahead and did that too. I hope you don't mind, Sarah, but I went ahead and add because we got all the new emote slots and I didn't know what to add. So I added Clownga and Deadka as Twitch emotes. But I had to edit them so they would fit Twitch's size limitations. So they're not like 7TV where they're bigger and whatever size they want to be. The Clownga, I had to cut its frames down from 86 to 60. To fit Twitch's limitations, but I don't think they look bad.
There is no audio
if you want to make that,
of me
Sarah,
beating anybody.
I'm not stabbing you.
Before we play it on screen.
There's no audio of me beating.
We got room for one more animated emote. Well, 3 more actually, counting the bonus ones.
Of me having a heated argument with something I can't discuss, as I talked about earlier.
See, so Ralph does remember it.
I can. You want me to play it on screen for us?
I did not beat.
Ralph's intrinsic action here is to deny that it exists, but he knows it might come up again later, or people might call him out for pretending it doesn't exist. So moments after he says he denies it, then he comes clean about it. Okay, yes, that does exist, but it is regarding someone I can't legally talk about.
Anybody, you can't prove otherwise. It's audio. What do you mean? You're gonna prove that I beat somebody with audio?
I mean, they can hear you punching or hitting.
Like there was some slaps and hits in that audio to me.
Well, it sounds like you're a child predator to me.
Deflect,
deflect,
because Ralph can't. Ralph doesn't have anything to say about that.
I did not beat anyone.
One last one.
All right, guys, wrap it up. We're going in circles. Wrap it up.
One last one before
because they can't prove anything they said, but I can prove everything I said.
Ethan, let me ask you something. Why'd you pay a male prostitute to fuck your ex-wife in the ass? And why did you admit to that on live stream, just out of curiosity?
I can't speak about that issue.
I can't speak about it.
I can't speak about. I will say that everything I said online.
You can't come out, Ralph, with nothing.
I
can't speak on that.
I can't speak about everything.
I can't speak on that necessarily.
Concerning every person.
Yeah.
So
that's a shame.
I can't actually speak about a certain person involved with that.
Of course, we don't have a lot of court cases.
Boogie, you're a felon for being an idiot and shooting a gun in front of Frank Hassel like a dumbass. Like, what the fuck are you talking about?
That was kind of based, though. Come on, we really gonna talk like that wasn't based on Boogie.
Jacked off by your dad. Wings talks about fucking being a pedophile. He talks about fucking.
Remember when Ralph defended Ali Alexander, the PDF file, not even a year ago? Like less than a year ago, he was capping for Ali Alexander because Ali Alexander got Ralph unbanned from Twitter. Remember that? Remember Ralph defended him? Remember when Ralph blamed the victim? Ralph said the victim was enticing Ali Alexander. He called the victim a slut. He said the victim was enticing Ali Alexander. Remember that? Oh, man. If only Boogie had done even more of his homework.
midgets because they look like kids.
Hey, look out, media.
He talks about watching child porn.
Yeah.
So do you really want to compare records here?
Wait till you hear about this comedian I know of called Sam Kinison, or this other one named Andrew Dice Clay.
Oh,
the Howard Stern defense.
I know both those guys. Sam Kinison,
Here's
one of
the
my
reason,
favorites.
and you are the reason for the record that people can't tell jokes like that anymore because people like you are stupid enough to believe it.
Ralph does not believe it. I don't think Ralph actually believes it. I don't really think he believes their PDFs. I'm sorry, because I know how Ralph is.
Insults I've ever heard in my goddamn.
I think his priority here is to just get people to laugh and mock
even
them.
in the same league as him.
Exactly.
It's a cover. It's a cover for all your suicide threats, all your bullshit in DMs, all your fucking whining on
They're
Twitter
old
and
DMs,
YouTube.
Ralph. That's why he didn't timestamp them when he was talking about them earlier.
Andy Fraudman. That's who you are.
Okay, that was good. That line's good.
Wings can't fuck his wife. Final thoughts, they both suck, Keem. I don't know what to say.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, Ethan, Ralph. Okay, wait, one more thing.
You just called me a stupid idiot, Ethan Ralph, so I got one question for you. What's a predicate?
Hey, the good old line.
Predicate is...
Yeah, I should reword myself, Nurgle. It was funny, but I'm gonna have to deduct some base points because he did shoot in a school zone. And he could have shot a bird on top of that. It would have been based if he actually shot Frank Hassel, but then we would have lost Frank Hassel. I don't know if I would call that based. Hey, but he brought out this line, though.
What's a predicate? You just called me a stupid idiot, Ethan Ralph, so I got one question for you. What's a predicate?
How will Ralph answer? Will Ralph actually answer the question? Or will he insult Jordy? Dun 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 do 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 do. Let's see.
A predicate is...
He's looking it up. He's looking it up. He's looking it up. He's doing the DSP thing. He's looking it up.
You
No!
being a pedophile.
He just went straight for the insult.
Is you being a pedophile.
What's a
He
predicate?
doesn't know what a predicate is, but he knows what it's like to be a predator.
Why would... What is that even? That's your, like, comeback? Is what is a predicate?
You know what a predicate is.
That's your comeback, is what is a predicate?
Yeah, call it out, Ralph, because it is
What's
a
6?
lame line. I don't know why Jordy
What is
keeps
a
using it.
predicate
He's looking it
and
up.
what is 12
He's looking it up.
times 6? That's your... That's really
That
your...
is 12
that's
times
really your
6, right?
comeback. Well, I mean, 12 times 6 is obviously 72.
No way, come back. Oh. No way. Oh, see, this is why I wanted the Ralph perspective. This is why I wanted the Ralph perspective. Everyone clipped it from the Locale Live perspective, but I specifically wanted the Ralph perspective. Can you see what I see?
That's really your comeback.
Come on, Ralph. Like, at least do it on another monitor that isn't being monitor captured. Do it on your phone.
Well, I mean, 12 times 6 is obviously 72.
And the line afterward. Man, he doesn't give a fuck, Eddie V, but it's still funny. Like, you would not have gotten that if I had watched it from the Locale Live perspective.
But...
Okay. You don't know what a predicate is.
I do know what a predicate is, but I just don't feel like that I have to answer.
Wait, I gotta... Wait, no, I can't screen cap on Discord. Okay, I'll screen cap that later. But I kind of want this moment preserved because it's like a double layered situation. You got Ralph looking shit up because he's a dumb fuck, and then you have the 12 times 6 reference because that's a Jordy thing.
Well, yeah, because I mean that's pretty easy if you don't.
Yeah, it's pretty easy.
If you don't do a lot of drugs and fucking hide out in Mexico and drink yourself stupid, yeah.
Oh, I do a lot of drugs, yeah.
Look!
Yourself stupid, yeah.
Oh, I do a lot.
He actually looked. Why did I pause it? He even looks up what a predicate is. He looked up what a predicate was. Bro. He actually let. Okay. I know we're saying Jordy lost here, and he did. But I'm gonna have to give Jordy the W here. On this specific thing, I need to give Jordy the win. Because think about how many times Jordy has tried trolls on his siege teams, on his siege stacks. Think about how many times Jordy has tried people on what is 12 times 6 and what a predicate is, and nobody answers it. Nobody falls for it. These are all like boomers or teenagers that just tell him he's an F slur. The only person who fell for it and actually wanted to answer it and was like stalling, that's why he called him a PDF file, because he didn't know. He was stalling for time so he could look it up and then tell you it's obviously 72. Oh, this is obviously what a predicate is. Obviously the grammatical term for the words of the sentence that describe the action. Bro, Ralph never changes. I'm so glad I watched Ralph's perspective.
Drugs, yeah.
I know.
But a predicate basically describes the action in the sentence.
Oh.
But, whatever. I mean, if you think
look, oh my god. You know what else? He was about to answer, but then he realized that the way that the sentence is phrased, the way it's phrased on Google, it wouldn't sound like he's actually saying it naturally, like he's reciting it from his brain. It would definitely sound like he's reading it off of Google. So like he goes into the middle of the sentence and he's reading it and he realizes, oh wait, this kind of sounds like I'm reading it off of Google because I am, and not like I'm reading it like I'm like reciting it from memory, because in fact, of course, I don't know what a predicate is because I was stalling by just calling Jordy a PDF file. Oh, that's tough, buddy. You should have just stuck with it and called him a PDF file. But Ralph can't let it go because it's all about his ego with Ralph. That's why he had to actually answer it. That's why Ralph is the only person, from what I've seen, and we've seen so much Jordy footage on the stream. He's the only person to actually fall for Jordy's questions.
That's a stumper. I think you admitting to watching,
deflection. Ralph got like anxious and deflected.
You know what stumped me was you talking about watching a 14-year-old girl get fucked up the throat by a horse.
Stuttering, Ralph! Fumbled the bag at the last minute!
Motherfucker, what do you mean?
Okay, he's trying to recover. He's trying to recover.
Hey, I've had the FBI investigate me.
Well, I haven't had that happen to me. Wings. Okay, well, that's another thing we don't have in common. I've never had the FBI investigate me.
I don't think you should have admitted that, Jordy.
Jack me off. I've never had my wife accuse me of not
Ronnie
being
Ralph
able to
did gas
consummate my
puppies, though.
marriage. I've never had any of those things happen to me, but both you two motherfuckers have had that happen to you.
Remember when Ralph refused to drive his mom to dialysis?
Like 3 days ago, and it was hilarious. And shout out to Trap Daddy. And I hope I made you proud, buddy, because I blew him out even worse than you did. Keem, you know what? Keem, we've had a lot of beef, but I gotta give you a lot of credit. When I told him I'd leave the political shit out, he said I'd bring you on, and I'll give you a little bit of credit, and you did. So shout out.
It's because he wants to be friends with Keem again. He wants to be friends with Keem. I'm surprised there was no segment for Keem. He really wants to be friends with Keem again.
Absolute fucking domination!
The soundboard! No! Ralph, why?
Absolute fucking domination!
Thank you for watching this clip. This is Ren. Remember to like and subscribe.
Thank you, Colonel J. That was the Ralph perspective of LolCow Live. Please thank Colonel J. They are a former pay pig of Ralph's, and they've turned tail years ago, and now they're clipping them nonstop. I'm very, very glad we watched the Ralph side of that. I could have queued up the Keem side, but I feel like we would have. I had the feeling, back of my neck, back of my head, back of my mind, that we would have been missing Kino if I had not seen it from Ralph's side. We had the technical difficulties, Ralph exposing himself live, Googling shit. We had Ralph taking off the sunglasses. Was gold. Common Ralph Mail Cope. Oh yeah, him immediately talk about how badly he won right after something happens. Yeah, it's a classic Cope. Oh no, Ralph is not okay. No, I need to play the mini game because that's what gives me points for the ability tree, Eddie B. Yeah, the Ralph side was absolute Kino. Yeah, even if you guys have already, I don't know how many of you guys have already seen that from the Keem angle. Watching that from the Ralph angle is something. It's like an entirely different situation, sorta. DSP's not a degenerate drug addict, not yet. But that's only because he doesn't take drugs, because he thinks their weakness, their potency weakens over time. No, I don't want to fucking take medicine. It stops working after a minute. The potency is lessened over time, right? That was good. That was good. I'm gonna go back and I'm gonna screen cap what Ralph did, because I feel like I think even the people who saw that from Keem's side need to know about that. That Ralph was actually stumped. He's the only person to be stumped by Wings' predicate and 12 times 6 questions. Never change, Ralph. What is the dingus perspective on that? As someone who tends to cap for Ralph a lot and Jordy, I think I maintained my stance. I don't think it did not. It seemed like Ralph more approached that from a perspective of showmanship. I don't think I have trouble believing he actually thinks that Jordy and Boogie are PDFLs, like genuinely. I think it seems like he wants to repair the bridge with Keemstar, because he was being overly friendly with him, when in the past, not even a couple of years ago, he was really going at them for the Worski thing. We saw a little bit of heat from that, but it seems overall like he wants to get back in the graces of Keemstar. If only they like shit on these people even more. But I think he's got that like respect for Keemstar, because he's got that empire, he's got that business. It's the same reason why he respects DSP, because DSP kind of just takes all that shit and still exists. Kind of like how Ralph just takes all that shit and still exists. Kind of like how Keemstar kind of takes all this shit and still exists and is very successful at what he does apparently. As for, you had a few W's from Jordy, especially near the end. Points for Boogie for doing his homework, but he didn't do all his homework. He doesn't have the Bosch A tier lore. I will say overall, Ralph did win, but he kind of over-exaggerated his victory, especially towards the end there. And overall, everyone involved in the call is a clown! Ralph would make Locale Live a better watch. You think Ralph would be the third chair? I would like it, sure. It looks good on paper, but I think Ralph has that issue where I don't think he'd be able to commit and show up all the time. Which is because people were suggesting Cobra or Cyrax for third chair. These people don't have... I don't think you'd be able to give them the responsibility of being a co-host on a podcast. I think they would have difficulty even being able to show up all the time. I will commend Jordy and Boogie for at least showing up to every episode. But I don't think Cobra or Cyrax or even fucking Ralph, just because of how often he drinks, would be able to show up every single week for this fucking podcast. Yeah, I'll agree with that, Nurgle. Ralph did come out in the end looking better, but he still stumbled by the end. He got lost when he got caught Googling, then pretending he knew the whole time. That is what really kind of gives it... That's why I'm saying it's not a complete blowout. Like, Jordy did not completely lose there. I gave Jordy shit for arguing by logic, but it seems like by the end there, when he ran out of logic, he just, he went back to relying on Old Faithful. All reliable there. Wish we could have Cobra for third chair. It would be funny, but again, I just don't think he'd be able to commit to it. Yeah, it's not a complete RTU blowout. Now, could you imagine? Could you imagine the timeline? Because Ralph and RTU recently beefed. Could you imagine the timeline where Tommy C wasn't the third chair? It was RTU the whole time. So Keem was not on that call because Keem wouldn't have had to replace Tommy C. It's just RTU as third chair. So imagine this same interview, the same confrontation, but it's Ralph, Boogie, Wings, and RTU. Would RTU have gotten a segment of his own? I think he would have, because he kind of left Keemstar alone. I think he would have reserved some pot shots for Rich. Alright, we still got True Crime, but I'll go ahead and play this as one last thing to put on, because it's gonna be a lengthy True Crime. We have Palworld is the best scam I've played in years. Hey, Pim Pam. I just finished my reaction to the Ralpha Mail blowout in quotes, of Keemstar Boogie and Wings. I watched it from the Ralpha Mail sector, and we got some hilarious things that were not in the Keemstar perspective, like Ralph looking up what a predicate is and what 12 times 6 is. Anyway, it's a Synthetic Man video.
Looks like some new slop just dropped, and if you've been around here a while, you know I can't help myself. I need to talk about whatever crap games come out. And what better game to tackle than a supposed
Bliss been upgraded to Ars
ripoff.
Arcanum.
Now, the truth is, this is not a Pokemon clone. Now, the designs are clearly ripped straight from Pokemon. A lot of them are just amalgamations of Pokemon concepts.
Probably
And
doesn't mean
honestly, a huge
literally
Pokemon
ripped.
fan could probably make a video breaking down every single stolen part of a model or texture, but I'm not gonna do that. I don't really care, to be honest.
I don't
haven't
really
had
care,
a personal
guys.
attachment to Pokemon since Gen 5, and like I was
Oh,
saying
Gen 5
before,
big ups.
it's not a Pokemon
I like Gen
clone.
6 though.
It's
Gen 6
actually
is
a
like my guilty
Ark
pleasure.
Survival clone, or Rust, or Valheim, or any of these other open world survival crafting games. And I've said this before on stream and possibly in a video, but I
How's it
really
woke?
don't
Did it go
like
woke?
those types of games. So I was pretty much ready to hate this thing before I ever touched it, but honestly,
Nintendo
I
capper,
don't.
Synthetic
It could just be
Man.
because I was playing it with friends, but I actually had a decent time playing this game. Now, that doesn't change the fact that it looks like a shitty Unreal Engine asset flip, again with the copy-pasted Pokemon designs and the same survival mechanics you've probably seen a dozen times already.
Well, it doesn't
But at
use
the end of
AI,
the
but
day,
I
it
have
does have a
I have
certain
heard it uses
charm. Ripping
default
off of Nintendo
Unity Engine
certainly has its
assets.
benefits. Honestly, my
Like
real
one of the
problem with this
storefronts.
game is twofold. One, the fact that a lot of huge YouTubers and streamers are shilling this shit, pretending that it's not just an early access survival slop game that, again, we've all seen probably a dozen times over the past decade. And this really doesn't offer that much more than those games.
Call out the
And the second thing
shills.
being that the company that made this game also made Craftopia, a game that is in perpetual
Oh, I
early
saw that, Nurgle.
access. Yeah, it's one of
That's
those
where,
developers.
the pre-stream
so don't
email
expect
comes
this
from.
thing to ever be finished. But as expected, the spurging from Nintendo fanboys and AAA developers who are jealous of this game's success actually makes me want to defend it more than it maybe deserves. People think this company should be sued into the ground just because the
Oh, it's like when
pals
Phil is in the
highly
right,
resemble
but he's so
Pokemon
annoying and
designs.
obnoxious about
Well,
it, you wanna
copyright
argue
law
against
doesn't
him.
work that way, not even in Japan apparently. And I don't know why the hell you would want
wanna
it
stand
to.
Palworld
Why do you
because
feel the
Nintendo
need to
fanboys are
defend
annoying.
a multi-billion-dollar corporation? Oh, I know why. Because Nintendo is the Disney of video games. They've got a stranglehold
You've never been
on
here
your
for a Synthetic Man
childhood.
segment,
And
Goki?
so you take it as a personal
He's the based
slight
and red-pilled
whenever
YouTuber.
this corporation is
Been watching him since he
attacked.
was a little
Even
guy.
though Palworld doesn't even directly compete with Pokemon.
Everyone
it's not
here
even the
hates
same
them. I don't know
genre
why.
of game. So while
We got
you
too many
certainly
liberal
could make
viewers.
the argument that it sets a dangerous precedent that such a blatant early access ripoff clone
I think he's
of
just
all
riding
these
that
other
YouTube
game
rip.
concepts
Sometimes he
managed to sell
exaggerates his
6
points.
million copies already at the time of me recording this. It hasn't
He's got
even
an
been
audience
a
and
week.
he knows what they
But
want.
given the
He knows
state
what they
of
wanna
the
hear.
AAA game industry and even a lot of
Yeah,
indie
contrarian
games
YouTuber
being
guy.
complete slop, this is easily a step above most of those games.
Oh, yeah, and
That
he's
said, I
DSP
think it should be
Junior.
obvious to anybody that this is
I think I talked about this. He did a DSP tournament, and I made a video clipping it because it kind of went around a little bit when it happened. So I decided to clip it because he explained what it was. Basically, his stream audience makes fun of him whenever he fails at games. They call him DSP Junior or the son of DSP. So he got so annoyed by it, he went ahead and made an official DSP tournament. Now you may be wondering what that means. Allow me to explain. He made people play 3 games of his choosing and then forced them to record their gameplay with OBS so that he could commentate over it and call them DSP and laugh when they lose in the game. Now, that sounds spiteful and petty, and it is, but it was a just for fun thing, and apparently his audience liked it, and everyone had a little laugh and giggle out of that, so don't think of it as drama, because it just seems like it was a fun, wholesome event, you guys. But he only did it because he was tired of people calling him DSP Junior. So for a whole event, a whole stream, he made other people submit their gameplay, and he kind of talked over it and laughed at them whenever they failed. And other than that, he makes commentary videos on woke games. I'm tired of people arguing over Palworld since I don't care at all. That's fine. I'm kind of... I was a bit more, I guess, critical of it earlier in the week. Now that I know more, it's kind of like, okay, well, hopefully it inspires Game Freak to do better. I wish I could play, but I can't. The MSI can't handle it. Ack. And Xbox version can't play with PC people. So I'm just waiting till they activate crossplay. And then we might check it out. But yeah, if you hear something a lot, it'll get tiresome just hearing it over and over and over.
A flavor of the month game. Everyone's gonna forget about it in a couple weeks, but at the very least it ended up being kind of fun. So without further ado, here's Palworld. Now, like I said in the intro, this is basically an Ark clone. If you played any of those survival crafting games, it almost
people
feels
are
like
saying
a
the
waste of
Pokemon
time
fans
to
are seeding, but I think the people seeding more are the artists.
But basically,
even though it doesn't use AI, they're still seeding about this game and the implications it has.
Mining stations. Yes, this is one of those games.
I see more people saying that Pokemon fans are seeding,
or
posting memes and shit,
etc. To craft various things.
I don't deny they exist, but I think the real seeders are the artist people.
Your technology level is gated by your character level, so you're going to want to level up, which you can do by capturing pals, fighting pals, crafting things, picking up stuff, pretty much
you have new emotes. I used those new emotes earlier.
You were expecting the
and I have new emotes as well, sir.
It's not in any way.
Missed it. I was watching the Ralph segment on Locale Live,
shooter like
but I watched it from Ralph's perspective, so he had some additional jokes.
You're just going to straight up run up to pals and punch them, or hit them with a baseball bat, or poke them with a spear, and
so
any pals you have
Kingdom Hearts
captured, you can have one of them help you out in combat. At the very least, there are type weaknesses and resistances.
Made them yesterday?
But they're incredibly basic.
I think I got Serial making one for me.
Every type only has one weakness and
one
resistance, with the exception of the
too.
normal type, which isn't super effective on anything. And the fire type is actually super effective on both the grass and
he rarely
ice.
plays DLC. I can't really fault him for it. Like, nobody wants to see fucking Callistico DLC. Don't kid yourself.
Turn-based, and you can't even tell your pals what move to use outside of their special ability, or if you're mounted on top of them.
He didn't have to larp like he still liked the game, so of course he's not going to play the DLC.
Tell them how to fight. But yeah, as you can tell, combat's not all that engaging. Now, something that fans of these survival crafting games will probably enjoy is how much automation there is to building stuff. The pals are just straight up your
that's true, Pip. We have new emotes. You can go ahead and check them out.
Really very effective at fighting.
Yeah, Deadga, Swole 5 Clownga, Swole 5 Siesta. This is Sleeping Cowboy route from yesterday.
Trees, plant seeds. They can
and I brought back some ones I had to kill off.
For you.
I got even more on the way.
Gives you a reason to try and catch as many pals as possible. Oh, and that just reminds me of another thing. Pals can't even evolve. Yeah, a major fucking mechanic of Pokemon is not in the Pokemon clone.
He's gonna add some too. He's partner Ann, so he's got a lot more added.
Versions of pals, but there's no synthesis system either, like Shin Megami Tensei or the Dragon Quest Monsters series. It's very strange. Another thing I don't like is the hunger system. It's bad enough when you have to feed your own character, but now you have to feed all the pals as well. This is not a big deal when you're at base, because you just build a food pit, basically, and the pals can basically automate the process of filling it with food, so that takes care of itself. But when you're out in the field, especially if you're riding on one of your pals, it can starve pretty quickly. And it's not like it's actually difficult to get food. It's just a chore. That's why I don't like survival mechanics. It just feels like a fucking chore. So ultimately, the gameplay loop is pretty simple in this game. Once you got the base set up, you just go wander out into the world and capture pals or battle ones you find. Strangely enough, there are no trainer battles.
Yeah, he's a fan of SMT.
Really weird. No, instead you just find
I think he was disappointed by SMT5 though, if I recall.
Yes, there's a PETA
he thought it was alright, but I don't think he was in love with it. He has a video on it.
Exactly the same as the poachers, so they'll actually fucking fight pals out in the wild. Figure that one out. If I didn't know better, I'd say it's commentary on PETA euthanizing so many of its own animals. But no, let's be real, it's just laziness. Out in the sandbox, you can find materials just lying on the ground, obviously, ore deposits and various other resources you might need. There's a few little towns spread throughout the map where you can buy or sell items. You can even buy pals and sell them, which is pretty fucking weird. Again, considering this is supposed to be a Pokemon clone, but pals are treated as so disposable in this world.
That's gotta be weird for the more humanoid-looking pals.
The same pal for a huge EXP boost. So yeah, don't expect to get too attached to most of these guys. This is a mistake I see in nearly every Pokemon clone, is that you never really get attached to your monsters, which is bizarre considering, for me personally, and I have to imagine millions of people that enjoy Pokemon, that's like half the...
It seems like in like games like SMT and Dragon Quest, there's less of there's less of an emphasis on you making bonds with your creatures, because in those games, fusing and synthesizing new monsters is more of the goal. I think Digimon kind of gets it a little more right, even though fusing is in Digimon, I believe. But I think it kind of gets it right compared to those other games. And Palworld seems to have this problem too. I think Pokemon, maybe it's just a Nintendo bias or the branding, but in Pokemon, it's really easy to get attached to your creatures, and I don't think that sentiment is there in most of the clones. They all seem to miss that mark.
Of those games, it's the reason why most people stick with their starter Pokemon from beginning to end. You really get attached to the guys on your team. I didn't really feel that playing this. So you might be wondering, what are the replacements for trainer battles? Well,
still
one,
suck,
there's mini boss fights out in the world where you'll come across a pal that just has way more health and usually a significantly higher level than you are, and a really low capture rate. And so you can catch those guys, and they have a special symbol on their icon that tells you they're a boss monster. And I'm pretty sure boss monsters have better stats, and I wouldn't be surprised if they come with better
are some bad Pokemon
as
designs,
well.
in my
There's also
opinion.
dungeons, which are probably the laziest looking part of the game. They're procedurally generated rooms that, again, just look like fucking Unity or Unreal Engine asset flips, where you can find a few rare monster types and a boss monster at the end. There's also treasure chests scattered throughout the world.
I've seen that one at stores.
Some unlocked.
Haven't played it though.
There's a boss of each region where you go to this huge tower and fight a raid boss inside with your friends. But again, I still have no idea why there aren't just trainer battles. Maybe because this game is so poorly programmed and the combat is so janky, it would probably look really stupid. And somehow I haven't even mentioned the AI. It's probably about as bad as you'd expect. They'll try to attack you through walls. There seems to be something wrong with the aggression system, if there even is one in the first place, where the enemies will just lock on to usually the player character if you're playing with friends, one of your friends in particular, and then everyone else can just blast its ass until it randomly decides to attack another player. For one of the mini bosses out in the world, I just crouched on a ledge above it, and none of its projectiles could hit me while my pal slowly whittled down its health bar. So yeah, I can't imagine if there were trainer battles that they would be really any more engaging than just beating the shit out of pals or the poachers out in the world. But I have to imagine they're going to add that later down the line. This is early access after all, assuming they actually finish the fucking game, unlike Craftopia. And to briefly talk about the PAL designs, they're definitely a mixed bag. I'd say the best designs are the ones that are blatant ripoffs from Pokemon aesthetics. There was a bit of a controversy that this company is known for using AI, and so allegedly this company used AI to make these Pokemon designs. And so the ones that do just look like an amalgamation of Pokemon you've seen before, those are the ones that look pretty good. But the farther they stray away from actual Pokemon, the shittier they look, for sure. Like, there's this dinosaur that just straight up looks like a plush dinosaur. It looks worse than most fake mon.
I mean, it's basically Quagsire. He didn't recognize Quagsire? Dude, Quagsire's a classic.
I've seen. It just looks like dog shit.
Quagsire
and
with,
so the AI theory
with
seems pretty plausible to me, just because it lacks cohesion in the art style. There's also a couple that are blatantly sexual in nature, which, look, I am not by any stretch a Puritan.
Dude. Oh, okay. I'm actually glad he just said sexual. We're gonna watch a Synthetic Man A-log video after this. Did you know Synthetic Man has A-logs? And I don't mean the Redditor liberals that hate him. Oh, you guys are in for a treat.
I've talked about my Kumarism in the past, but I gotta say, some of these seem kinda in bad taste. Like the one that is a clone of Salazzle just kinda looks like furry bait shit. And ironically, maybe in how overt it is less suggestively sexual than the actual Salazzle. And don't ask me to explain that, okay? Just trust me. But maybe in the other direction, there's a pal that's supposed to be a genie that is straight up a lolly with a cloud lower half. I'm sure that one's already pretty popular on Rule 34. If I had to pick
why
a
does
favorite
Synthetic Man
pal,
have
I
those
guess I would
images on his
say
hard drive?
Depresso.
Now
He's
wait
a
a
little
minute,
dude giving the
Sid,
cynical
no!
stare, and
Sid,
he drinks energy
no!
drinks
Oh, my
to
lord.
increase his movement speed. So he's
Oh, that one's
literally
Esper. That's
me.
basically Esper
so
right there.
overall, I think I'd rate the designs in the just good enough territory. They certainly wouldn't pass for real Pokemon designs, but then again, I'd say the last 3 generations of Pokemon don't pass as real Pokemon designs. The open world itself is also pretty good and looks visually distinct enough across the regions that
Looks
I
like fucking
actually
Sonic
kind of like the
Frontiers.
look. Like I said before, this element of the game is obviously inspired
yes,
by
the
Breath of
Ubisoft
the Wild.
towers.
They even stole the climbing mechanic where you could pretty much just latch onto any wall. And there's a parachute too, but it's way worse. Like way worse. It consumes probably 3 times as much stamina as the Zelda version. But I think the ability
That's
to
gonna get
climb
patched.
anything instantly makes your world more engaging, at least for me. It does feel a bit empty at times. The enemy density can be quite low in certain parts, and there's way too many repeat pals in certain regions. But there are over 100 total to catch. There's lucky pals, which are essentially the shinies. They have better stats and better abilities or moves. And there's also subspecies of pals, where they are basically just a palette swap with a different type. Now, to get back to the progression system, this is another one of the elements of the game I just
palette
don't
swaps
like.
in there.
After a certain point, it seems like leveling up
Nintendo
slows
invented
down
gliders? Yeah, I thought
considerably.
Fortnite
That
invented
could
gliders.
Just be
What the
because
fuck?
I refuse to catch 10 of the same type of pal. But either way, you're going to
I
find
heard
this
catching 10 of the
problem
same type
where you'll
gives a
go
lot of
to a new
EXP.
region to
Like
catch more
you
guys,
got an
and they're
incentive
just
to
a
do that.
significantly higher level than you, and so they're going to kill you in 1 or 2 hits. And it's kind of hard to progress, and it's just boring to catch the same guys over and over again.
It's the guy.
And like I said before, level gates technology, and technology is where you craft all the cool stuff, like your partner pal abilities. Every single pal has something you can activate with F, whether it's mounting them
Press F?
or some
Actually
special
press
combat
F?
ability, like the fox you find early on can turn into
What
a
did that fox
flamethrower,
say?
which is really good. The chipmunk can use a submachine gun, the monkey an assault rifle. But for a lot of these pal abilities, you actually have to craft an item to unlock that, and that's gated by the technology tree. And obviously, higher level technology trees unlock better gear for your character. There's also quite a few other things I didn't cover, like there's collectibles to find in the open world. You can breed pals with each other, much like Pokemon.
Okay, I thought he was gonna say you can
your
breed the pals.
for
Good to know.
materials. Yeah, that's kind of dark. Apparently, you even unlock the ability to enslave human beings and sell them at some point, which I have to admit sounds pretty awesome.
Whoa,
Again,
big
I
ups
think you've
Ryan
already
MK
played
for
a
the
game
lure.
like this before. These open world survival crafting games have been popular for like a decade, and Palworld really just doesn't have anything
for sticking
to
around,
offer
Brian.
to this formula.
Hopefully
that's
by the
new,
time you wake up,
except
I will
the
have
Pokemon
completed
gimmick.
whatever
And
it
I
is I'm
think
trying to
that's
do
why
on this
everyone
stream.
bought this game because they just wanted to play.
I should
another
really be focusing on
Pokemon-like
Flint
game,
Rush rather
and
than
I'm
spamming
completely
this
fine with
minigame.
it being in a different genre. I think that is what gives this game its appeal, that it's not another turn-based JRPG. And so I could go into further detail about certain elements of this game, but I think I'll just get to the conclusion. Should you buy Palworld? Only if you like open world survival crafting games. If you're looking
That's
for
very
a
specific,
Pokemon
broad
clone,
kinda
this is not a
definition
Pokemon
there.
clone. It's an Arc clone with Pokemon instead of dinosaurs. Now, if you're looking for a casual game to play with 3 friends, I actually think this is a pretty good choice as long as all 4 of you are okay with survival mechanics. Even me, somebody who hates survival mechanics, I was able to tolerate
Oh, I
this
can get-
game
I can
because
get
the
deep
open
freeze
world
here.
is actually all right. I
We're gonna have to
wanted to
craft that one.
explore and catch new Pokemon. Even if a lot of the pals seem completely useless, well, you never know until you actually catch them, so it was kind of exciting to find out sometimes. But I guess my ultimate problem with this game, other than it looking like a cheap asset flip, is the progression. I just think so much of this game is locked behind the progression, and having pals that are objectively better than other pals with no evolution system kind of ruins a big part of the appeal of Pokemon. And yes, I realize the Pokemon games are not balanced at all, but to me this feels even more severe.
And Johto's got the worst progression
good
system.
for anything once you get past a certain
Enemies
point
are
in the
always
game.
way under-leveled in that game.
Have better skills, and especially any of the ones that have a really good combat skill are probably the only ones you want to use in combat, regardless of type advantage or disadvantage. Now, I'm saying this with the disclaimer that I'm not a super high level in the game yet, but there's no way in hell I'm going to change my opinion on this. Even once I unlock a bunch of guns to shoot, it's not really going to change anything. It doesn't feel good as a shooter. It's a jank-ass survival game, right? The combat's not really the appeal here. The complete package is. And I guess on some level this is maybe greater than the sum of its parts. I could describe how every aspect of this game is flawed, but at the end of the day, if it's still decently fun, especially with friends, who am I to tell you not to buy this? But you just gotta know this probably will be in perpetual early access. Despite these devs being Japanese, they seem very Chinese to me, if you know what I mean. So as long as you're okay with the
I thought they
state of
were
the
Chinese
product
too.
as is, you can just drop 30 bucks
I'm so
and not
hateful,
feel bad about
man.
it. Then fuck it. Who am I to tell you not to buy this? That said, don't expect this on the top 5 best games of this year. It was an okay distraction, but I think it should be clear to anybody that this is pure, unadulterated slop. Certainly not a replacement for Pokemon, but I doubt anything ever will be. That's about it. See
What
you
a
next time,
Nintendo
guys.
capper. Thank you, Synthetic Man. Now that was the pro Synthetic Man video. Now we're gonna watch the negative Synthetic Man video. He really shouldn't have talked about the sexual lizard Pokemon thing, because it reminded me that this video existed. We have Synthetic Fuda Man. What? Now, he had a controversy a couple months back. I'll just let the video speak for itself. Let's go ahead and just mute the game audio for a second.
So, there I was, playing Resident Evil 4 for the first time, talking to the boys in chat, enjoying my night, discussing our favorite video games, our favorite reviewers, and of course that would include Synthetic Man. Now, unfortunately, with that being brought up, would come the unfortunate knowledge that Synthetic Man, in one of his recent streams, would admit to being into Budokan. At first, I thought I was being fucked with. I thought I was being trolled. There's no way that the based boy of V, the chudler of V, would just come out and start talking about his disgusting and depraved, degenerate she-male addiction. So we packed our bags, paused the game, went on down to the archives to figure out what exactly is going on here.
Whatever. It's a butt plug for new Abby to shove her giant food cock in my ass. There you go, I said it! It's over! My career is done. Take it out of context. Yeah,
Synthetic, now wait a minute, Synthetic!
It's over. It's over. You guys gotta stop jerking off to porn. I'm a living example. My head only is filled with disgusting shit.
Now, with just this one clip as reference, you could probably chalk this up as
I'm not
a
in his
poor
chat.
joke, right? He's having a giggle mate, goofing around in his live stream, and that's kind of what I wrote it up as, too. I figured that, chat is just trolling me right now, but...
Synthetic Man, never heard of him. I don't know who this is. I've never seen him before in my life.
Ask him directly.
I'm gonna give you the Ralph
Hey, champ,
answer. I
what's
don't know who
going
this
on?
is.
Why am I seeing
I'm not
clips of you
familiar with
talking
this
about
person.
Budokan and how much you love feminine penis, big guy? Is everything okay?
This guy trying to do the Jim impression.
Still torture.
We have the YouTuber here in question. He sends a super chat. The super chat is $2, and it says, "I saw a clip of you saying you love Fudacock." It's their first super chat, and he says, "Why? What the hell, man?" Playing Kingdom Come Deliverance.
Carl Sama, thanks for the $2. I saw a clip of you saying you love Fudacock. Why? It's Well,
He's embarrassed.
partially the
It wasn't a
Mortals
joke.
of Avium thing was.
It
Just
was not a
like-
joke.
Like a Coomer thought, but
He's
the food
embarrassed.
thing doesn't need to be brought up again. But yeah. I feel like there's way too many people who don't watch the streams regularly for this to keep coming up. Way too many people.
Not saying anything. Embarrassed. It's not a joke. It ain't a joke.
That long awkward pause really adds to it. That is too good. But yeah, he admits to it right there and then. No shame. No shame whatsoever. Apparently I'm not a regular either, because that's my first super chat, and he kind of latches onto that fact. But rest assured, Synth, I've been watching you for a while. Just not on this account, buddy. And with it now confirmed to me by the man himself, and him clearly not wanting people to talk about it, I decided I was gonna go watch the rest of that stream that I was watching and see what exactly he says in this. Just how deep does this Fudakot go?
Alright, we got a star rank. I gotta do this stupid minigame and do all the cups and get star ranks in all of them. And then I think that's how I get the last Keyblade. Should be easy since I'm using
don't worry,
the good
guys.
mods
They
now.
have a vagina, so it's not gay. Oh, synth cells, not like this. Not like this, bros. Are we in for the trap isn't gay argument? Are we gonna see that again? That's an oldie but a goodie, right? Are we gonna get a mathematical breakdown on how it's only kind of 51% gay? You know, just how gay it is, you know? Just because there's a cock and balls that you want to slobber on doesn't make you a homosexual, right?
People say food is so they don't have to.
Yeah, he should have owned it. It's like DSP and the racist joke on side scrollers.
The whole
He should have owned it. It's always better to just own it.
The appeal
Have passion in what you believe in.
If you're into it or you aren't, I think feet is stupid and slightly
Whoa, is
repulsive.
Bashe still here?
Slightly, because I've seen far worse.
Bashe bros? Look at him deflect to feet.
If I asked you to explain, the foot fetishists to explain what they like, they wouldn't be able to make it make sense. So why would you ask someone to explain a completely different thing that is completely fictional, by the way? There is no real world equivalent.
I guess we're not going to get that argument. Instead, we're going to get the I do not have the time nor the patience
Look,
to
feet's
explain
weird
to
too, but
you
it's not in the same
the
ballpark
allure
as
of
fucking
chicks
Buddha.
with dicks.
I'm sorry,
Apparently,
that's
the
cope. You're
she-male
coping cap.
fetish has a lot going on in it, and it's just too hard to explain to some normie like you. You wouldn't get it, alright? If I tried to explain it to you, you might get the wrong idea. You might think that I was into, like, you know, sucking cock and being reamed out in the asshole. And that's just not true. I don't want my asshole blown out by some fucking feminine cock. It's much deeper than that. Somewhere around this deep. And I like the "it's not real" defense, which he will regurgitate multiple times in order to defend his fetish here.
It's not even real, Patriot. It's not real. You know, it's not even real. Like, it's not a real thing.
Now, he talks about his food obsession for like well over an hour. It's actually rather insane, and chat begs him to.
He did this during the DSP tournament segment too, but he'll really latch on to you're not a regular, so you don't get it, Just another thing I've noticed.
Stop multiple times, but he refuses to listen. Could it be the autism? Perhaps. I don't know why else you would talk about this very embarrassing, degenerate shit openly for no reason, and it kind of makes you think, what is he not willing to tell us about? If he's willing to talk about this, then what is he not willing to talk about? And during this hour, he gives multiple defenses.
Yeah, this was clipped from a stream, so he probably does talk about Fuda for hours.
How it came about. He blames everything under the sun. Cartoons that he watched as a kid, the type of media he consumes, the video games he plays, the internet. Going on to say something like, I've been seeing this stuff since I was 12, I am a product of the internet, and therefore it is, you know, perfectly normal, and that most of the people in his chat probably look at worse shit. So he is totally justified. And how dare chat try to make me feel bad? Basically, cope. He is coping super hard. It's really telling that he will point at everything around him and be like, you did this to me. I am a freak because of you. And not take any kind of self-accountability or do any kind of self-reflection.
Wilhelm Kurtz, thanks to books. Stop
You
incriminating
got into it
yourself
from
with
Negi.
faces. No, it's too late.
I understand the argument. I understand the copium. It's because it's what I grew up with. It's what I looked at. But it's not gonna work. It just isn't. Hey, Fififona. Fetishes are always weird though. What's the big deal? Well, Buddha's kind of like below feet. It's just really weird. I guess it is whatever at the end of the day. It is something... They're coming at him specifically because he's obviously uncomfortable about it. It's like I was saying earlier, Fee5 I think he should just own it and just like not be weird about it, because then that just makes more people interested. And as the YouTuber just said, if he's this weird about Fuda, like if he's this silent about it and then like implies that there's other stuff that he doesn't want to talk about, well then what else is he hiding?
Too late. It's too late. Nobody says what I said.
And even if he tries to own it now, it's too late.
Being in the know, I guess.
But don't worry, Sincels. It's not totally over just yet. He's willing to stop. He's laid out his terms. He will stop jerking off to cock if you find him the perfect trad 3D waifu.
If you can send me a loyal wife, then I'll quit. Those are my terms. Those are the terms. No, I will accept no less.
Only the most respectable type of women want a man that jerks off to what is essentially gay hentai. Don't worry, I can fix him. Unfortunately, Synth, I think the only type of woman that's going to be into that is the type that wears a pride flag. And you know exactly which one I'm talking
there's
about.
nothing wrong with that, Twitch.
The one with the surgery, the one that can meet your intense fetishes.
These are the opinions of the person who made the video. How is that an L?
What have I done? I look forward to someone using that against me on like 4chan or something. You already know it's gonna be on there. It's gonna be.
They do make fun of him on 4chan for this now. I made sure to look that up after I watched this.
I've been blown the fuck out. He predicted this would happen. I really don't get why YouTubers can't just coom in private. Why do content creators always feel the need to let their audience into every facet of their life and let them know every little fucked up thing about them? Especially when like you're marketing yourself to the type of people who you know are gonna frown on this. Why even let them in on it? Are you just preparing them for when you have a rectal prolapse? My anus got inverted by a chick with a dick. Not gonna be able to stream today, guys. Sorry. It's really unfortunate. Every time I start to like a YouTuber, something like this happens. It seems to be a blight. It seems to be a reoccurring theme on the platform. I wouldn't be surprised if he ends up pulling a complete 180 at some point and ends up pulling an Ackman, where photos of him come out where he's at a gay pride event because, you know, whatever fucking
Now there's anything wrong with that, Twitch. These are the opinions of the people person not watching the video.
With all that feminine
ridiculing
penis
critique.
and whatnot.
Ridiculing
Anyways,
critique.
I look forward to the comments saying, he's a good boy, he just wants to suck a few cocks. What's wrong with that? Comments, and I'll see you next time.
I look at chat every time and I'm like, I'm done. I'm retiring. I'm starting a new persona. You guys will find me though. My voice is a little too identifiable, where it's like, it'll take about a week for my new channel to get found and be like, oh, that's the Fuda guy.
He should have just owned the Fuda. All he had to do was own the Fuda. Now, you cannot say that I cap for Synthetic Man now. I watched a hater video. I watched an A-log video of Synthetic. You can no longer say I cope for him. Big ups Almighty_7. And he says, great Medicare impersonation vid, dingus. I liked his impersonation too. It needs some work though. He's got about the same quality mic that Medicare does. Let's get a segment of him talking. This is Carl Sama. He has a few good videos. Only 400 subs.
What I wrote it up as too. I figured that.
See, it's the same quality mic.
Chat.
There you go. That's the synthetic A-log segment. That's his only anti-synthetic man video. Now, the moment you've all been waiting for. I don't think anyone was saying that. I've had to defend Synthetic Man on numerous occasions. So obviously, someone will have had to have said that for me to get myself into that position. You should get in touch with Sonic Soul. Sonic Soul, the Gooner guy, right? The Goon guy? No, not the Goon guy, because then that makes me think of Kien Goon. No, the Gooner guy. The guy who jerks off in Discord. He has to make first burst every week. People are already making videos about that guy. Well, I don't think I mentioned it here, but I'm sure you guys heard about it from elsewhere. Ludwig made videos on him, and then Sonic Soul struck down those videos, and they had a heated exchange in emails over it. And it was very pathetic to see Sonic Soul grovel and beg for the video to be deleted. It was a false copyright strike as well.
My daddy is a...
Okay, so this is how a narcissist confesses to murder. The many confessions of Chris Watts. We've been watching all the videos in this series by Mr. Dreading Man, and he finally came back and uploaded the finale. Now, this is a lengthy video, so I'm not sure if we'll finish all of it. We'll see how far we get into it. True crime segment.
He helps me grow up strong.
Thank you, JC.
Me,
Yes, I'm quite paranoid.
He reads me books, he ties my shoes. And you're a hero, blue and blue. My dad,
I think this video was recorded like a week before he killed her. What an asshole.
Welcome back to another episode of Dreading. Or if this is your first time
Whoa,
here,
big
welcome.
ups Eagle.
Today,
And he says, all these cool emotes when my sub ran out.
Cheyenne, Bella, Celeste, and Nico Watts.
Right.
This will be the final video in this series for a while, as researching this case has been intense and mentally draining. As a finale of sorts, we just wanted to say thank you for your continued support. This channel has grown tremendously since we began covering this case, gaining nearly 10,000 subscribers in a single month. Being able to do this has changed our lives in ways we could not have imagined.
Yeah, the series wasn't over. Every time I think it's over, he just uploads another part.
That you enjoy.
Hey, it's Citrus LLC.
If there's a video you would like to see on this channel, or a case you would like to bring more attention to, let us know by leaving a comment down below.
You guys are just in time for the true crime segment.
At gmail.com. With all of that said,
and I'm grinding this minigame in Kingdom Hearts.
This
I need the
video is
star
brought to you
ranks,
by
baby.
Babbel. When it comes to researching our videos, our goal is to make comprehensive videos that go over all the relevant details in the cases. But being that growing up, I only learned English, when I've tried to cover cases from non-English speaking countries, a lot of the information is location locked. As Google Translate isn't the most reliable tool, I've been taking courses with Babbel. Babbel is one of the top language learning apps in the world. Has been scientifically proven to help you start speaking a new language in 3 weeks.
This
they
is
teach you by
Cap.
using
Where's
real-world
the international case
conversations. That way you're
videos,
learning what will be
Dreading?
most applicable to communicating before anything else. Lessons prepare you to have practical conversations about travel, business, relationships, and
Where
more.
is sponsor
And
block?
personally, being able to
Not.
take these courses
I watch
regularly
these
has
not
definitely
through
helped
a
my brother
browser
and I.
window
They even
that
offer
is,
virtual classes,
with
giving
window
you access to
capture
teachers
on the
who can
stream.
help you every step
I watch
of the
it through a
way.
browser
Whatever your
source.
preferred learning style,
Therefore,
they
I
have a
cannot
course
use
that will suit your
extensions.
needs and get you where you want to go. They have various different subscriptions to choose from and offer a 20-day money-back guarantee if you, for whatever reason, are not satisfied with the service. Now is the perfect time to start learning a new language, as Babbel is offering our viewers 60% off of your subscription. Just click the link in the description box down below to get 60% off and start learning
How have I
a new
never gotten an
language
ad
today.
till last
Thank you
night?
so much to Babbel
Because
for
I'll let you in on a secret. On the browser source, I added as the embed version, and the embed version of videos with autoplay enabled never get ads. Yes! That's why when I play a video that has embedding disabled and I have to pull it up raw through browser source, that's why at that point I get ads.
sponsoring our content. And now back to the video.
Ah yes, the
When creating the
confessions.
script for this video,
Plural.
we thought about a number of ways to present
Thank you
the
for the clip.
information. Since we usually cover cases chronologically, our default was to go over the crime, then tackle the aftermath. But we chose to do things differently here to showcase just how obvious Chris's guilt was, even when it wasn't especially clear what had happened. However, at this point, we will just be going over the details of how he murdered his entire family. We are choosing to place the facts of Shanann, Bella, and Celeste's deaths here because Chris would initially lie in his confession and try to pin the blame for his children's murders on his wife. There are already so many people online who vocally believe that Shanann pushed Chris into killing her and have run with his initial version of events despite evidence to the contrary. In the comment sections for these videos, there's been a significant amount of people uncritically reporting Chris's original false confession, and we wanted to make sure that before you hear his grotesque lies, you hear the equally grotesque truth. The following audio is from an interview Chris would give from prison in 2019 after his conviction. A link to the full audio interview with the confession will be left in the description box down below, as the interview is over 2 hours long. We may cover the actual confession in a later video, but for now, here are the relevant details and the comprehensive story as to how Chris killed his pregnant wife and daughters.
So you remember, I talked to you, Tammy talked to you, Dave talked to you. We're all Colorado. And so the last time we talked to you was a different situation, right?
This should be the same evening as the polygraph test. Because he didn't go home that evening.
So your case is completely closed. Nothing about what we're going to talk about today has anything to do with an open investigation. So we're not here to get more charges on you or get any statements from you that are going to jam you up anymore, right? That's all done. So all of our cases are closed and the court case is closed. So there's nothing that we're going to talk about today that's going to get you in any type of more trouble at all.
They're basically telling him he's felted.
So when we were talking, the last time we talked, the last thing we talked about was where the girls were, but we never really got to talk about that night. That's what happened.
So nothing really happened that night. It was in the morning.
You've taken a polygraph? Did you pass?
She got home like at 2 o'clock.
I think Bean told me that before.
And, I felt very into bed. And I just felt like I didn't really, I just wanted to make sure I looked at my phone at 2 o'clock to make sure she's okay, she's in there. And I kind of feel her kind of stirring around a little bit. I just had a feeling that she knew like what was going on. I mean, obviously, I didn't use like an NRO gift card, that I got, and I used my actual credit card, and I kind of just felt like something. She knew what was going on, and she started rubbing her hand on me, and we ended up having sex. But I guess that was more like a test. I would have thought.
Interesting. Okay.
Pausing for just a moment, as this is Chris, Shanann's murderer's perspective, it's obviously going to paint her in a certain light. At the end of the relationship, he viewed his wife with unkind eyes, so the act of her getting intimate with him after arriving home from a trip was viewed as manipulative, or a test. There's no evidence of that being the case. According to Shanann's texts, she was extremely worried about the relationship. She had felt Chris pull away from her physically
top secret clearance to launch rockets. Oh, she did tell me that.
She tried to get intimate with him.
Yeah, you were launching a rocket or something.
If they were intimate, they would be able to work things out.
I hope that was fun. I hope it didn't blow up.
They were having sex at least 2 times a week, and she thought some of their emotional issues could be sorted out if they could still be physical together. Based on how worried Shanann was about if Chris was still sexually attracted to her, it is more likely that she saw them being intimate that morning as a good sign that he wanted to work things out. But again, in the perspective of her killer, her having sex with Chris after a day of travel was seen as a manipulation.
Yeah, because when we talked, when I woke up or later on in the morning, I pretty much, told her, I didn't think.
How can I have the best Pokemon? And these guys got the snail and the fish, and yet I can't get a star rank.
That's after I've gone through everything in my head.
That makes sense.
And she just told me, to get off of her. And she was like, I knew there was somebody else. I knew there was somebody else. I knew there was somebody else. I couldn't just say, yes, there is somebody else, but then she's like, never gonna see the kids again, never gonna see them again, get off me, don't hurt them. And then,
is that what you said?
So, because when I climbed in bed, that was pretty much on top, pretty much straddling her, I would do.
A lot has been made of Shanann telling Chris that he would never see the girls again. But what Chris says here is vitally important.
Got some advice from Goki in the chat, and he says,
so
playing second post-workout, I highly suggest not doing that.
On her back,
my arms are weak as fuck, baby.
With a fairly aggressive position.
Yeah, that sounds like a bad combo.
She implored him to get off of her, believing he was hurting the baby. Even before he had woken her up, he positioned himself in a manner to subdue her, and was well aware of how this interaction was going to go.
Okay. That she thought I was gonna
I should play it, and I should play the bear. I've never played a second game before.
Hurt the baby or something. So.
I have seen the bear character though. I probably would play the bear if I did play.
That,
But then at the same time, I think everyone would play the bear because he's literally a bear. Why wouldn't you play as the bear? What are you, lame? And just as a result, that makes it lame to play as a bear because everyone plays as the bear because they want to be funny because it's a bear.
Was it just a new type of fight?
It was,
never had, or what happened?
Yeah, it was totally different type of fight. It was, it was. It felt like, I don't know, it was more anger than anything else. Like there was emotion to it at first, and then it just felt like it was just anger. It was just like, like there was no love there. It was kind of like what we were saying, what she was saying. It was just like, it's almost like we knew like something was combating at each other. We didn't know, like it wasn't ourselves.
Really? No. Anger from you or anger from her?
I think it was more anger from me, more like desperation from her to, because she wanted to fix it. Yeah, she knew something wasn't right. Like, like when the whole thing with my parents happened, with my parents called the gate, whatever happened there. She had a story, my mom had a story. Like, whatever happened, I'll probably ask my 10-year-old nephew, probably can tell me what actually happened.
Well, they both have their feelings for good reasons, and they both didn't see it the other person's way. And
yeah, and like maybe I didn't talk to my parents from then on.
I think this is the Pokken guy. I tried to play Pokken, but I wouldn't say I was ever good at it.
My dad took that whole week off.
You have a panda? Is it just a palette swap of the bear?
Yeah, because like my Shanann was like, do not talk to them, do not call them, do not do anything.
We need the Knock versus Rai sets.
And, Cece's birthday was 17th, but I think the actual birthday party was like a couple days after, in August. July. Yeah. And like my mom.
The Dinobite is so overpowered, but I don't want to completely rely on it. It's gonna run out of steam quick.
Like, no, I just can't do it anymore. Just like this.
He perceived that as her taking a shot type thing?
Yeah.
Okay.
And she always says she never, put those posts directed at anybody, but she had a method.
If you read them, you know who they're talking about.
She had a method to the madness, and you can see it. Mm-hmm. But I wish I could have just took more time just to fix that. Like I wanted my parents to be involved. Like since the whole wedding thing, and then up to that, it was like, my mom, my sister were always like, combating with Shanann combating with them. And my dad was always cool. Like he's just like me, just like, go with the flow. Like I just want everybody to get along type deal.
Chicks, man.
I loved your dad.
Oh, he's the best.
Isn't he? I loved your dad.
I'm sorry, keep going.
That's cool. I just wish I could have, like, just when we were at the beach in August. Like my dad was supposed to take the whole week off just so we could see the kids and like see me, like we have a cookout at my sister's house or something. And then, but we just pretty much spent.
Yeah, that should be star rank, I think.
And Shanann like booked us to like,
And then Kuma have different moves, so they're not clones.
I don't want to say like punishment for them not to see the kids, but like I wanted them to see it, see them. I wish I could have fixed it all, all that. I even like when I was at the beach, I told Shanann that it was more like what was going on was more of like I feel like
Oh, Metal Master!
I feel like I've lost
Obtained
like
3,000 or more medals in Flick Rush. 76% of trophies acquired.
And I wanted them to be able to have that relationship. And she was pretty much gung ho, and like she tried to.
Flick Rush level 12.
By giving her, I was like, I don't think she gave it to him.
Oh my god, they're putting me up against the elephant. Yeah, we got the big boys for this match.
Put something in front of CC.
Like to kill her, or
no? Just like care, like
didn't pay attention.
She thinks that allergies and like this state of age is like people think.
Kuma has one-hit KO fart. Yeah, exactly what I mean. Literal Joe character. Ah, yes.
I've seen a picture of when they had a cashew the first time. Then she had kiwi the second time, and then the same thing happened.
Chris is attempting to defend his mother here and say that Nutgate, as they referred to it, was not intentional, but he then negates that by stating that Cindy, quote, doesn't believe in allergies, unquote, and thought Cece would be fine if she did have nuts. That directly validates Shanann's version of events and her fears around leaving the girls with his parents. Cindy didn't believe Shanann had any chronic illness and was faking her lupus and fibromyalgia. She believed that Shanann was lying about her daughter's allergies because she needed attention, and when Shanann asked her to make sure there was no food in the Watts home that contained tree nuts, Cindy lied to her and claimed she had done so when she hadn't. Cindy misguidedly assumed that Cece wasn't actually allergic to tree nuts, and even if she was, it probably wasn't that bad. Her not believing in allergies could have gotten Cece killed. And just because it was something that Chris was able to shrug off, Shanann was not wrong for not wanting her daughters to be in that environment again. Moreover, there have been multiple instances of grandparents like Cindy not taking their grandchildren's allergies or ailments seriously, and directly causing their deaths. Even if it was accidental, Cindy had enough information to know that she was putting her granddaughter in danger, and she was either too blinded by her dislike of Shanann to take her words seriously, or she simply didn't care.
So then, I know I keep bringing it up. Can you walk me through that's just the last few minutes before Shanann died?
It was pretty much just, I had gotten dressed for work, and then, like, we started talking.
Did she come to you?
No, I was just right there in bed.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so I was just like, I got my blue shirt on, my jeans and everything.
You ready to go?
I was ready to go. And
Was she asleep, or did you have to wake her up to finish your conversation? Or
I wake her up because like she got home like 2 o'clock, so she was pretty much out of it. But I never knew like if her plane got delayed. Someone always told me like she just like sat around with Nicole, just like.
He's so nervous right now. He's got no way out of
It was
this.
delayed.
He knows he's not going home.
But yeah, when she came home and everything.
A lot of cards.
Yeah, like I woke her up to talk to her.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
And is that because it was just eating at your?
Yeah, like I knew like something like there's something to go right with me. Something I know like she knew. I just knew she. I just felt like maybe the kids weren't going to be there when I got home that day.
Oh, interesting. Now, I don't mean to offend, but I have to ask: is that really the truth?
Are you Electro Regard? You have to ask.
They weren't going to be there when I got home that day.
Oh.
like she would take them somewhere?
No, I just felt like either maybe I wouldn't go home, maybe they weren't going to be there, or I wouldn't be allowed in.
And they weren't there because he killed them. To be clear, Chris did not care if he saw his children again, and Shanann saying this to him wasn't the slap in the face he's making it out to be. He had told Shanann directly that he didn't want her to give birth again, even though she was pregnant. He no longer wanted to be a father, and, more importantly, he went on to kill his daughters. This narrative framing is being done for one reason, and that is to paint Shanann as the aggressor, the person who pushed Chris past his limits. Sure, he was the one cheating on her and leaving her early in her pregnancy to be with a younger woman, but she told him he would never see his kids again. So when he killed her, it was somehow deserved. He only killed her because she was trying to take his children away from him, but then he went on to kill the girls. His statement loses all credibility when you realize he never cared if he saw his girls again.
When I think of the Mama Max roller coaster, I actually don't know much about it.
And smiling, texting his mistress.
I've seen people that made videos about it, but we haven't watched them.
Believing he was going to be living it up with her while his family's bodies decomposed.
Okay, it's
at
the
his
guy
worksite.
he
Also,
like
just
LARPs as a
reminder,
PDF
when
file
she told
catcher,
him
but
he
in
would never see
reality
the
he got
girls again,
exposed like
he was
he's
still
done
straddling
all the
her,
work he
pinning
said
her
he's
down
done.
in an
It's all
extremely dominating
fake.
He already knew he was going to kill her at that point.
Yeah, it was and nothing about that conversation. I just wish I could take all of that.
It's my cursory understanding of the situation. I don't know if I got anything wrong with that.
So then when did it turn? As far as that conversation, just at the end when I was telling her like I told her I didn't love her anymore. That's what happened. What happened? Somebody get off her and that's on the hand. Okay.
Did you say she said something like that you were hurting the baby or something?
Thank you, Eagle. That is the strongest dinosaur you've ever seen.
Her, it was kind of like around her waist type deal.
Why did you get on her like that?
I just
make shit up and is really bad at investigating anything, so we tried to do a big story and it all blew up. It was Muda guy looking into that, right?
I felt like she probably listened to me just laying beside her, but I got on top of her. And every time I think about it, I'm just like,
it really raises the question about all those, I guess, PDF file hunter vigilantes and, you know, what they do and whether it actually helps or if it makes things worse. Because, like, EDP, he keeps getting caught, right? But he's still out there and he's still getting caught. So it's kind of like, well, you exposed him constantly. Is he gonna be put away this time for real?
Like I had to. I just felt like
that's a sick person, but like it seems like you just keep exposing him, guys. You actually put him away for good this time? You insist like he's done all this horrible shit?
It was just like I don't want.
Like how does he keep getting exposed and nothing happens? Nothing happens from it. He's just allowed to go and like do even more fucked up shit after that.
Like why can't I just let go? Oh, that's interesting. I just like
was it feeling like it was in motion and you just couldn't stop it?
Yeah, it was just like I don't even want to know what she saw when she looked back at me. Honestly.
Did you look at her? What was she doing?
But
why do you think she wasn't fighting?
I don't know. Maybe she was praying. Maybe she was just. I read the Bible and said,
YouTubers taking L's left and right, and it's only January.
Forgive these people for
everything that's happened this January certainly wasn't on my bingo card. I'm gonna say that much. They catch before he does it, so it defeats the purpose. So YouTubers that retired out got they got out while the getting was good.
When he was straddling her, based on who Shanann was, she likely didn't expect Chris to actually kill her. There was no evidence of him hurting her prior to this event, so she might have expected him to stop.
It really is kind of a double-edged sword there. So it's like
unable to eat.
They catch him before he does it. Okay, so the intent's there. But they catch him before he does it, because that's the whole point. A sting, you call him out. You call him out there, and he's like, he goes there with the intention to do it, and it's like it's a setup. It's to catch a predator and all that. But he hadn't actually done the thing yet, so he can't be put away. Even though you know he's a sick fuck. Everybody knows he's a sick fuck, but he didn't. He came there to do it, but didn't do the act yet, so he can't be put away. So you're just gonna keep making more videos where you expose him. And he probably isn't going to be put away unless he actually acts on it. But then it's like, okay, you want him to act on it so that he can be put away. But then that would be negligent of you because, like, you're waiting on him to act on it. You're waiting on him to do a horrible, horrible deed and scar someone else's life forever who doesn't have anything to do with anything. It's like, you need to create the problem in order to put him away. Yeah, Mood had a call with the Max guy, was basically like, you accused the guy of being a PDF vampire cult leader with zero evidence. What the? I think the Kino Casino did a little bit segment on that, so I remember that with the vampire cult leader, but I didn't know the deets on it. Max was using ChatGPT to attempt lawyer talk. He should have just talked to Ricada.
And take care of herself in the days prior to the murder. She had slept for maybe an hour or two when Chris killed her, making it unlikely that she would have been able to defend herself, even if she wanted to. But she wasn't silently praying for God to forgive Chris for murdering her, as he was doing so. That is a wildly inappropriate and frankly vile thing to say.
Like when you guys told me, like, take off your shirt and check for defensive wounds, and like, there wasn't going to be any. She didn't fight. I don't know why.
So she didn't grab. Could she grab your arms, or were your arms pinned down, or?
Not that I remember. I don't think so. I mean, I don't think like I moved to where my knees are around her arms or anything. But it's just kind of like when I got on top of her, we started talking. That was it. And it's kind of like in my head, or like in the back of my head, that was going to happen. And just like at the end of the conversation, it was just like that's what happened.
Yeah, maybe just let fucking police do their job instead of trying to insert yourself into things.
Did it seem like it was that long? 2 to 4 minutes? How long did it seem for you?
Almost kind of felt like it was longer almost, because it felt like time was standing still. It's kind of like I just saw my life just disappearing before my eyes.
That's what people usually recommend. Yeah, because it's like, I'm thinking about it, it's like, these people really don't, they kind of don't help.
Around you, holding your hands, holding you, keep you from...
And not all of them don't even cooperate with police. Like the Mama Max guy, he didn't cooperate with the cops at all, right? So it's like, what help did you really do there? It kind of seems like you didn't do much help.
There was a statement about rage. Do you feel like you were in a rage at that point?
This is why we prefer true crime over here on this channel, right? It's earnest, meaningful content that doesn't hurt anybody.
I guess my attorney said like something.
I guess it hurts the fucking sickos that are caught in the interrogation room. But who cares about them? They're not people.
Type thing. I'm just like, I don't know how that could be passionate.
It's just intimate because you're right in there.
Yeah.
Using your own hands. It's a lot different than someone standing across the room and you shooting them or something like that. So.
It just felt like somebody was like behind me, just my go.
It's interesting to me because there was a lot of things in your life that were like that, right? Where you're just like, maybe felt out of control, or maybe felt like, I don't know why I couldn't take a step back, or, you know, like even when you said, when your buddy was like, let's go to the football game, you wanted to say yes, you could.
Yeah, I wanted to. Like, I haven't been to a football game since North Carolina, so I was just like, yeah, sure. Like, I wanted to say that.
Yeah.
I wanted to just text it, yeah, you know, babysitter fell through, can't go.
So, then what?
I'm thinking star rank for that. That has to be star rank. Yeah, Chris Hansen cooperated with the police, but it didn't always end well. So I'm not going to say cooperating with the police always ends well, because you had that Murphy, Texas sting where they're very underprepared. It was a smaller town, and that politician ended up killing himself, and he wasn't prosecuted for his devilish, devious, heinous acts. They really, really botched that one.
Like, I was shaking. I didn't know what had happened. I didn't know what to do. I didn't know what I had done. I still wasn't in that right state of mind. I don't think like I was in control of what I could think or what I could do at that point in time. Like most people say, like, why just call 911? Why? It's like, unless you're in that situation, you don't know. You don't know what you would have done. Mm-hmm. It's easy to play Monday morning quarterback.
Well, they know he's guilty at this point.
Like you said, if somebody shoots somebody, you don't know what they've gone through their mind at that point in time.
Mm-hmm.
You don't know what you'd have done.
So what happened next?
Bella came in.
Is that what happened? Bella came in.
Bella came out twice that time just because she knew like Shanann was coming home. Like I told her like, all right, she'll be home Monday type thing, because like Shanann's not gonna just go in there and wake her up at like in the middle of the night type thing. So like I told her she'd be home, and she knew like
wake up.
Yeah, she knew like, all right, time yet? Like she comes out like, she home yet? Like, no, baby, just when you wake up. Okay, when you wake up. Okay. About two times she came out asking about that, but Celeste hasn't.
Eat my
she hasn't done
cookies.
that yet.
In the last interview, we discussed how Chris laughed and joked about how Bella missed her mom so much she kept coming into the bedroom to ask him when she was coming home that night. It was a funny aside at the time, displaying how much she loved and missed Shanann. But that morning, after Chris had strangled the life out of his wife, the 4-year-old walked in to see what he had done.
What she said?
Mom?
Did she hear something? Is that what she
obviously, I think.
Okay. What'd you tell her?
Sounds a bit choked up here. I'm willing to bet he still kind of misses his stupid family.
Did that happen with Bella right in that room?
Not in front of her.
What happened?
I don't think he's feeling a bit of regret right here.
Walked in as, dying of. She was sleeping.
Mm-hmm. Did you take her back to her room?
I put Shanann in that sheet. Down in sight.
Okay. Good luck.
Carried her downstairs. Backed my truck up.
At that point, were the girls still there? Okay. So that Shanann's in the truck. Then went back to the house.
We got everybody back in the truck.
I didn't know on a 30th version you have to, if they were glowing, that means tap them and pet them even more. I wonder how many big bonuses I missed back then because not knowing that.
Was Bella...
My face when it's another guy that doesn't get a lawyer first. This guy got kind of fucked over if you didn't know, Gonala. Like, one of her best friends was super worried about the wife, so she kind of called the police immediately, and he didn't have time to get his story together. He rushed to go to the media to paint a good picture of himself and flopped in the interview. He just had no time to prep a consistent story. No time to get his ducks in a row.
In their car seats, or I guess they didn't probably have car seats in your truck, did they?
Sitting in the back with the. Like
Tried to take the polygraph test, failed the polygraph test, got exposed as a liar. Now they're trying to get him to confess the same night he took the polygraph.
Mommy, okay.
He got turned in real quick. Which is good, fuck him. He's a fucking loser. Oh, and the neighbor who exposed them, the neighbor didn't even have his back. They played the neighbor's security footage, and it felted his whole story, his whole attempted crafted narrative. The neighbor called him out to the officers.
CCM though had like a blanket or something with him.
Mm-hmm.
Like everything.
This isn't how he usually acts. He's acting very strange.
What about the dog?
When your neighbor doesn't even have your back, that's when you know it's over. That's why you gotta be friendly to your neighbors, man.
Was that with you too? Do you know?
My attorney congratulated me for not talking to the cop when I got my ticket last year. It was kind of funny. All thanks to Dingus True Crime Dramas. You're welcome, Gondola.
So.
Did you win that case?
I think I saw on the video that you put a gas can or something in the back of
A
your
Combo
truck.
Master.
Did you have different
Combo
plans
Plus.
when you put that in there?
I don't know what was going through my head.
Do need this
I feel like maybe I
command.
could just get rid of myself at the same time if I was doing all this, honestly.
Yeah.
Did you think about that?
What'd you think about that?
I didn't feel like I deserved to live.
Link with the
after what
spirit
happened.
5 more
That
times.
is
What the
factually
hell?
inaccurate. If Chris didn't have the will to live, he, like the
factually
majority of
inaccurate.
family annihilators, would have killed himself after the murders. But he wanted to live. He wanted to run off into the sunset with his new girlfriend and start fresh, making it appear that his wife had taken their children and left him in the lurch.
So what happened when you got out there?
I took Shanann out
Yeah, you took her out all right.
to a place off to the site.
Mm-hmm.
Sorry, I shouldn't make jokes on a family.
What were the girls
They did
doing
nothing
while you were
wrong.
doing that?
Sent them back in the truck.
I'm a massive sociopath.
And then what happened after that?
It didn't go on my record and I got deferred, but I had to pay $581 instead of $800. Hey, big ups, you at least got a discount for it. They gave you a discount.
We didn't have a blanket. We had a blanket.
Okay, tournament completion 50%. Halfway done?
I yanked you
These are all the
blanket.
cups?
So was she alive when she went into the oil tank?
No. Oh yeah, did you put her in the tank alive?
Blanket over her head.
That would have been even worse.
And that's how she passed. Good grief.
I put the blanket over her. I didn't want to. No. Strangled her right there in the back seat.
Okay.
What was Bella doing?
Beside her.
Did she understand? Did she know what was going on?
Didn't say anything.
And then the same for Bella. Just without a blanket.
With the blanket.
Oh, okay.
I didn't look. Like every time I closed my eyes, I just hear her say, "Daddy, no," and that was it.
Daddy, no! Sorry. Donga reference.
Every day.
Yeah, you're like, but once the girls were gone, was it also just a minute by minute thing as far as the oil tanks?
Yeah, I didn't know what to do. I mean,
You know, Rob should have pulled out the daddy no on Boogie when he was talking about his
just thinking
dad.
about an oil tank, this makes me want to throw up.
And was that just because it was in front of you and there it was and it just presented itself? It wasn't a plan beforehand? Okay. Was there any reason why it's separate ones?
No, it's like you said, it was like a going up the stairs, and it didn't. Like what Frank said, it's like I was trying to separate everybody. That's not.
No.
I didn't want to separate anybody.
What was the reason?
I can't even tell you. It's like I said, like something else was in control of what I was doing, and it was like I was doing something I never thought I would ever do in my life.
Mm-hmm.
Did you think there would be less chance of someone finding them if they were in separate tanks, or?
Sounds like
Oh.
No, whatever my reasoning was in my head that day, it was working sound. Nothing was right.
And you don't even remember thinking about it?
No, it was just like, it was like a reaction of something that I wasn't even thinking about.
Yeah. Can you talk about the trash bags? Do you remember that?
No.
With
there were two.
Okay.
We're not talking about that. And you're banned. You're gone. Where's my lawyer?
I didn't want to, like, when I was putting this one.
That's gotta be star rank now.
I didn't want the girls looking at Shanann while they were in the back seat.
So what'd you do?
I probably got it dismissed because the cop didn't even have me on camera, but I just wanted to get the stress of this mess behind me.
On her feet and on her head.
Oh, that's fair.
So
At least it is all behind you now. Thankfully, I have never had to deal with a ticket. Not yet, at any rate. Papa Dingus and Brother Dingus, though. Shit, don't even get me started.
They were just, sitting there just,
Oh yeah, I forgot to bring this up, but random point in the stream to do it. Would have fit more at the start. But I did remaster all the sub badges through the power of the Resize website that Almighty Tevin forwarded to me. So all the mushrooms look even better now. And I also uploaded the year 3 mushroom. Now I'm gonna be honest. You guys know I'm honest, right? I ran out of Mario mushrooms. There are no more Mario mushrooms. Now I know I haven't used every Mario mushroom that ever existed, but that's only because there aren't sprites for every Mario mushroom in existence. I'm only out of mushrooms that have sprites right now. And the last one I used was a Super Sea Snail from Splatoon as a joke because those look like Mario mushrooms. Don't worry though, I had a substitution for the year 3 badge and you'll never guess what it is. I found the amazing, perfect substitute for a year 3 badge that, well, founders won't even get to see it. So the first non-founders will see it next year. But here it is. It's this thing from Pokemon Scarlet. This is your year 3 badge, and I think it's the best possible substitute that's already been enabled. But even I don't have it. I'm over here stuck with the golden mushroom. Big ups Knackley.
Okay.
Thanks for being the most blatant Mario / Minecraft reference ever. From his own actions, because they are beyond horrific. I tried to edit the confession to be as concise as possible, but the full unedited version is linked below. Again, we will go over that confession at a later date, as the tactics used by the interviewers are fantastically interesting. But for now, if you want to hear that in full, you may. To summarize, Shanann came back from her work trip at 2 a.m. that morning, climbed into bed with Chris, and the two were intimate for the first time since she had become pregnant with Nico. As we know from her texts, she believed
he had sex with her, then killed her? What an asshole!
If they were to be physically intimate, and she suspected that he might be seeing someone else based on his reluctance to get physical with her. He then got up hours later, got ready for work, and woke her up in order to tell her that he no longer loved her or wanted to be with her, though he contends that he didn't foresee this conversation turning into her brutal murder. He sat on top of her stomach and chest the entire time, essentially pinning her down so she would be unable to leave. When asked why he would do this, he responded that he might have already planned to kill her subconsciously, although he wasn't really sure, because apparently you can subconsciously plan a murder. After telling her that he no longer loved her, she told him he would never see their children again. He contended that this statement incensed him to the point where he flew into a rage and strangled her to death. Shortly thereafter, Bella woke up, heard the struggle, walked into her parents' bedroom, and saw her mom's dead body, with her father looming over it. That night, she had gotten up multiple times to see if Shanann was home. In that final time, she would see her mother murdered. She asked him what was wrong with Shanann, and Chris said she was just sick, and proceeded to drag her body, not carry or move her with any care, through the home to the garage. This would include dragging her body down the staircase of the home, which was so loud it woke Cece up. Chris loaded the girls, along with their mother's corpse, into the back of his work truck and set off to one of his work sites. For 45 minutes, the girls sat in the back of the vehicle with their mother's dead body, which Chris had covered in a large garbage bag. Asking what their dad was doing with their mom, he assured them repeatedly that they were going to get her help. But of course, that never happened. Instead, after getting to one of his work sites, he covered 3-year-old Celeste's head with her favorite blanket and strangled her to death in front of Bella. The 4-year-old had no idea what exactly was happening, but according to Chris, she knew it was bad. After he was sure that he had murdered his youngest daughter, Chris took Celeste's body out of the car and carried her corpse to one of the site's oil wells, where he forcibly stuffed her into it, hoping that the oil would destroy her remains.
in front of each
other?
other?
To the car and did the same to Bella, making sure to keep Celeste's blanket with him, so he wouldn't have to look at his daughter's face while he murdered her.
Yeah, you knew you felt some guilt. And we just come. No, don't come back to the song. What an emotional appeal, dreading.
He reads me books, he ties my shoes. And you're a hero, blue and blue. My daddy, I love you. Oh, I love.
She was the only one to fight back, understanding that whatever her father was doing was bad, and he had hurt her baby sister and mother. Her last words were, "Daddy, no." And as her father overpowered her, she bit her tongue. When he had successfully smothered the 4-year-old, being the big strong man that he was, Chris then brought her body to a separate oil tank and forced her into it. The holes on top of these tanks were small. The amount of force required to push his daughter's body into it was immense, but he managed to. He then headed back down to where his car was parked and dug a shallow grave for his wife. The way he tells it, he killed Shanann because he was trying to keep the children away from him, and then spent the next 2 hours so blinded by his rage that he killed his own offspring that he wanted to keep in his life. While this version of the story is certainly more honest than the one he would go on to tell after his polygraph interview, it's still peppered with details that are meant to both justify his actions against Shanann and try to skew the listener to view him as a victim in these circumstances, which, to be clear, is not the case. Shanann was not a perfect person. No one is. There's no such thing as a perfect victim, and there is plenty of content online where Shanann snaps at people and comes across as rude and high-strung, but neither she nor her daughters deserved to have their lives ended. So now, let's listen to Chris attempt to spin those facts into a story where, as always, it's not his fault but Shanann's.
Oh my gosh, I did forget part of it, didn't I?
Yeah.
So I brought Graham in here because we want to talk to you about the results, okay?
Sure.
So, it is completely clear that you were not honest during the testing. I think you already know that. You did not pass the polygraph test.
Okay.
Okay. So now we need to talk about.
Tell him it's not admissible in court, because it's not.
Probably ready to do that.
In our last video, we went over how polygraph exams work and why they are not admissible in court. These tests are not reliable and their results can be manipulated easily. Just because Chris catastrophically failed the test, that doesn't inherently mean that he hurt his wife and kids. If Chris had spoken to a lawyer, they would have no doubt informed him of this. They could easily argue that Chris is emotionally distressed and is mere days out from his wife and children going missing, hence his failure. But he hasn't spoken to a lawyer. In fact, Chris was so scared of appearing guilty after murdering his entire family that he would purposely forego getting any legal advice. That same fear is why he is still willing to sit in this interrogation room after 5 hours.
How was that not star rank? I absolutely dominated there.
To talk to them, and yet he stays.
I didn't lie to you on that polygraph, I promise.
I didn't lie. I didn't lie. Maybe it was you who was lying, motherfucker.
Take a deep breath. I want you to take a deep breath right now.
No, I'm still not A rank.
There's a reason you feel sick.
These are my strongest mods. Come on.
Inside, it makes you physically ill. And I can just tell on your face, I can tell.
These cops are A-logging him? Yeah, they're trying to get into his head. It's working.
Just come clean and just be done with this. And I appreciate that because you knew.
Oh, you just need to be done with this. You just need to be done with this. Come on. What are you doing?
I was gonna find out.
Just admit it. Let me just strangle your daughter, say. You know you did. We know you did it. We got all this evidence on you. We know you did it. There's no way you're not getting out of this.
I'm gonna tell you what happened.
You're not going home tonight, buddy.
We're not here to play games. We're not here to do any of that with you. We just want to know what happened. So can you start from the beginning and tell us what happened?
If you're wondering why this interaction feels so strange, it's for one very clear reason. Chris is being confronted about lying to law enforcement. They are outright telling him that they know that he had something to do with it, yet at the same time they are encouraging him to breathe through his anxiety, stating that they do not hold his deception against him, and that they think he's probably a good person. These two things are directly at odds with one another. Implicitly, if you think a person is capable of murdering their entire family, including 2 innocent children under the age of 5, you cannot believe they are also a good, ethical, and moral person. But the interviewers are able to effectively sell that viewpoint in an earnest way. Many people who have watched this interrogation uncritically have condemned these two, stating that they were way too nice and forgiving towards the family annihilator. But that isn't the case. They are straddling the line between assuring Chris that they understand where he's coming from.
Yeah, they need to make sure they're his friend,
putting pressure on
or he's
him
gonna try to walk
subtly
away.
in order to garner a confession.
The goal is to get him to not ask for a lawyer.
Not lie on this polygraph. I don't know how much I could tell you right now. Like, I did not.
You guys know me. You guys know I wouldn't lie, right?
You did not pass the polygraph, so I know you were being deceptive. So that's not even an issue right now. The issue right now is what happened to Shanann, Bella, and Celeste. That's the issue right now.
Okay.
Okay. So let's talk about that.
Throughout every interview, every media appearance, and even the body cam footage, Chris has come across incredibly uncaring about this entire ordeal. It's only now, when he's being confronted with the fact that he is a terrible liar and the investigators are telling him directly that they know he was involved, that he begins to show any emotion. He's stuttering, unable to properly defend himself in any reasonable way. This shows that the vast majority of his stress and anxiety in this scenario is centered on his own well-being. He wasn't emotional about hiding the body of his wife in a shallow grave or dumping his children's bodies into oil wells.
I didn't even have to use the frog
as he was
that time.
able to go right into work after as if nothing was wrong. He had no issues talking to police hours later, telling them that he had no idea
could defend
where his
more,
wife
but
or
I just find that there's no
where she
point
would
to
have taken the
defending.
kids. It's only when he is directly put on the spot, when his own life
Maybe it
is
helps
put
you
in peril,
reload?
that he becomes alarmed.
57% remaining. Is it to do with time? How much time I take, or remaining HP?
Holding this lie in is going to do nothing for you.
I know this.
It's the final cup, like.
Trying to cover things up,
Yeah, but you kind of are, because it's normal. Normal people would do that. Normal people that make a mistake.
Oh, this is peak gaslighting.
I don't know what you're talking about. I didn't do anything.
No, you're normal. You're demonstrating that you're normal. You're lying. We know you're lying here, but that's okay. That's normal.
You're right on the wall, and they go.
You're not crazy.
You're like, you have a marker on your hand. Like, I know you just wrote on the wall. And they're like, oh, okay. That's a natural reaction that someone's going to initially lie about something like that, and then eventually tell the truth. So this is your.
This lady really knew what she was doing.
Time.
It's okay that we love her.
This is where the rubber meets the road, Chris. Like, don't let this continue any longer, please.
I'm not trying to make anything continue. Like, I want them back home. Like,
let's talk about how you want them to barrel into you.
You know that.
I don't know in the back of my head. I hope they come back home.
But you know they're not.
I hope they come back home.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't know they're not coming back home.
Chris, Timmy, and I are confused. Yeah. And here's what we're confused about. I told you that we've done some work overnight. Yeah. I told you that we got a lot of leads. Okay, that wasn't a lie. We know a lot of what we think. Okay. And here's where we're confused. You're this great guy. I'm not just telling you that, okay? I'm telling you that because everyone's...
Nah, they're just selling him that.
Okay. We can't find anyone saying anything bad about you. Chris is a great guy. He's a good father. He's a good man. We're confused as to why you're not taking care of your beautiful children.
I'm not taking care of them right now.
Right
now. Right now? You're not taking care of them right now.
Honestly, I do not know where they are at. If I could have my babies back home right now, I would. I want them back. I want everybody back.
They're not going to be back.
That is the God's honest truth.
Rye regret? Pick up some like Coggers clip. Rye's having fun. Yeah, I was in Rye's stream earlier. Is obviously enjoying the Tekken goodness. What is this? Let's take a look-see. A meaningful detox from the negativity of the true crime.
There we go. And then waste the meter. Yeah!
Whoa, this looks fun!
Oh, you motherfucker.
Look, the bear has he's got a jacket there.
About it. He really thinking about it.
You know, that's a vest. He's got a vest on.
Oh, you gonna walk Rex. Great it. No! No!
Belted. No! One more time.
Oh, you gonna walk Rex. Great it.
No! Blocked.
No!
Imagine getting felted by a bear.
There we go.
Well, big ups, Rye. You tried your best, but it wasn't enough. And in the end, it didn't even matter. It's a karate gi? Is that a skin that turns it, changes it from a karate gi? The bears look fun. I just think, I feel like everyone's gonna play the bears because they're the joke character. Why would you not play as the bear? That's my kind of my thinking. You're given a chance to play as everyone, and you wouldn't play the bear?
Chris has just been directly told that the lead investigators believe that he murdered his wife and kids. Anytime he insisted that he is innocent and wouldn't have harmed them, they either rebut him entirely or tell him they know that that isn't true. Most people in his position would find this accusation insulting, especially if they really don't know what happened to their entire family. They might even break down emotionally, trying to prove their innocence. But not Chris. He just sits there and takes it. He is still a free man. If he said he wanted to leave and not come back, he would be well within his rights, especially given that he has been there for over 5 hours already. Yet he insists on staying. His need to appear like he cares about the investigation, as if he is innocent, is making him look guiltier. For nearly a full minute, they look at him silently. This uncomfortable silence is usually used to pull more information out of the suspect, but it's ineffective here.
So let's keep talking about your family, okay? We just can't figure out why there's two Chris's, okay? We talked about that last night. Yes. We just can't figure it out. There's a Chris, okay? If somebody asked me my kid's child routine, I would say, I don't know, go after them all. That's the truth, right? And so it is very surprising to me, and it warms my heart that you're the type of dad who can pack a bag in the morning, and you know just what to put in there. You know just what to put in there as a backup in case they have an accident. Okay, you know what the clothes to put in there. You know what they have for breakfast. You know what they have for a snack and a dinner and a nighttime snack. You can tell me the book you read to your daughters. Okay, I know you love them, and you're not faking that, are you? That's real. Okay. There's a lot of guys who come in here and try to tell me that, and I know they're lying. Okay, because they can't answer those questions that you can answer. Okay? But you aren't here today lying about something else. So we need to talk about that, okay? I cheated on her. I know.
In the time that has elapsed since he was made aware that he failed the polygraph test, he believed he had thought of the ultimate get-out-of-jail-free card, that being his relationship with Nicole. He thought in this moment, if he were to come clean about the affair, he could make it appear that that was the real reason as to why he hadn't passed. Chris is not a good liar. It's been demonstrated to him over and over again that when he is lying to anyone besides his parents, he does a horrendous job, and yet he still does it. So the concept that he would be able to sell this more complex lie to law enforcement is ridiculous. Chris thought he had an ace in the hole, and that he would be able to distract from his obvious guilt by using Nicole, but if anything, it made him appear more guilty. Moreover, they already knew about the affair. The day prior, Chris had given them his cell phone, and they immediately found the fake calculator app that held all of her nearly naked photos. They had also been contacted by Chris and Nicole's employer that day with the emails.
No way,
that were
that's
shared
all
between
right.
the two,
Took too much
and Nicole
damage.
had come in for an in-person interview herself. Chris hadn't so much as deleted their text messages or emails. So why he thought the FBI
Whoa,
wouldn't
it's
find out about
Sweet
Nicole,
Bean.
we do not
And
know.
she says,
When Chris
the
threw out that he
household
was
has been
having an
put to
affair,
bed.
He believed that Tammy
I hope
and
they have
Graham
a
were going
pleasant
to
mini
react
time.
with
Hello, hello.
shock. They were
I'm
going to be
losing in this
surprised that a
mini
family
game.
man like Chris
I'm
had
trying to get a
strayed on his
star
pregnant
rank. Why is it so
wife,
hard to
and
get a
they would
star
understand
rank?
how he had failed the
Always end up
polygraph.
with
But
rank
instead,
A.
Graham promptly shut that down, effectively destroying Chris with minimal effort.
And this is very good.
We're continuing the Chris Watts story, as you most likely already know.
I didn't think anything like that could happen. I don't think I would ever do it, but I did.
Wearing his owner's karate gi with the Ryu headband. The owner died in the last game. Wow. Not that many people play the Bears, CBH. Are they good competitively?
And I feel horrible for it. Like,
I can see people playing them. I can see people playing them like just for fun. Obviously, when it comes to the realm of competitive online gameplay and tournament scenes and the like, they're not good. I can see people not playing them. Oh shit! I forgot I was dropping.
I'm absolutely horrible about this, but that's what I've been holding. I think that when I didn't go there.
Watching while we were eating dinner, when Cam mentioned the polygraph test, I told him that I think I told you that, and then you'd surely remember. And then I mentioned that at 2 on the stream. I was like, wow, I could swear Bean also told me about that.
That 5 weeks I was alone, I was with her most of the time.
Okay. You're doing a good job. This is the Chris that I knew would come out today. This is the Chris who tells me.
The Chris that admits guilt. Talk about a gaslight. Talk about my gaslight.
When I tell you I fell out of love, it's because I fell in love with her.
Absolutely.
I mean, that's God's honest truth.
Okay. Who is her?
I don't want to get her involved in this. I don't want to ruin her life. Like it's something like this.
You literally did an air punch like an anime character. Well, I'm glad I got your
Somehow,
approval.
Despite being nearly 6 hours into an interrogation into his family's murder, which he
I'm
committed
happy
mere
to have
days
made you
ago,
proud,
he believes
lady.
that he has the authority to
knew
tell the
he'd
police
remember.
that he doesn't want his
I could
mistress
see,
to be
I could see
involved
the
in the murder
PNG
investigation,
tuber
and
lighting
therefore
up
is not
with
going to name her.
pride
He
hearing
also
that.
seems completely unaware that they already know who she is, even though they stated that seconds earlier. Despite knowing that, he thinks that Nicole will never come forward on her own, and that the FBI agents will be unable to find any identifying information about her.
So can we talk about that a little bit?
Yes.
I knew that you would say you didn't want to get her involved. Because you like to take care.
She's a wonderful person. Like, I mean, she knew I was married, yes. And I told her we were going through issues, yes. And I told her that, we were going to get, at the end, like, we were going to get separated. Like, once I figured out what that was, I didn't know what that was going to be.
I know.
I had no idea. I like, I saw her, took my breath away, and I'd never thought in a million years that could happen.
I know.
I know you think I'm a figure, but it was, I never felt that way about anybody in my lifetime.
Mm-hmm. Chris, that's not
2 more times, linking with this guy.
No, I'm just.
Why can we do this? I know you want to take care of her because you're the type of guy that takes care of women. You took care of your wife, you took care of your daughter.
Yeah, she took care of her, all right. Or he took care of her.
So can we make a deal?
I don't think this girl.
These guys are fucking comedians.
But
you know you're the kind of guy who takes care of women. Yeah, that's kind of the problem.
Okay, get back to your wife and your daughters. Okay, where are they?
I have mentioned this throughout the interviews, but both Graham and Tammy are skilled at what they do. They know Nicole's name and a significant amount of information about her, but instead of pulling the rug out from under Chris at this precise moment, they allow him to continue to believe he has any power or authority in this situation. They refer to Nicole as the girl. They say they are okay with leaving her out of it, and they bring the line of questioning back to Shanann and the girls, which Chris inappropriately reacts to with relief. He prefers talking about, or rather, lying about murdering his family, than talking about his mistress. Before we go on, Graham and Tammy have already started using the read technique in this interview, which we have covered in our third video in the series. As a reminder, the steps are as follows. Number 1, direct confrontation. Number 2, try to shift the blame away from the suspect to some other person or set of circumstances that prompted the suspect to commit the crime. Number 3, reinforce sincerity to ensure the suspect is receptive. Number 4, move the theme of the discussion toward offering alternatives by posing an alternative question, giving 2 choices for what happened, one more socially acceptable than the other. The suspect is expected to choose the easier option.
Warmonger, big ups Fred Carl, the warmonger. I can officially say Fred is a warmonger.
With the interrogators telling Chris that they know that he is guilty,
need an upgrade in happiness.
Setting the stage for step 2. In essence, this portion of the interrogation will feature both Graham and Tammy telling Chris that
he is a warmonger. That's why he's never here. He's waging wars overseas. To the Tractor Civil War, to be specific.
They don't blame him for wanting to murder Shanann.
Looper
this
is
by no
the key
means
in all
is what
of
either
this.
party thinks or believes, and we've seen countless discussions that point to this portion of the interrogation as being inappropriate and disrespectful towards Shanann's memory, as well as being indicative of how people saw the mother. But to be clear, even if Shanann was as awful as they indicate, neither her daughters nor her deserve to be killed.
That I do not know.
Poke his eye.
That was what I was holding back.
He's so stingy. Schizophrenic. He's like into it one second and then he hates me the next. Look, he's into it again.
You were asked about. That was I was holding back from last night. That's when you talked to today.
That's not how that works.
I just want him to level up to happiness.
Not just the ones that we talked about.
That bar takes so long to level up.
Like the ones you wanted me to lie about. Like, is that what you're talking about?
No, the ones about.
We'll get some love to talk. Dr. Tony Huge, a completely organic fan.
I was not lying about this thing. So, can I tell you what I think?
Yeah. I was not lying. I was not.
So.
Oh, hi, Mark.
Going into that interview today with Tammy, where we strapped you in, we knew all about Nikki.
Yeah, Fraga's always just existing. But he had someone who hated him. That Mexican guy I talked about once. But it's okay, he's a nobody. Ain't even really in the sector anymore. He kind of got chased out.
Here's the challenge.
But he spread a few lies about Fraga. They never really went anywhere. But he had some bizarre grudge against Fraga.
And so that's why we didn't ask you, because we already knew the answer. Okay? We're very, very worried about your daughters and your wife. I am too. Okay? So can I tell you, maybe based on the people that I talked to, and Tammy's talked to, based on all the investigations we've done, based on your cell phone, both your cell phones, your wife's cell phone, Nikki's cell phone.
I don't know, in general, it just feels chiller over here on Twitch. No. I am kind of biased in that regard.
Okay? And I'm not gonna lie to you right now. Here's what we know. Okay? Chris is a good man.
Everyone's friends over here, right?
Okay, I'm not just telling you that because I want to blow smoke here. You're a good man. Okay? Nobody can fake answers about packing a backpack. Nobody. You either pack a backpack for your kids or you don't. Okay? This should have been the happiest time of your marriage. Okay?
I can't get anyone in this guy's tree until I link them up.
She's making good money. You're making great money. You both have a job. You have beautiful.
Ooh, EXP Walker.
Beautiful house. You're in Colorado. Clean air. Good.
I got a link twice.
Okay? And on top of that, you look pretty good now. You're pretty fit.
You coming on to him now?
This should have been the time in your marriage
Pause.
where you guys were happy.
Wait a minute. Something's not right here.
Okay. And I believe
that Shanann's the reason none of that happened. I believe that she's a controlling person. Maybe doesn't listen to you as much as she should.
Whoa, Fred Carl's ability link is complete. Finally. I took off fucking straight, man.
Okay. I think if you were to go to a restaurant, she would order whatever the hell she wants. And as soon as you order a nice
Okay,
steak,
so we can switch out Fred Carl. Ah, yes, Fred Carl.
A woman that lets her man do all of the backpack packing.
There's one I wanted to train.
She cooks like
Is this the Wallflower?
It's because you're a good person, and I think that she started on the path to leave the marriage.
I need the Wallflower. This one.
That we're talking about you and Nikki.
That guy has 2 commands that I need to create. We'll briefly use the Wallflower. I won't take him into Flick Rush. I'll probably just use the balloons on him. What does your tree look like? Oh man, I got nothing from this. I need Sleepga and need Poison Dive.
Here you are defending her. Because to your core, you want to take care of the people you love. Okay. And that's the reason why.
The beanie you that could have been? Oh, I didn't name one after you, did I?
The phraseology here is important, as it lays the blame for the girl's disappearance and probable murder directly at Shanann's feet, rather than his own. This is the version of events that Chris has been trying to put forward the entire time. He spent the previous 2 days telling anyone who would listen that Shanann likely took the girls on her own, and is out somewhere, maybe with a friend, but no one took the bait. So hearing some form of this story would be incredibly relieving for him. However, it also implies that Shanann is only responsible for what happened to the girls, and then Chris was responsible for what happened to her. To be plain, they are laying the groundwork for Chris to state that he murdered Shanann after she killed the girls as revenge. But that is clearly ridiculous. If your wife kills your children, you don't dispose of their bodies at your work site, then call their school and daycare to disenroll them in order to save money.
I don't know why he did this enrolling shit. It felt so many potential narratives he could come up with.
To what actually happened.
Like, why?
With him going so far as to say in his full confession that he thought he could get away with that version of events, strictly because his mother and sister hated Shanann so much that they would believe anything negative said about her.
Okay. Will you do that for us?
I'll do whatever I can to help to find where they're at.
Okay. So when she asked you, do you know where they are, or are you going to tell the truth about where they are? You failed miserably.
Okay.
Why?
I'm a nervous person. Like every question I asked, every question, it felt like I wouldn't say the right thing.
That's not how the polygraph works.
I don't know like what it reads like. I know she was saying about autonomy of the process, but like I don't know where they're at.
Chris, right now your dad's outside. He flew across the country to help you. Okay. You're lying to him.
Letting the silence settle in. He's scared.
And they all bought it. Will you please help us find your babies?
I want to find them. I've told you over and over, I want to find everyone.
Can we go back to that night?
Yeah.
You know that we have texts. And we know that there's an Alexa in your house.
Yeah, I need 350 points for Fluke here.
Record distress.
Can you imagine if the DSP interview went like this? Oof, it kind of did.
Content of Nikki's text messages and your text
Without the contextual framing of murder. The worst we got with the worst of DSP's alleged crimes was the racism segment. And
one of the biggest
I don't know, I wouldn't call that
when
hate
it comes
speech.
to observing Chris is deciphering whether or not
It was just
he's
a
an
fucking
idiot,
joke. He
or
was
if he
being like
just has
Howard
an
Stern, you
insanely
moron.
oversized ego. But potentially
Don't you
it's
guys know
both.
Howard
the
Stern?
interviewers both independently stated that
Yeah,
they
it
knew he was
did
having an
kinda go
affair,
like an
that they had spoken
interrogation.
with Nicole, and that they knew more about his relationship than Chris thought that they did. But when he is told that they were able to see Nicole's messages with Chris, he says he didn't know they had
should've
access
went
to
even
that.
harder,
We
though,
mentioned
I
this
agree.
earlier, but Chris hadn't deleted any of his texts with her. Yet he's surprised that they were able to find them when he gave his phone to them the night prior. He gave them evidence willingly.
Yeah, he
and
thought
then
they wouldn't
shocked
find the
that they
secret
found
app
the
he had
things
installed.
He didn't hide.
Huh?
He also seemed to
What?
be operating under the delusion that he could keep Nicole out of this, that she would not willingly talk to the police, and that their relationship would only be a blip on their radar. Sure, I was having an affair when my wife and kids disappeared, but law enforcement wouldn't possibly want to talk to the woman I would have killed my family for. Maybe he thought that if Nicole came forward about the affair, she would refuse to allow them to access her phone, or would have gotten rid of it entirely.
His minigame looks fun. Yeah, it kind of is.
Obviously,
I think it's better than the balloon minigame with the touchpad. The PS5 smelly touchpad. I gotta do this a bunch of times to grind up the points I need to get abilities. Whenever I'm in that little ability tree thing, looks like it came out of Final Fantasy X. I think that's the one with the skill tree that works like this. The only one I'm relatively familiar with, outside of maybe 9 from watching Tevin and Serio play it.
Did you guys talk about Nikki? She accused me of like, all right, well, you know, is there somebody else? Sure. Okay. You denied it? Yeah. Okay. Because she brought up like, you know, like, well, is there a $68 charge on dinner the other night? Okay. Was there 2 of you? And that was with 2 of you, wasn't it? Yes. Okay. That's me. Okay. So it sounds like at that time there was maybe you weren't quite ready to just say, this is everything. I couldn't say it. Okay.
Pausing once more, but Chris didn't even try to hide his cheating on Shanann towards the end. When he was on a date with Nicole, he would use their shared credit card, which Shanann was vigilant about checking, but he thought he was an incredibly gifted liar, so I'm sure she believed him when he said there was no one else.
We were already trying hard enough. I couldn't say that. Okay. What did you say? I just told her like, oh, this separation has to go. I want to separate.
I can never keep all 3 of them alive.
Was there an idea to
Just keep bumping into each other.
She initiated the realtor the week before an email. Why? Because we were talking about the marital issues. She's like, well, you can't afford to live on her own. Well, she can't afford to live on her own, and I can't afford to live on my own. So she was like, you need to contact Van. Okay, see. And who'd you contact? Well, she contacted Ann, our realtor. Ann? Yeah. Okay. Would Ann say the same thing, that your wife initiated the contact? Yeah. Okay, she would. And then on Monday, I texted her to see if what she could do. Okay. And that's in there too. You probably already knew that. Tell me about the pregnancy. Was that your idea or hers? She said she was about 80-20. Well, I went to the pros and cons of it. Like after she got pregnant, she told everybody that it was mainly my idea. Is that true? Yeah, I mean, I wanted a boy. Did you want to get
5 more times linking with the Rio Dragon? What?
She said it was mainly me that wanted it, and she was about, you know.
What's this?
70-30.
Humble Master?
Like she would tell her friends that. Yeah. And I was like, what?
Close to poison dive.
Like, why? Okay.
Okay, so it's unclear if he is saying she had not wanted to get pregnant before he started emotionally pulling away from her and pursuing Nicole, or if it was after, but him asking why is ignorant. We don't even know Shanann, but we've watched all the content she made while researching these videos, and pregnancy was not easy on her. She was chronically ill.
I know, I keep dropping little silly guys. I don't want to drop them.
Google search of either of those illnesses and pregnancy provides thousands of medical sites that talk about how hard pregnancies can be on women who deal with either of those ailments, let alone both.
Why?
She also already had her hands full with Bella and Celeste, not to mention the family's money issues. Her not wanting to bring another kid into the world, knowing the stress it would put on them, as well as the stress it would put on her body, is not a sign of her selfishness. Again, it's apparent that after Chris began his affair, nearly all of the information he had learned about his wife of almost a decade ceased to be important to him.
Can you understand that some of this just doesn't make sense to us? How is it possible that a woman and 2 kids are just completely gone off the face of the earth? I promise you, I have nothing on my hands.
No!
I did nothing to
Lost another one.
Or her. to make them vanish.
So tell me what happened. I believe you that you did nothing on your hands. What happened?
When I left, I mean, it's on video that I left and I was in my truck. I didn't like load anything into my truck besides my tools, my container, my book bag, my water jug, my lunchbox.
Okay. But then what happened?
I didn't load anything into my truck.
He's a bad liar and a bad person.
I loaded into my truck, but I swear it wasn't the dead body of my wife and my 2 innocent children, who had spent the last 45 minutes of their lives huddled next to her body. This isn't a good argument. Don't let anyone tell you otherwise.
I drove out of the driveway.
No, before you drove out of the driveway. What happened with your wife and your kids?
I didn't do anything like that. They were still in the house.
No!
Where are they? Where did they go?
Damn it.
Sir, I really don't know.
Your wife's not the type of person to vanish.
I know she's not.
She had 10 things on her schedule that meant she was going to be there the next day, that day, the day after that, with friends, with a doctor. Okay? She didn't leave because she wanted to.
Okay.
So what happened?
I didn't do anything to her.
Maybe she scheduled all those things on purpose to make it look suspicious when she chooses to disappear on her own accord. That was part of the grift.
We feel it's an accident because we can work with that, Chris.
No,
there's no maybe what happened.
There's no. I did not cause an accident. I didn't do anything to my wife and kids.
Was it a misunderstanding?
There's no misunderstanding. Like we had a talk. There was a misunderstanding where I didn't tell her about the affair.
Okay.
I didn't. That was a misunderstanding.
Like miscommunication,
yeah,
misunderstanding.
Are you even gonna offer a different alternative? I don't know. He's washed.
I probably should have told her right then. Honestly.
He has no idea what to say.
On the table anyway.
Right.
I should have just told her right then.
At this point, it's just a formality. They should probably cuff him right now. I think even if he asked for a lawyer, he would probably be denied. Because they already told him pretty much like, hey, we're kind of not at the point where this is an active, open investigation. At this point, we're just trying to help you out. Like, we're not gonna try to talk you into saying anything that might implicate you, because you're already implicated. So you don't have to worry about that.
Take it slow and just see if if anything develops. Like when I'm at my own place. Okay.
Right, there's poison dive. I need sleep guy.
You talk about having this emotional, conversation with Shanann, and you're bawling and crying together, and you have not shed one tear in 2 days that you've been here. Not one.
Prepare yourself. Chris will be attempting
the
his
next
greatest
battle.
performance yet.
And
Get it?
Help me
Get it?
understand that,
Tekken
because
joke?
I don't get it.
Anyone?
These are your baby girls. And you have not shed one tear over them not being around. Chris, I lose my 4-year-old in the store for 10 seconds and I start to go panic.
No, you don't. 10 seconds.
I have not
She's
seen
exaggerating.
any of
Call her
that
out.
from you.
Go alpha male on her. Unleash the beast.
Help me understand that.
I love those girls. I would never do any just because I haven't shed a tear. You get
I'm gonna unleash the fucking beast.
Don't look into that like I don't love my kids. I love my wife.
Don't look into that is potentially the greatest sentence ever uttered in any interrogation room. Chris doesn't seem to realize that it's their job to look into that, and that for the past couple of days, all they have been doing is looking into that. Mind you, if you are ever talking to someone and you mention how they don't often show you a certain emotion, and then they immediately show you that emotion in a very obvious way, they're lying to you. Chris audibly tries to make himself cry, sniffling and causing his voice to break as if he is in a community theater production. He has had ample opportunity to show that he cares about his wife and kids, and he simply has not done so. The most care he has shown has always been self-serving.
You're crying with your wife that you're leaving her,
Yeah.
but you don't cry that your 2 little baby girls.
I'm hoping they're still around somewhere. I'm hoping they're still somewhere.
Yeah, but you don't have them right now. You're not reading stories.
Okay, and there is Sleepka, so we have that one. I can switch this dude out. We're gonna switch him out for the Ghost Baki. Whichever one that is, because there are 2 ghosts in the game.
That can cause you pain.
It does cause me pain.
But I don't see that. I don't see
It should
that.
be this
I
one.
want to see the Chris that cares. I want to see the Chris that, feels bad about what he did and wants to, you know, get this off his chest and be done with this, and let us find your little girls so that they're not out there in the middle of a field or
I'm gonna
whatever
fill up on
somewhere.
cherry strudels?
Like,
Did you
don't
be,
do
were you
that.
bringing up for the whole class?
Then show us that. Show us that.
The Regard Ghost. I forgot I named him
I'm
that.
not showing you that. I'm showing you the Chris that cares about his girls and his wife.
Okay,
Just because I haven't shed a tear, it shouldn't make you feel like I
we
haven't.
need
The love isn't there for them.
Dark Aura and
It doesn't make sense.
Banish.
You have to.
I totally see where you're coming from. Trust me, like.
No, I know what you mean, man. It looks pretty weird, doesn't it? Right?
People can be pushed to the point where they do something that they regret.
Toaster scramblers are superior. Are those the one where it's a toaster strudel with eggs in them and like sometimes bits of bacon? I've tried those before. I've even air fried them. The choice. I didn't even know you could do that.
Be honest about it.
Okay, so we're talking about the same thing. Yes.
Once we find these girls and your wife, right?
I love those, but they don't give you enough per box. And big ups Rydrake, I saw you were streaming Tekken. Coggers posted a clip of you getting belted by the bear. Very funny. But big ups, I hope you had fun training for your sets with the Almighty _ Tevin, who is also live still on day 300 of the Tevin existence. It's playing that hot new release, Like a Guy. Den. No, it's not Gaiden, but it is like a guy. You got a press kit for it. I saw it.
Something to them, and then did you feel like you had to do something?
You don't know when the sets are? I don't know either. Look, I'm not your tournament manager.
They were there.
They weren't there.
Infinite wealth? Yeah, I bet Dave wishes he had infinite wealth when he plays it tomorrow for the day stream.
The only way they could have left is in your truck.
Yeah, I agree. They don't have enough filling either. They scam you. It's like they're smaller than they look on the box. And the pouch, the pocket that has all the filling is smaller than you would think it is. There's like more crust and filling.
You know that thing pings every 10
Because they want to get you a hook on it so that you buy even more.
Exactly.
Like when you buy those, you need to buy like 2 boxes because there's not enough. Something like 4 per box or something. Like what a scam! What an actual scam!
What are we not asking you right? What are we doing wrong? We're not doing anything wrong.
Barely covers like a week of rushed breakfast before work.
Did she do something? She did anything to these kids. We both love them with all our hearts. There's no way.
You guys know I love my kids, right? I would never do anything like this.
Something happened in the house that you know about.
Look at this gaslight. We know you did it. Something happened in that house.
Did you leave and
Now, guys.
and you didn't know anything about it? That was not what you were asked, okay? We know that something happened to all 3 of them. But I want to know, did something happen to these baby girls first that you had to take into your own hands and deal with?
You had to clean it up for us, now.
They're still trying to give him an out by playing into this narrative that, like, the wife killed the kids first and then he had to kill her. I mean, that still makes them guilty of something. Maybe they can say, like, oh, she killed the kids because she was jealous of his mistress, and then she wanted to kill him next after killing the kids, so he killed her in self-defense. But that is still entirely convenient for him.
Remorse for what he had done to Bella and
it's also not what happened.
It is possible that he, knowing that he was being filmed, purposely pulled those videos up in order to make himself appear innocent and like a father in mourning. This lone action stands out amongst the rest and rings incredibly false.
We have no doubt you love these girls with all of your heart. I have no doubt. But we make mistakes.
That's okay.
It's what we do with those mistakes that make us who we are.
Yeah, I'm rooting for you too, Rydrake. You need to, I was saying it, you need to be like Peace, and how Peace like knew nothing about Street Fighter and now he's in Master. That Tekken needs to be the Rydrake story. You need to be up there. You need to do. You need to destroy Tevin, and then destroy Sunspot, and then destroy Shroom Dukem, and everyone that plays this game. Then you can go on and pull a piece and you can snipe Dave, and then you can get like a 2,000 views on the clip of that, and you can have Dirge Gaming analyze your gameplay. Spam King throws, and hopefully he doesn't know what button to press. Isn't King? Isn't that his character? He said he had like 3 good characters that he's like, oh, I know how to play these guys, and King was one of them. I don't know. I barely know Street Fighter people. I know the classics. I really don't know Tekken people. Whoa, it's Peaches! You think Rydrake is Pride Monthy enough to beat Sonic Fox? If he tries real hard at it. There's always a path to victory.
Only person that survived was a 3-year-old sibling. He actually grew up to be a little bit.
Oh wait, you said be Sonic Fox, not beat Sonic Fox. Well, I've seen some pictures of Rydrake that... I'm just leave it at that.
Freak out. I've seen it.
Yes.
For almost 20 years. I've seen it. Parents freak out.
Hello, Peaches and King. Welcome to the true crime segment of the Kingdom Hearts stream.
My baby girls live without each other.
Your ancestors were onto something with arroz con leche? Oh yeah, it's banger, isn't it? It's like the best kind of rice. It's the best version of rice ever. Just counting Mexican rice, Asian rice, dirty jerk Jamaican rice.
We had a mom in Castle Rock that suffocated both her baby girls.
Thank God people for censoring posts. Yeah, we'll leave it at that. Right, Drake, obviously does not want that stuff out there.
I thought I was saving them pain.
But they have been alluded to in public before, so I'm not saying anything that isn't already new or out there about it.
Oh, she's saving the pain. She didn't want them to have to live without their mom.
Whoa, the Mexican style bean? We need to call you the jumping bean now. How are you, fat man, in my phone? Play Rainbow Six Siege all day when I'm home.
When you start talking to us, you will feel better.
All day when I'm
You
home.
already feel better about getting the Nikki off your chest. Please don't like involve her in anything like that. She can't do that. You gotta help me. I don't know.
Remember when I had Dave sing this song? Or, well, the first lyric to it at any rate.
Did they look like this tonight? The last night you were with them? She had that dress on, like, on the 8th or 9th. It wasn't this, but she had that dress on. I remember I had 2 buttons on the back. I take them off so I get her done on that night. Did you guys make sure they were warm?
I'll represent New Age Blacks.
Make sure they were warm. They're always warm. They always have. When they're in the bed, they're always warm.
Never get liquid Richard bangers like this anymore. They're just all going to be AI generated, because that's the reality we live in now.
They're always taken care of. They're always, they never machine you.
She took them out of the house with their blankets and their animals. That's because you cared. That's why caring that does.
I mean, I'm always caring for these kids. Nothing in this will. They're my life.
I believe that. I believe that, and I believe someone made a mistake, whether it was you or Shanann. And you either cleaned up after Shanann or you made the mistake, and I want to believe that maybe Shanann did it and you felt compelled to fix this so Shanann didn't look bad. That's what I want to believe. But I don't know, you're not telling me that, so it makes me think the worst. Like, did you do that to all 3 of them?
I did not do anything to these kids. Not do anything.
What did Shanann do to them? Tell us, Chris. Chicks are crazy.
Can I talk to my dad or something? Absolutely. Come. Do you want to bring him in here? No.
Oh, I actually asked to talk to his dad.
I flew across the country.
I don't think they pull him in here.
How about that?
This is the first time that Chris has indicated that he's wanted to leave since he arrived at the police station nearly 6 hours prior.
He will not be
He's been
allowed to
free
leave.
the entire time, but he has stayed, hoping that that alone will make him appear innocent in the eyes of the investigation. Even now, he still doesn't go so far as to ask to leave, only to see his father. It's once again dawning on him that he is likely not going to get away with the murders. He becomes properly emotional because he knows that he will likely be going to prison. He has just had a barrage of information thrown at him. They know that Shanann and the girls could have only left the home in his truck. They know that they are dead, and that they have the tracking information on his truck and on his phone. The jig is most certainly up, but he needs time to decide how to proceed. Based on Tammy and Graham's priming, he already knows the socially acceptable way to admit to the murders, that being placing the blame for Bella and Celeste's murders squarely on Shanann's shoulders, then claiming that he killed her in a rage. This, of course, goes against all the direct evidence at the scene.
The jig
but
is
it will
most
be used
certainly
as a
up.
doorway into the truth of
I
the
like how we
situation.
said that too.
Getting Chris to admit at all that he killed anyone is
The
massive.
jig is most certainly up. Ah, yes.
If we brought your dad in here, would you please tell him?
May as well just call it quits now, man.
Can I just go talk to him? I've been in here for like 5 hours.
I could continue to do the blue mini game, but I have all the points I need for the dinosaur. I just gotta unlock his doors by doing special attacks with them.
He deserves an answer.
It's your best friend.
There's only one person you wanted here, lost, and it's your dad. Good. What would you tell him?
I love him, and I just want him to be by my side.
He knows more than we do that you're a good man. And he knows as much as you want to protect your wife, Shanann. I think he would tell you to do the right thing. Before we get him.
Can I go out there and talk to him?
No.
Well, I don't know that you want to do it out there because there's a lot of people going through the halls. Should we bring him in here?
We'll step out.
Do you need a few minutes with him? Okay. Can we just ask a couple more questions?
Be a big mistake if you let this guy exit
Again,
the room.
Chris can say no. He can get up right then and leave. And they are very careful to never tell him he can't.
To the
But
friend
he doesn't do
lethal
it. He doesn't want to do
company. I
anything
wish to
that makes
breed
him look
chaos.
guilty in their eyes. So instead, he sits and stays.
According to Sarah, we're going to do
despite all
another
his
collab
survival
where we
instincts
invite
telling him
everyone
otherwise.
who couldn't make it to the last one.
It seems like you're about to get her off your chest.
That means the door is open, Bean.
Is there any way that you can help us understand more about Shanann and why maybe something happened? So that we don't get a bad picture about her. What I mean is, what happened that night with her?
Shortly after I talked to her.
With the girls.
Like when we were having that conversation in bed there. Like when I talked to her about the separation and the house, and she asked me about the affair, and that's how that conversation went. And she was distraught. She had like mascara run down her face, all that. I mean, it was emotional.
Well, how about this? If we bring in your dad, will you promise me you'll talk to him? Will you promise me they'll tell him everything? Would it be easier if you told him and he told us? I don't know. I don't know if that's going to be easy or not. I tend to think it's not. I think you're the type of guy that needs to take responsibility because you always have taken responsibility. You've always made the right choice. So, I guess I'm just worried that if we bring
I had fun with the Lethal Company stuff, and we got some good clips out of it. Oh, I don't think I mentioned it, but I actually uploaded the Seru No clip as a new YouTube style short. Was definitely the best clip that came out of my perspective of that collab.
Alright. I know you'll do that.
Ah, yes. The dingus, 2 frames per second, vision.
I think that you need to think a little bit more about that. Okay.
And you need to realize that your dad is not going to stop loving you no matter what you tell him. You are his child, and he will not stop loving you.
Never.
Ever.
And this is not the last chapter in anyone's story. At all.
No, it's definitely the last chapter in Chris's story. You don't have to play nice with him anymore. You know he's guilty. You're just trying to get a confession, sir.
Have you ever seen, sometimes when an animal's owner dies, they stick around forever? I think that's your dad. Poor guy didn't want to leave today, okay?
Yeah, I think I've done it 3 times now. 2 more.
He wants to hear it all. Hey, Chris, we're gonna let you have however much time you need, okay? Sure. You can leave us in there or no? Yes. Sure.
Before we go over Chris's conversation with his father, we should talk about Ronnie for a moment. According to Chris, his father was an incredibly passive man. His mother, Cindy, was very similar to Shanann, in that she ran the roost, so to speak. Ronnie was so passive, in fact, that he often ignored and looked over conflicts. Chris would later state that when his father came down during the investigation, he didn't even ask Chris what had happened to the girls or the investigation at all. Instead, he chose to talk to him about a recent sporting event. Chris's wife and kids were missing, and Ron ignored it entirely.
As dad, are you telling your son to do the right thing?
The kind where
are you telling him to get a lawyer? No, you're telling him about how the Bills totally beefed it last week, right? Oh my lord, I thought they had it, guys. Why? I didn't actually have a dog in that race. Just that Ralph said if the Chiefs lost, he would leave the internet forever.
Polygraph.
And then they did not lose. In fact, they won. And they won big.
He interjects, stating that he likely had too many emotions, which Chris has literally never been accused of. Even if you thought the world of your daughter or son, if the entire family was missing and they told you they had failed the polygraph test, it would be natural for you to react poorly, to be shocked, to sit up, move away from them a bit, or even ask if they were involved. But Ron is immensely calm, making excuses for Chris's actions at the drop of a hat.
So I mean, they're not gonna let me go. Is there any reason why they shouldn't? What's been paid? They know I had an affair. And they know. I can't complain about that.
Yeah, I just need to link one more time, and I should be able to use all the dinosaurs points. I'll aim to get all the commands tonight, and then that should give me 100% on combat-related stuff.
We had that conversation that morning.
Big ups Flame 1. This is back to True Crime, the continuation of the Chris Watts story, the Chris Watts confession. The guy who we've been watching on True Crime lately, the guy that killed his family. Dreading finally continued the series. And meanwhile, the cage grind continues. Gonna get one more special move out with this dino.
Chris is beginning to go down the path that Tammy and Graham had laid out for him. The one where he blames Shanann for their daughter's murders, and states he lied for the past 2 days because he's just so noble. The issue that he's running into, though, is the fact that being subtle with his father doesn't work. His father has not been in the room for the entire interrogation. He has virtually no context for what Chris is saying. And so when Chris says that he's just trying to protect Shanann, even now, Ron needs clarification.
She heard him, yeah.
Are you winning, son? Final time, we got a link.
But they leave you after that.
You became a Patreon supporter to watch this video? Oh, did he release it early? Was it worth the wait? Or, well, no, you didn't wait. Was it worth paying?
It's obvious why Chris believed he was a master manipulator and a world-class liar.
There you
now
go.
That he is speaking with his father.
1,000 link points. I've never had this many at all at once. We got EXP Walker.
Even though,
that'll help me up with the
attention to
grind.
the investigation, that doesn't make sense. Shanann hurting the girls went directly against her character and the person that she had proven herself to be. In the months prior to the murder, she had been so concerned with her daughter's safety that she had taken them away from
Have to
Cindy
support
and
my
Ron
boy.
for not taking
I
Cece's
agree.
allergies seriously.
He has it
But
on that
now,
setting you
the
can
moment
scam,
Chris
but I'll
says
keep-
she killed them, they simply
But I'll
believe
keep it
him
to
because
support
they love
dreading.
her. Moreover,
Well, big
he
ups,
questions
Peaches. Thanks for
virtually nothing
supporting the
about
content
validity
you
of Chris's
enjoy.
story. Chris
Kinda
says
like
that
how
she
you do
hurt
with
the
me,
kids,
right?
and that he hurt her. Though not
Okay, so we
explicit,
got
he is admitting
all the
to
abilities
murder,
here for
but
but
Ronnie doesn't
3.
notice.
But
He
I don't
doesn't
think I
react
have
or
to
think that this is an admittance of
max
guilt.
out this dude's
Instead,
tree.
he questions whether or not Shanann left after,
Guess
even
I'll
though
keep
that
using
would
him
be
though.
impossible.
He's one of the strongest creatures in the game. This guy I gotta link with 4 more times. And from this dude, I need Mega Flare. Which is right there. Oh shit. I should save up then.
It came back up. They were calling. I'm gonna let you talk to her. I'm talking to her about that. I'm talking to her about separation and everything about and she lost. I don't know like what else to say.
Okay, I need Dark Aura from this dude. And then if I pet him some more, he should get Vanish to show up.
Doesn't like it. She it's probably about one time. You were leaving basically at work.
Again, Chris is believed outright, even though the details of his story don't make any sense. Had Ronnie been paying
'cause the
attention
dad
to
doesn't
the
pay attention. He
investigation,
wasn't
or had
there.
simply seen some of the news coverage, he would know that what Chris is saying
He's just one of those
doesn't align with the
old-timey
known
folks.
facts
He
of the
keeps to
case.
himself.
But he doesn't
I know the
question
type.
if his son is being honest with him. Chris's view of himself makes so much sense
He ain't
now.
involved, so it ain't his business, baby.
She freaked out over
All I want to do is grill.
I don't think it's she laid back down, but that's not downstairs. But I heard like a little commotion upstairs, but I didn't think anything of it. And then we went back upstairs and she was dead. I didn't see that.
What? He threw a Sprite at me. And not the drink kind.
I'm choking like that. Where'd she go?
This fat tubby ghost. Where's his spoon at?
Terrible. Yeah. She chose both of them at that. I freaked out when she had me.
Are you supposed to hug him? Is that it? You're supposed to. You're the spoon. You hug him, and that makes you the spoon. Ack, ack, ack.
I think I might call cops about it.
You don't get debited until the month starts. Is that how Dave has it set up? Pretty sure it is. That other setting is you get charged per video that he puts out. I think Toad McKinley used to have it on that setting. Toad McKinley, remember that guy? Exactly, Goki. He's another Kumite hanger-on. Pretty sure he wasn't on the kill stream ever. Much to Ralph's memory. Actually forgot that. He thought he was on a he thought he was on a kill stream at one point, but he wasn't. But I think he was on the Kumite at least once for the Kilroy thing, the fallout of Kilroy, which was Toad McKinley saying he was going to go to the Kilroy, and then he didn't go. And he was gonna bring Scrub. Remember Scrub? Jim's son? Boy, that was a cringe LARP. I think I rebranded himself and then started doing JoJo parodies, and then he blew up, and he was really successful in the JoJo meme sphere. And then he rebranded again, and I'm still sub to him, and he doesn't put out any videos. But I'm still sub to him, so whenever because he keeps renaming his channel too. But I'm still sub to you, Scrub. I know who you are. I know who you are. I have your IP address. Doesn't matter how many times you change your name, Scrub. I will know in my sub list which one of your channels you are. DSP has a lame setting on Patreon. You pay for the month as soon as you sub. And he doesn't limit the number of $50 pledges. So one day he's going to scam people. Yes! The scam continues. Blindness block. A worthless ability. Speaking of worthless abilities, water boost. How many water attacks are even in the game? Doubles the XP whenever your HP falls below 20. At some point, we're gonna have to do the hard grinding. I know where I gotta go to do that, but to do that, I need Mega Flare first. I need Mega Flare and, of course, this ability, who I get from the Tiger guy. Tiger. I think first what we'll do is we'll get the abilities we need from the Ghost. Or wait, don't I have everything from this dude? Yeah, I just got Deep Freeze. That was from the Skelter. Dark Aura and Vanish from the Ghost of Baki, and then Mega Flare from the Dragon. Oh, I can change out the Dr. Tony Huge. We can do that. We'll change him out for the Tiger. Ah, yes, Fat Tony. Hello, sir. What's your ability link look like? Let's see, Meteor and Dark Splicer. Oh, you mean I had EXP boost the whole time? Oh my lord. I also got Dark Aura right there, which I can also get from the Spooky Ghost. I guess I'll grind them both at the same time. It really doesn't matter.
Seeing all of a sudden separation. Pretty much knowing the affair was going on, but we just profusely denied it. We did. I made it totally seeing all this and what's going on. So it makes it feel both for each other. And you said,
You see, Ralph said he went to Taxco and baited people on his bus and stopped. Yeah, I did see that. The casino was covering it tonight. Apparently, that was a LARP. Like, Ralph is already there, and he only said that to fuck with people and make them think he was gonna get into trouble. But that it could also be cope. I was watching the casino, and then at some point, eventually, I gotta start my own stream, right?
The second
But
one
I'll rewatch it on the rewind after this stream.
Tammy and Graham
Gotta go back in time.
into the room, though Chris had just confessed
I did
to
see his
murder
tweets on it,
tape,
yes.
and they have enough to hold him.
Are they
know
true,
he isn't being
though?
honest. Unlike Ron,
No one will
they are
ever
not
know.
predisposed to believe his version of events, and they know that Shanann didn't hurt the girls. From this point on, the interrogation will mirror the first interview Chris did with Graham. They will go over his revised version of events in as much detail as Chris can muster. Then, like they had previously, they will tell Chris that they don't believe him, and go over how the facts of the case do not match his story. Let's watch.
What's that? Okay. You okay? You sure? Chris, help us walk through this with you, okay? Will you tell us what you told your dad?
after that conversation,
Yeah, but traveling by bus as a foreigner who doesn't speak Spanish can be dangerous, but I guess that's what Ralph can afford. Yeah, sadly he can't afford anything more expensive.
she accused me of the affair.
That's the real reason why he won't go back to the States.
What's going on? And she knew about the dinner the other night. It was too much for just me.
God bless the goal. He was blessing the goal last week.
I told her I went to a Rockies game.
The goal he couldn't reach. Aw, that's tough.
I went downstairs. And that's when we told her about the separation law. And that was when I was upstairs in bed. Told her, what I wanted and to come on the separation. And that's what I wanted. I'm downstairs. Started packing up a few things. I heard a couple things upstairs, but I didn't think anything of it. Jimmy was doing his own thing and get ready to get everything packed up.
Next.
No, I say he needs to hide all his whiskey so they don't jump him again when they see he's got something valuable. Ah, yes, the valuable whiskey. Gonna steal all his reserves of Maker's Mark.
Pull off them shoes. Laying there. She's hot. It's like a little bit of sheet. She was in there with her. On top of her. Choking her. Freaked out. I ran in there and got on top of her.
What'd you do?
kids.
What happened?
Been hurt.
Solution. What were you like?
Or if just feeding them food's quicker than doing the mini game. You can't always guarantee that they're gonna get points from feeding them.
That kind of
Is he okay? Nothing next.
I have no idea what's going on. I'm shaking. I both my kids are flu and they're gone. I'm just like blind, just I'm not that person, like I'm just like share with my kids. Like I did the same thing to her.
What happened after she was in her bed?
And there, I didn't know what to do with this. She was back and
Yeah, mod. Unlock something?
So horrible for what I did. Now look at my kids. See what she did. Didn't know what to do.
That's the hard part.
You just had to sweat my ass off for that win? Why are you queuing up in OW? It's 3 in the morning, ma'am. Oh, we got the shaman ghost.
Chris absolutely does not want to tell the police where his daughters are because it undoes
It's
his
the
entire
best time
story.
to
He
OW.
savagely
What if you
kills his
yell
daughters
really loudly and wake
forced
up
their
Cam?
bodies
What
into oil
then?
wells. The holes of the wells
Yeah,
were
make
too
him all
small for
cranky
either
when he
girl to
wakes
fit
up.
without
You
hassle,
kept me up
so he
all
forced
night,
the men,
mean.
leaving their hair
Yeah,
and
I
skin
did.
on the
This
outside
is the
of
best
hole.
time to play
That is not the
OW.
action of a man who loves his children.
The kids are all asleep. Yeah, until you start losing. So you don't carry the payload. If I didn't wake him up in lethal, he will be okay. He's one of those heavy sleepers. I feel like I'm a heavy sleeper. I don't wake up in the middle of the night at all. Kind of just out like a light.
Oh, yeah? What location?
Right there off the site.
Did you pick that fight?
Chris, I was supposed to take them on.
So I will be fine in there.
Doki needs to stop eating all the cakes. Leave some for the other fellas.
I don't know what to do.
I know.
Upstairs with the fan on? Ah, yes, the gentle cooling fan ASMR, soothing him to sleep. Now you've had enough cakes, Goki. I'm trying to grind up the tiger and the ghost, the regard ghost. Door closed, we were very methodical in planning the layout of the rooms. Basically soundproof. I need those soundproofing squares. I need a whole wall of them.
I mean, I will if you want to. I don't want to.
That's how you know you've made it as a streamer, when you got soundproofing squares.
You and me and your dad just drove by and you could just
You gotta be real professional. Posters? What? I don't have time for that baby shit. I got soundproofing squares.
I'm sorry. I know.
I know you are. I know you came in today to do the right thing. You didn't have to come in. You came in all on your own.
And the tears finally come out. I was debatable whether they're serious or not. I think they're real. I think he knows what he did. He can act like he fell out of love with her, but I know deep down he still cares for that stupid lady. Those stupid kids.
Chris is really trying to sell his lies here, seemingly crying over how Shanann killed Bella.
Oh, he
and
doesn't
Celeste,
believe
but
him.
he has
I
never
think
managed
it's
to show
real. I
care
think he
towards
got.
his
Oh, he
daughters
was
before this point, so it's
overcome with
unlikely
guilt.
That is really what he's crying over. Every time Chris has shown emotion thus far, it has been in reference
He's
to
not as
himself.
steely-faced
He feels
and,
he's going to be found out.
stone-faced as he
panics
thinks
and
he
his voice
is.
begins to break. He realizes he isn't being believed and that everyone thinks he's guilty.
Soundproofing with bad
He tries
audio
to
is a
appear
bigger
bit
flex.
less apathetic. And now, when he knows he is at least going to be arrested for Shanann's murder and will be going to prison after this interview, he finally breaks down in tears. As
Yeah,
much
my
as he
obnoxiously
says that
loud
these
voice with
emotions are about the
soundproofing that
brutal
doesn't
murders
work.
of his
It's like
family,
a.
they are
It's
likely
the
not.
self-felt.
They are for
That's the
himself.
joke.
He's also buying time by his show of being overwhelmed with grief here, as he really cannot say what he did with his children's bodies. Saying that they're at the site he went to first that morning is one thing, as they could be anywhere. The interviewers each individually mention bringing them in from the cold, believing they are outside in the elements. But for Chris to detail how he disposed of their corpses is another thing entirely.
Are they all three out there, Chris? Yes. Okay.
What was she doing to Cece? She's just on the upper roof. Bathrooms around. It's around what? Like,
You saw it? Saw it on the monitor. Okay, that's why I read it.
My audio is a trash fire. No, you got a cozy stream. Cozy stream with a soothing voice. Not too loud, not too quiet. It is audible, and not the app audible. It is actually listenable. Your audio is not a trash fire. Your audio is fire, and everyone loves it.
did you ever go into Bella's room?
So put Shanann back in. That's no. I saw her on the monitor. The way she was laying, the bed just sprawled out.
Not when you packed up their special stuff. So where'd you put them? Put them out there.
In the truck.
Which part?
Driver's side rear.
In the passenger compartment?
Driver's side.
Thank you, Dingus. You're welcome. I sure hope these guys aren't allergic to the wrong candies. Some of them are doomed. What? What kind of candies are you feeding them? Oh, I could get Dark Aura. Hey, we got it. Okay, Dark Aura, Dark Splicer, Meteor. I think I already have Meteor. I need to get this guy to expose where Vanish is. Maybe it's the dye in them? Okay, well if you're wrong about them, then they're just gonna die. They're gonna die because of the dye. Yeah, I don't have to use a tiger anymore. How about we bring back the dinosaur? And then I need this ghost to expose the Vanish command. For Pokemon, that's a big eater. He doesn't want to eat anything.
Facebook page like 2 days ago. They had this like 4 or 5 foot long baby doll. Yeah, laying on the couch with a sheet over. Yeah.
For as passive as Ronnie has been this entire interview and how few details he knows about how Shanann and the girls actually disappeared, like every other member of the Watts family, he is able to recall details that he believes will make Shanann look responsible. This was Shanann's last Facebook post. It's a picture of a life-size doll that the girls had, with a blanket covering them completely. Chris has sent this photo to her while she was out of town, and she captioned it, "I don't know how to feel." For this being her last Facebook post, there are many conspiracy theories as to what it meant, but based on the way she would post to Facebook, it was just a lighthearted joke about a weird thing her husband sent to her while she was out of town. But now that his son has accused his wife of killing their children, he's trying to spin this about how this post could have been foreshadowing. It is somehow proof that Shanann was capable of murder. If that's true, and he really believes that, then he would be horrified to learn that it was his son that sent her that photo. Again, this is likely why Chris thought he could get away with murdering his entire family and lying about it. If the 2 main authority figures in your life, your parents, believed your lies outright your entire life, you will start to think you can get away with anything. Chris's lies to his dad are not well thought out. They don't align with any of the evidence, and there are obviously holes in his story. Cindy Watts would go on to give interviews about Chris after his confession and stated that Chris was an amazing kid, that he never so much as lied or acted out while growing up. But every kid does. In the confession we went over at the top of the video, Chris would state that his parents never really questioned him or got on his case about most of the lies he told throughout his childhood, so he believed himself to be a master manipulator before he was arrested.
And he can point out, I'm thinking that's not a good point. If I can't see it now, I'm blocked on the Facebook page.
What did it say, or what was the
question? What do you say to this? Something similar to that. And I'll leave it on about that tall was laying on one of our couches, had a sheet over it, across the head, all of them, you can see his feet hanging out. Saying like Bella had done that.
Their Tooney's huge as his position has changed.
I don't know, literally any child. Children baby their dolls and toys all the time. It's mimicking behavior, and most children attempt to parent their dolls in some way at that age to mirror their parents. It's incredibly common. Bella might have put a blanket over her doll's head. Trying to make a conspiracy theory about that post is just odd. There's a popular saying that goes, bitch eating crackers, which is to refer to when a person or a group hates an individual so much that entirely everything they do bothers them. So if they were upset seeing that person sitting, minding their own business, just eating crackers, they would still get upset.
The fridge crackers?
Say,
the crackers Anne has in the fridge.
That is the same thing here.
Look at that
Watts
bitch
family
eating crackers.
hates Shanann. She is the reason why they didn't go to Chris's wedding. They refused to take part in the family events because they didn't like Shanann, and they often spoke about her as if she was an evil mastermind. Even before Chris had begun to accuse Shanann of anything, Cindy would state that she had taken the kids
How
to
dare
punish
she
Chris
eat crackers without
and
putting them in the
repeat
fridge
that story
first? How
even
dare
after
she?
knew the truth. Years of hatred had brought them to this point where
There's
a
quite the
completely
comparison
innocuous
there.
post was a sign of psychopathy and evil. Even though if the same post had been made on Chris's account, they would have viewed it as lighthearted fun.
Wow, the parents are biased. You really got them there, Dreading.
Make fun of it. Thought it was funny.
Did Bella do it?
I don't know. I don't remember.
I mean, he still did it. What, you want the parents to turn them in? Imagine your parents not having your back.
She will have their balls out over this waist or something like that. But okay. Covering their head and everything else like them.
Because what?
Like a body laying there or something. It sounds like a kind of, I'm sorry, I lied to you. And you, I mean, you knew what was going to happen.
Mm-hmm. You stayed for a
Big up
reason.
Ivan Cypher. We are indeed still dropping dreams from a distance. We're inching closer. We're edging. We're gooning. We haven't gooned yet. The gooning moment has not happened. Just need this last command for once I get Mega Flare, then I can actually start the grind routine to level 100. And big ups Ivan Cypher for a 5-stream streak. Your streak hasn't been broken yet. You're gonna dent puts crackers in the fridge. I know! Who would do such a heinous thing? Let's get a defense boost. What do I have to do to get this guy to give me Vanish? I'm poking him, I'm feeding him, I'm loving him. Why doesn't he reciprocate? He's a ghost. Who doesn't love ghosts? My favorite Pokemon type. How many times I gotta feed you? We got Dr. Tony Huge over here eating all the snacks meant for him.
When you came in, was your wife on top of her, right, when you came in? So you saw it in person? I saw a lot of it. That's why I rushed in. I went there to talk to her again.
Oh my god, they're all in the way. Why?
And she was right there on top. She was right there.
You're eating all his
This is
food.
why you don't want a third party to sit in on an interrogation. Ronnie cuts in, obviously annoyed at the repeated line of questioning going on. He would realize that Chris is not being believed, and, falsely thinking his son is being forthcoming and honest, in this phase of the interview, he steps in, essentially telling the detectives that Chris had already answered their questions, and they should move on. He is also giving Chris a
He's already
significant
answered
amount
the
of
questions,
assurance. He's
sir.
parroting back Chris's
Acting
story,
like the lawyer.
rubbing his back and comforting him, which will
Imagine having your
significantly
dad
lessen
as
the
a
stress
lawyer.
Chris is feeling. It will become
Wait,
their
we saw a
highest
video like
priority
that.
to remove Ron from the
The
interview.
black guy who
Although they
had
would have to be
his
extremely
mom as the
careful about
judge
doing
come
so.
in
He already
as
told
his legal
Chris
representative.
He needed to talk to a lawyer.
That
and
was
if
a
they
year
outright
one
tell him
dingus
to
stream.
leave, he might insist on ending the interview for Chris.
And
Let's
then
see
he
how
went
they
to jail
proceed.
anyway? Because turns out being a judge and being a lawyer is not the same thing. She wasn't really even trying to defend him legally. She was trying to get him off.
Are you trying to say Cece?
That sounds weird. Legally off, not sexually. Dude, that guy's probably still behind bars. Oh well.
Where did you put them out there? Because that's really important.
What do you mean she won't be going to prison? Would there not be any charges for her? Thank you, JC. Oh my god, this ghost needs to level up or something. Gonna run out of snacks at this rate. This fucking fucker's big eater. It's almost like he's a ghost that loves to eat snacks or something.
I didn't know what else to do. I know. I didn't know what else to do. I was so scared.
I know.
It's like, no, I just did this, I just did that. What do I do?
Right.
Or anything that I would do from there was just going to be just insensitive and just a horrible thing. You were in a tough spot. I think, what can you do, right?
Because your body just kind of takes over and I'm looking at your dad now. Are you sure?
What's going to happen? We're going to help him get out of there.
They were not, in fact, going to help him get out of there.
They
Again,
helped him
Chris
into a
is attempting to
cell.
avoid telling them where his daughters are, because as lenient as they have been throughout the interview, telling him that he actually was an amazing parent for packing the girls' lunches sometimes and cheating on his pregnant wife, there is no excuse for how he disposed of their bodies.
Almost had 1,000.
Would you prefer them when you're one of your coworkers? Oh my god, no.
Oh my god, no. I would never cheat on my wife. What are you talking about? I love her. We've always thought about killing our wives, well, who hasn't?
They're gonna say that too. Like, what the fuck did you do, Chris? Like, why'd you just go to college to begin with?
Well, they weren't in your shoes. They don't know. They weren't living your life.
I know, but still, it's like...
People are going to
never, like...
That was the biggest emotional outburst that Chris has had throughout the entire investigation, and once more, it was self-serving. We can never know exactly what Chris is thinking, but throughout observing his behavior, it's clear that he only displays this level of care and emotionality towards himself. Hours after he killed and disposed of his entire family, he was at work as if nothing was wrong. When the police were looking for them in his home, he was next to them, passively texting, completely nonplussed. But now, when he thinks about what his coworkers are going to say about him, he is almost inconsolable. Looking like a good person, being regarded as moral and smart, that is more
regarded
important to
all right.
Chris than his entire family's life.
We'll just go little steps at a time. How about that? I can't have anybody show you out
Is it the balloon minigame that raises disposition?
Okay. I mean, they're just gonna form their own opinions anyways once they...
This one's the worst. This touchpad is not as responsive as Sony would have you think.
How about that?
No game's coming out right now. Use it either, by the way. Which is a hilarious thing if you think about it, really, right? Because they overpromote this touchpad, right, for this fucking controller. It doesn't even need it. It's only there to make the controller cost like $90 or whatever, after tax and tip. And no game even uses it. Completely useless. Just put in there, just to inflate the price of the controller. Just get a little more of this, right? It's all about this. It's all about the bottom line. It's like the microphone. Like, what the fuck are you using my fucking microphone and controller for? Everybody has a headset or a real mic. Anything for this. Oh, that is what upgrades their disposition.
Can you give us a second so we can kind of get some things arranged? Can you do that?
Alright, do you mind staying in here with me?
Graham and Tammy leave here to come up with a game plan on how to get Ron out of the room, as well as how to get more information out of Chris. He had already admitted to murder, but the fact that he was so cagey about where the bodies were indicated to them there was something more he was hiding. At most, they would believe he was hiding the bodies because they didn't align with his version of events. Maybe he had used a knife on Shanann. Maybe the girls hadn't been smothered. Regardless, they would have no idea how horrific.
You can still say she killed them,
really was.
and then he
But
killed her in
since they knew the general
self-defense.
location, they
It's
sent out
pathetic
search
and doesn't
teams
make
to try and
sense.
recover the bodies anyways.
But
Their main
he still has
priority
that.
when they returned would be removing Ron out of the interrogation room without ending the interview altogether. He was directly
They only left
hindering
him in
their
so,
interview, but
he
if
wouldn't
they were to
leave.
simply say that he
Chris,
needed
that
to
is.
leave so they could speak to Chris alone, he would advise Chris to talk to a lawyer and say nothing else.
It's fucking horrible.
I think this minigame was better on 3DS, but I didn't say much. I always thought this one was bad.
The problem is I don't even know if they believe me or not. I've always said she was the most stable person, but I never thought that in a million years that could happen.
How's that
Even
not a
when he
new
doesn't
record?
need
What's my
to,
best
Chris
score
is
in
throwing
this?
Shanann under the bus. This is likely how he spoke about her when she wasn't present, which is incredibly sad to think about. Shanann was always upfront with her thoughts and feelings, to a fault. If she had an issue with someone, she had no problem telling them to their face. Meanwhile, whenever Chris wanted to get out of taking responsibility for his own actions, he would blame his wife. It was her fault he couldn't see his family, despite the fact that in their text messages he had cut them off himself years earlier, and he had agreed with her assessment of events. It was her fault that he was unhappy with his life, because she was so domineering, despite the fact that she hadn't wanted to get pregnant. She was the ultimate scapegoat for Chris, and even in her death at his hands, he blames her to a captive audience, dead set on believing anything he says. The next few moments will be extremely cathartic for Chris. He has spent the past couple days surrounded by people who do not trust him and tell him as much. So talking to a man who will take his frankly unbelievable story and simply believe it will be like a breath of fresh air. I'll be skipping about 30 minutes of their conversation, but as always, I'll leave a link to the original unedited footage so you can view it in its entirety. All you need to know is that Chris and his father continue to blame Shanann for everything that has happened, with Ronnie going so far as to say none of this was Chris's fault.
Well, I mean, he doesn't necessarily know the concept. What? Come on, we gotta fucking don't gotta bash the dad. He's just trying to protect his boy. Yes, the father should just abandon his son in his time of need.
I don't really have much say in that, but I can do that. Do you want me to take you out to the lobby? You can go to the bathroom and then...
Where's your loyalty at, baby?
Just watch the press people around.
Yeah, I'll see you out there while you're with her.
You want your water? You want to take your water with you?
Yeah.
We're going to try to do our best to make sure that we don't stand to gain anything by broadcasting any of this. That's not what law enforcement is ever really about. So we're going to try our best to handle that as discreetly as possible, but they're pretty good at what they do too.
So I'm not from around here neither, are you?
I've only been here 2 years.
Okay. Not a lawyer or something, or not a public defender or somebody else.
We can talk about that later. Yeah.
Get your phone. Got it. Okay. Let's go this way. All right, cool.
All of their planning was ultimately useless, as Ronnie left of his own volition, which is a bit funny.
Ag.
So if you're for it, we'll talk a little bit more.
That's why I asked. I think I would have still gotten a lawyer though, not just let him confess like that. It's free to go. Free to go before that. Could have cried in Dad's arms at home. Instead, your dad just abandons you himself.
About how your night, month, and week is going.
Now you got this, son. I'll show you a picture of my fish I caught later.
I was just telling him. I wanted to show him that picture.
Yeah.
Oh yes, check out this fish, son.
And then we're going to talk a little bit about.
It's quite a whopper.
That looks familiar to you? What is that?
It's the PRC.
Yeah, text me when you're out, smiley face. I'll pick you up.
Whereabouts?
I'll call you Sunday, Dad.
How old is this picture?
Today.
Last today.
Chris's car gets towed because he didn't pay for the meter. He didn't think he was going to be in there very long. Has to call Dad back to pick him up.
Can you mark it for me?
Or they break into his car and steal it. Wouldn't that be like, okay, he somehow manages to get out of this, and like maybe he lives for another day. They call him back in for questioning tomorrow, but for the moment he's safe, Gets out the building, car's gone.
The S for Shanann. Okay, and where are the girls at? In these? So which one is, do you know which one?
Are they in the tanks? Can somebody who doesn't know what they're doing open those? Okay, it's easy to open.
What's in the tank?
It's a mixture of oil and water.
So was there a sheet found down
Chris
here?
proceeds to call for an Uber. The Uber robs him.
That was what Chanel trapped in.
What about the girls? What were they wrapped in? Just in their pajamas? Not their blankets or anything? Where are their blankets and toys and stuff?
Gets home, killed his wife. She doesn't know how to cook. Decides to do Uber Eats. Goes for Firehouse subs. Spends $80 on one sandwich. Sheesh. And it's his last meal before he goes into the building the next day. And then he goes to prison.
How did you take that?
Oh, and the next day he's got to take like the bus. He has to take the bus to the police department.
Still there?
And then while there, he has like a deep conversation with the homeless man, a vagrant riding the bus for free.
Sure, in the north.
The hobo tells him about life, tells him to cherish what he has,
Do you remember what color her shirt was?
and you don't know what you have until it's gone. Chris goes into the building, more depressed than ever. and that vagrant was the Ralph Mail, baby. Yeah, it's the same bus he was riding in Mexico. It's one of those buses that travels long distances. It brings Ralph from Mexico back into the States. Just happens to get on the same bus that Chris is on. Yeah, that's the bus that brings Ralph back to Mexico. He went there for court. Chris doesn't know it. He got on the wrong bus the whole time. He's not going to the police department. He's going back to Merida. Chris ends up going to Mexico. Never gets prosecuted. They don't want to extradite him. They're too lazy because Biden, right? So he just lives in Merida with Ralph like a king. He's the new co-host. He's the new person. The casino starts covering him. He finally learns how to get out of his shell. He stops being so quiet and reserved.
Yeah, from your master bed to the truck. Yeah.
Ralph teaches him in the ways of showmanship and how to be a performer.
Are you talking about covering it off or something?
No.
He finds religion too because Ralph's all about that fake Catholicism shit. What is this fan fiction I'm concocting? Becomes a born-again Christian in Merida, and they rule the streets. Yeah, the good ending, and then they take over the cartel.
Can you do me a huge favor and just write your name on the bottom? Just so I know that we didn't make those marks. I'm just gonna write the date on it, okay?
One of this time it's a comp game. Okay, but Firehouse is... I've never had Firehouse subs. I've had Subway before. I think I've had Quiznos once. And Quiznos are hard to find nowadays. Isn't Schlotsky's also one of those places? I've never had Firehouse subs, so here's the point. Oh, you know what? I've had Jersey Mike's. Jersey Mike's was pretty good. Though literally one time I had it.
Both nightgowns. Okay. So
Rob would have lost weight and put on muscle faster. Rob's kind of gaining the weight back. Like it's cool you lost weight, but you kind of have to keep at it. It doesn't. It doesn't just magically stay at that weight forever. You got to keep it up, sir.
Like, I mean, it feels like to me now we know pretty well how to go get them. Is there anything else we need to know?
Dude, he's at 7 out of 7. Where is his disposition change? I'm not saying I'm in love with Subway, it's just what I have often. It's of all the Subway places, I tend to have that one the most often.
They're like just a hatch on the top, and they're like 20-foot tanks. How far down are they?
How many Quiznos are left existing? Oh, barely 100. No wonder I rarely see them.
I actually didn't watch the stream.
Whoa, big ups Gondola Gaming on the lure.
Would you prefer not to?
I appreciate it, man. Thanks for stopping by.
I don't know. I think once we got that picture, we didn't really know how much about the location.
Yeah, good night, Gondola. Thank you for coming and to playing my game. I'm sorry you didn't get to see the ghost finally get his stupid upgrade. I don't know why he refuses to level up. It's not like I'm not feeding him. Fucking asshole, man. Look at this. He's refusing to eat. So generous to these fucking Pokemon. Look at how they treat me.
Oh, okay. Okay. Is there any chance it records? No. Okay. I'm just wondering.
Okay, he's a shaman again.
What do you think ultimately made?
But he was already a shaman.
Just knowing that fair.
This didn't change his board. I know he gets vanish.
So we just started talking about, I asked if there's any chance that the nanny cam could have recorded Shanann doing what she did.
Gotta make love to this ghost or something to get this command?
You know, what Chris thinks about why she snapped. He's just saying.
Okay, well, let's do it this way.
About the other girl.
Knowing, but she didn't really know, right? I mean,
I need to link with the dragon 4 times, and then I get Mega Flare, and then I can start, grinding. Because that's what this is about, right? It's all about the grind.
We talk about a couple tough things. I think we need to get it out of the way, and just really get it out, just to make sure.
Guy refuses to attack, though. Come on.
Explain exactly what happened, and we have every chance to ask questions. So, the conversation happened.
One place wasn't hiring despite having a sign out saying they were?
And then you see
I did end up buying a lemon tree, though. Hey, big ups on lemon trees. Yeah, it's probably just either a sign to get you in, or they were so lazy they didn't think about taking it down. Hey, I always took down my hire signs when I was done hiring. No, we're not hiring. We just kind of lied to you, and we're not sure why.
Continue backing everything up.
Just go to the level up spot first. It's gonna be back in Fantasia Land.
Go back up and just talk to her again, maybe go fast. Yeah, go into their room, her master bedroom. She wasn't in there. Okay, you went there first? Yeah. And why did you go up again? Just to go up and talk to her. Okay. So it's not as though that noise made you run up, you just stopped.
Any updates from the store? No. Last time I went was months ago. Well, yeah, back around like November, October. Again, not that there would be nice updates. I don't know any of the people there now. It'd be kind of weird if I went there often. It was like, who the fuck is this idiot? He's not even buying anything. He's just coming here to look at us.
She's not in her bed, it's still right there. Okay, she wanted to look at it. And it was on Bella. Her covers are pulled back, and she was just sprawled out laying there. Then it cycled over, so they did.
I feel like one day I'll just pass by and the whole place will be closed.
When it cycles from the room, it cycled over to Susie's room. That's when I saw her on top of her. That's when I ran in.
Dingus just begs to take a peek at the floor plan. Please, please, please talk about my store. Talk about my floor plan. Wait, you want me to go in there to people, like employees I've never seen before? Weird people they hired from like the last seasonal hunt that somehow survived and made it past the holidays?
What did that look like?
Yeah. I used to be the manager here.
And
okay, sir. You gonna buy anything?
That's when I was walking up in the back.
Okay. And she was off in the back.
Yeah.
Okay. But she was doing this.
It looked like this.
Yeah. Okay. And then was.
Yes, I am from the old guard here. Well, first of all, you need to clean up the store. It looks like a pigsty. You gotta get all the merch back in the proper areas. And, when the fuck was the last time you cleaned the windows? I would probably actually get after them for cleaning, because, like, come on. A clean store is a happy store. If you leave the store like a pigsty, you're obviously, like, your morale is not going to... Your morale is going to reflect how you keep your store. Your morale or lack thereof.
Okay, so it's not as though you.
I didn't pull her off, no. Like, I went pulled her down. I didn't know. I lost it.
Sure.
So Shanann was laying on the ground?
Or on the bed.
On the bed?
Yeah, like, and she was on top of the seats. That's all that was happening. I pulled her, went down. I was on the bed.
Cleanliness in stores is falling off because people don't give a fuck anymore. They don't care. Where was the pride? Where was the passion? It's annoying. Why don't people care about where they work anymore? Like they're just satisfied with filth and garbage. It's not your home. It's not your apartment. This isn't your loft, sir. Yeah, it's just another example of paycheck over passion. We need more people with passion again. Where did the passion go? Anything for this, right? Because these stupid companies don't want to pay more. Maybe if they paid more, people would have the energy to actually give a fuck about going to work again.
And then, so were they closer to this side or this side? She usually sits in the middle.
Okay. And then so your weapon's right on top of her. You can just see that. And then did you pull her this way or that way? Or
so that's where her head was on this side.
Right over here?
Yeah.
On the left as you're looking at it. Okay. Did you put it fine?
Ah, yes, I will pay you single digits to work 30 hours a week.
Pretty strong, dude.
Pretty sure that's what the minions got paid.
Did she yelling? Was she screaming? Was she talking? Was she scratching you? Nothing.
Of course, Dinger here got the double digits. But, 44 hours a week? But it wasn't pretty.
Like if she did, nothing's on them. Was it?
As I talked about earlier this week, the last raise, the quarter raise. Now you got me fucked, as they say. Nobody cares, so why should I? Place is clean, that's all that matters. It don't gotta be like that, though. It don't. Why does it need to be like that?
Was it a choke like this, or was it like a head?
It takes 2 seconds to take that toy back to where it needs to be.
Can you put your hand out like you had your hand?
And it doesn't improve employee morale. It also lets the customers know that you run a tight ship and that you actually care about the presentation of your store. You're putting in the effort to make it a great shopping experience for them. They may not even be thinking that consciously, but unconsciously, they will surely notice it.
So you went up the stairs, right, to talk to...
What music did my store play? None.
And then, did you think it was weird that she's not in the room where you left her?
I would play the music, if anything.
Saw the monitor and I saw Bella. And I switched over to CT3.
I think this old black manager is smiling. That fat fuck with his afro.
Did you have any inkling that?
I still talk to him. He's not a kid now.
And the time that you found Shanann choking CC.
He finally made it work with his old fling.
both of those kids.
They're always a will they or won't they pair, and then they got together, and then they had a big drama, and it looked like it wasn't gonna work. They separated, then they realized they really love each other, and they got back together, and then they had a baby, and
My family,
it was very positive.
People that
Yeah, they made it work.
This
Yes.
bears some discussion because Chris is positing that Shanann was a deeply unstable, mentally ill person, even though that doesn't fall in line with how she was described.
Was the
by
marriage before the
majority of
baby?
their friends and family. His friends, his family, the people he knew
Yeah,
separately
they're not married
away
yet.
from Shanann, they didn't like her. They would all agree that she was a mean
Come on,
bitch.
true love
and she
wins. Leave him
controlled over
alone.
Chris's life. She made fun of Chris.
That's why they
said she
stayed,
wasn't
obviously,
usually
the
attracted to
baby.
guys like him when they first got
And the-
together.
the true love.
Therefore, it isn't her character to have killed their children. When Chris's mother was interviewed after his confession,
And you know
when
what?
was
She
given the
already had a
platform to
child
tell the
too
world
from a
what
previous
Shanann
fling.
did
And you
that
know what?
proved
He
she was an
didn't care. He
untrustworthy,
made it
unstable
work.
person. The most she said was that Shanann joked about how Chris dressed like a skater boy when they first started dating. Meanwhile, the people they
And he
knew
got
as a
along with the
couple
kid well,
didn't
too.
see the signs of abuse or instability. So what is the difference? The difference is Chris. As we stated earlier, Chris would use Shanann as a scapegoat in nearly every situation. If something
What do you
went
mean,
wrong in their
LUL?
life,
They
it
got-
was somehow
I'm
her
saying they
fault,
got along.
even when it wasn't. He would frame her being in charge of the family finances as a symptom of her control
No,
issues.
this is a happy
even when
ending.
he admitted to putting them thousands of dollars in debt. If he couldn't go out with his friends, it was her fault, and so on. Any teenager who used their parents as an excuse not to hang out with someone or to get out of some commitment would understand what Chris had done. He had made her the ultimate excuse, blaming things on her and giving his friends the impression that she was keeping him under lock and key, but that simply wasn't the case. It's notable that the people in Chris's life, the ones he kept away from Shanann, had this negative view of her. They believed Chris when he said it was her fault, because they didn't think he would lie about something like that. Meanwhile,
But guess
the majority
what?
of their
He
mutual
did
friends
totally
were
lie
friends with
about
her
everything.
and adored her. Neither Tammy nor Graham believed Chris's version of events.
That picture of her.
Well, it doesn't look good. I'm not gonna lie. Looks actually pretty bad.
Dragon takes so long to attack.
Is it possible that when
It's like when he gets going, he's quick, but it takes him forever to get going.
when you get them, that we're going to see anything
I just need you to
other
charge
than
up.
the cause of death being her hands? Okay. And what I mean by that, and I should be very clear, is that it's some of it's hard to believe that your wife did it, right? You can imagine that. Okay. So is it possible that maybe she did one, and then you got Shanann, so you did to Shanann what she did to one of your daughters, and then you had to just do it to the other one? Sorry. Okay. So is there, that's not, no, that's not, no, okay. Is it possible that, is there any other way where we might see your hand on the girl's neck? No. Okay, okay. And you know what I mean? Because when we find their little bodies, we're going to see the diameter of someone's hand. Yeah. And someone's
I don't know if
fingers,
canceling counts as using it all the way.
And I know it's hard.
It's gonna let it
And I
run
know you're
out.
probably getting angry at my question, but we have to ask. Okay.
Can you think about Chris?
Let my family down. Let my dad down, let my mom, sister, nephew, nieces.
And this is with the link boost. After I dropped, they gave him the extra, the
What we had
bonus link
stated about Chris's
boost.
priorities earlier is on display now. When asked what he's thinking about, how he is feeling after confessing to murdering his wife after she supposedly killed their kids, he begins by saying that he let everyone down. Their idea of him as a good person, a quiet, honest man, was fraudulent, and he is upset they are no longer going to view him in that way. He's not upset because he was unable to protect his kids from a threat, or that he lost his family. That doesn't matter to him. He's upset that people will view him as a bad person, which they undoubtedly will. Every single time he has shown any kind of sadness in this interview, it has been selfish. He has no regard for the fact that he took anyone's life. He just cares that people will not like him for it.
And people hated him ever since he did the TV interviews.
Can I ask you another tough question? You just get it all on the table. When you see Shanann choking, strangling, Celeste.
You know, he had a chance. They let him go the first night. He should have just not. Why did he come back? He could have had a revelation that last night. While he was sleeping, he could have said, you know what, I think I'm not gonna go to the police department again. They actually let him go. They let him go the first day. He could have left at any time. And then they forced him to go home. And he still came back.
So Chris, you're doing this job for a long time. I know a lot about psychology and as far as like what people are thinking. Most parents will never even want to fathom that their kid is dead. Even if their kid's stiff, blue in bed, I mean stiff like been dead all night, they still call an ambulance to see if someone can revive their child. And when the ambulance gets there and they're like, gosh, their kid's been dead all night, like there's nothing we can do. And the parents like, why are you not doing something? What are you talking about? So that's what we're used to. So that's why I want you to explain to me like what was going on in your head and what she did.
Same reason DSP stayed with side scrollers for 5 hours, and then after the fact acts like, yo, I gave them my time. I was there for hours. I basically wasted my time with them. They were allowed to grill me and interrogate me. I wasn't prepared at all. If I was guilty, I wouldn't have stayed. I never would have. Alright, did I link enough times yet? I did! Hey, we got the Mega Flare. Finally, the real game can begin. Give me a magic boost on top of that. I still got Frogga Burst left.
She didn't have anything to do with it. You know it's not fair. It's not fair. Like enough bad stuff is happening, but like we need to stop the bad stuff from happening.
Tammy has begun to put pressure on Chris.
Last command in the game I need to get is the vanish effect.
This will be incredibly
alarming. I gotta grind up that ghost even more now.
Relief for the first time in 7 hours after he thought his new version of events was being believed. He spent nearly half the day being told that they knew he was lying, and for the past hour or so, some of that weight was being removed from his shoulders. But now Tammy is putting it back on, telling him once again that they know he's not being truthful, going so far as to say that Shanann doesn't deserve the blame will be equally as effective on Chris, given that less than an hour earlier, she said that she wouldn't be surprised
wants to give the impression that he's clean. Maybe he should shower more, he's too greasy.
Chicks are crazy.
With Celcid Blue.
I want to make sure. So you're good with the public knowing that Shanann killed her daughters?
I did not hurt these girls.
Are you okay with the public knowing that Shanann?
Yes, because I did not hurt these girls. Chris, I'm not sure I believe you.
Please, 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 Mr. Ghost, give me Vanish. What are you doing? I did nothing wrong. Stop throwing gloves at me.
No.
I know that. I know that.
That doesn't make sense either.
Whose rear do I have to rub to command you to give me the final command of the game?
I know that makes sense.
Are you sure Shanann didn't touch you?
Oh my god, no. Chris, you can imagine that.
Oh my god, he turned into a phantom. Okay, are we good? Give me something here. Nothing? It's disposition changed. Do I need to get the final command?
You found a new life. And the only way to get that new life was to get rid of the old life.
And I think that you killed these girls before their mom came home.
When's the Super Bowl event? About
So
2
Graham
weeks
is
from now,
close,
I
and
think.
many other people have theorized the same scenario, especially after people realized that it was Chris who sent Shanann the picture of the doll with the blanket over its body. But that's not what occurred. Though I don't expect anyone in the audience to have gone through what Chris is going through literally, many of you would likely have experienced a situation where an authority figure is telling you what they believe you had done. There is a certain feeling of dread and anxiety when the details match up the way they do here. But Chris would have felt some amount of pleasure or relief when Graham got the details wrong. He is asserting that he believed that the girls were killed first, prior to Shanann coming home, would have made Chris feel like he had gotten something right that night, and had properly hid some facet of his crime.
That's what we're kind of left, that's what we have to believe, because it just doesn't make sense. I mean, to her point, if I walked in and my kid was decapitated, I call an ambulance, right? So,
Knowing there's no hope.
It just doesn't make sense. It just doesn't add up.
Never got 1,000 points on this minigame.
This monster, you know, I just want this young hot
Are you ready to
girlfriend,
change yet?
So I'm going to kill everyone and hope it works out, or something. So I think we're very, very close to
Congratulations. That did not give me the disposition change I wanted. So I'm just gonna have to keep like rubbing this ghost down. I gotta molest this ghost. I shouldn't even be able to do this. You can't even touch a ghost to begin with. Ah yes, the Super Bowl event we're forcing Ann to do. He changed his title today on Twitter. It's like DSP in the end zone, and in the header is his whatever stupid image he made for the event. And by he, I mean his editors. When I say he, guys, I don't mean actually DSP. It's like when he says I'm being honest. I mean he's being serious. When I say he made it, I mean his editors.
True. What's gonna happen when their cause of death comes back to you?
Always rushing for the end zone so you never pass. I wish I could pass on his streams. When I watch his streams, I'm rushing for the end zone because I can't wait for it to be over. Yeah, he doesn't watch sports anymore, so he's got like cursory knowledge of it. He's got dingus tier knowledge on sports now. Oh yeah, they got the ball and they're rushing for the touchdown.
And what happens when a coroner looks and says, sees your fingerprints on her neck?
Ah yes, I can't wait to tailgate the Super Bowl there with the nachos and the wings and the commercials. Yeah, the commercials. Is that what people do? They laugh like the commercials are so much more important than the actual game. You've already heard my segment on those people. Yes, I hate people who go to Super Bowl events and then all they do is care about the commercials. No, you're not funny. You're not funny because you don't care about the game.
I didn't know what to do.
Please keep it to Facebook.
I honestly didn't know what to do. Scared of what? Scared of what everything.
I don't know who I'm cheering for. I don't care. I just want to be advertised to. Wow, thank you, Sheeple. Thank you.
What do you expect to happen? Yeah.
DSP would be one of the lame ones to say, "Oh, yes, I only care about the commercials." That's why he made us watch commercials last year. That's why he's not doing it this year, because he knew how awful it was.
Do you think there's any problems that you've had with Shanann? At the end of the day?
No, because to check scores, he would have to care about the teams, and he doesn't care about the teams. It's like he can't even pretend. I guess I would rather him be honest than to pretend to care about the sport itself. But it's like, bro, you gotta give that off doing the event at all.
Agreeing that she was controlling and demanding, asking him to do the laundry sometimes,
it's so
and to take care of his kids when she was
like
away.
everything he does.
The moment they stop doing
it's
that,
very draining. Like, bro, why are we even here? You could have been playing a game.
The girls loved so much that when she left for a
thing you
business trip,
like to do, allegedly, passion over
he has to
paycheck.
bring up that he was also a good father. He needs Shanann to be viewed as bad, as unstable.
Yeah, we could have waited. That wouldn't have worked the second time. Pretty much seen all the old commercials already, because he time gated them.
Him look guilty.
Nothing from the 2000s and later, I
is
think.
Extremely important to Chris. He is fine being perceived as quiet and weak, being bulldozed by a controlling wife. In fact, he loves that
Derek
view of
wouldn't even be able to
himself
vote for
because it gives
them.
him an easy out
Derek
for any
got
issue in his
belted.
life. But when push comes to shove, that's not who he actually was.
So great, we get to do even less than last year now. Not to say that was a good segment, it fucking sucked. And it made it so him watching commercials got, like, even more tired of an idea, because that wasn't too long after the Black Friday event. And then he did that again a couple months ago. I was like, I'm, like, so over him watching commercials. I never want to see that shit again. And he's over it too, because we're not even doing it anymore for the Super Bowl event this year. Nah, no cat during the marathon because women don't like sports. Man caves, right? Haha, man caves and nachos with beef. Nachos with beef and jalapenos. That's what guys eat, right? During the Super Bowl? Nachos with beef? Not even good Tevin nachos, just nachos ... with beef. We're gonna drink, we're gonna talk, we're gonna play Tecmo Bowl again because we don't want to spend money on sports games, even though I'm pretty sure sports games are on Game Pass. Or something, you get something for free. Didn't I play the latest Madden for Fall of Dingus? If I didn't play the latest one, I played 23. I played a modern Madden, and I did not have to spend money on it. Well, I had something that let me play it. Hey, Parma. Yeah, store-bought nachos. The restaurant chips they sell in the chip aisle. And then the big can of cheese. Just a big industrial can of cheese from Costco. Fully processed. Enough cheese to make even Cobra blush. Cat gets the can opener to open it. It's a giant fucking can, giant lid. She cuts herself on the lid. Like, hang on, guys. My wife cut herself. I gotta go help her. Bill helps her open the can because she's so incompetent she can't even open the can herself. They drizzle the whole can over the nachos? So it's like, it's not that he makes a plate of nachos, it's like he has a whole, like, fucking tray of nachos, and he makes himself a plate from that, and then they just have leftover nachos for the whole week. Yeah, Cobra style, the whole can. Because none of it can go to waste. He's not going to use the cheese for anything else. Yeah, it just looks like a giant plate of cheese. With beef, of course. Don't forget the beef. They add the beef after. They drizzle the cheese on it. Turns it's like fucking Cheese Land for Mario Kart, but if you melted it, and then you drizzle on the beef.
This evil that I saw when I walked behind and she was on top of
672 tells him to put jalapenos in it. Oh, I don't know, man. I don't really want anything spicy in my nachos, okay? It's like, oh, man. I know, I don't have anything against jalapenos, but they're too spicy, man.
So, one other thing that doesn't make sense to me is, well...
Oh, God, the fish and cheese? Ugh, no. What's wrong with you? Fish and cheese?
Can you walk me through again? When you walked in, what did she look like? What did Shanann look like? All you saw was her back. Was it the same shirt that you buried her in? Same underwear? And then was she wearing pajamas? Shanann? Yeah, no, that's what she sleeps. Oh, she sleeps in her underwear. Okay, and no pajamas, no shorts, nothing like that. So then, when you grab her, just as is, that's how she gets to the truck, that's how she gets to the site. Okay.
So did Shanann ever go to bed?
Like Rob put her back in the bed.
Alright, let's see if I can do this trick.
Did any of that happen where she got into bed and then you woke up?
I need experience boost. It got turned on.
Some purchase of some hair care products at like 2:30 in the morning. Do you know about that?
Hair care products?
And her credit card was denied. No. You said you don't really use your credit card, so the price of
credit card, no.
Would you have bought hair care products at 2:30 in the morning that morning?
I need Mega Flare. Takes up 2 slots, big ups.
When she was out? Like, was that part of the...
This is the first I've heard of that.
Oh,
as far as hair care products in the car green tonight.
Okay. And I'm not lying about that, I'm just want to
I need sacrifice.
Something that came up.
At least
Is
one.
there any reason that she would have a black eye, Shanann? No. Not from a slap or a punch or nothing like that? Never. Okay. Punch or slap her. Is there any reason she would have a stab mark on her body? No. Okay.
Make my own beef and put the nachos in the oven with cheese to melt properly. That's what I do. Makes the cheese all sexy looking. Yeah, that's how you're supposed to do it. But Dave, yes, being Dave, would get everything store-bought.
Wasn't living, breathing after your hands on it. Okay.
No, I'm white and American. I don't get it. Dude, that was like 2 Yakuzas ago. You guys realize this, right? We're playing like 3 Yakuzas in the span of a year? Jesus fucking Christ, man. That was 2 Yakuzas ago. We're about to start another one. Okay, so the trick for this is to get your HP down.
We talked for like several hours.
See if we can make that happen here. Hello? Can I actually get hit? Riku's too strong. No!
Does it make you know about any of this? Seriously.
No, like, I mean, she knows, like, from the news and everything like that.
Anything else? Did you share with her anything?
The strat was easy on Birth by Sleep because you could just spam craft Mega Flare commands, whereas you gotta grind Pokemon and be lucky to even get 1 Mega Flare command in this game. Basically, the attack I need to perform this strat is very difficult to acquire in this game compared to previous entries.
Did she know you were
Yeah, Ishin? I still call him Yakuza. I know they changed the name.
I told her that, you know, like, we had actively tried before we met.
He remembered the Tangerine guy.
Oh, trying to be pregnant. Okay. But she knew that.
When he saw the Tangerine guy, he was like, oh wow, guy from other game.
Talk to people going forward.
There you go, that's the strat. You do that over and over.
And so what's going to happen when Nikki says, no, there's our plan to kill everyone and run off together?
Now sadly, this means you're gonna hear the HP alert over and over and over.
Chris is once again shocked
it's a throwback stream for Jesse.
Is going to talk to his mistress, even though infidelity is a significant motive for spousal homicide.
So can we get ahead of that for you? Can we get all of that out right now? I mean, so
yeah, Jesse, it's the strat, just like the streams of old. See, I'm already level 83.
Okay. And she's not going to say, boy, we were making plans about buying a house or an apartment. She's going to say that? No, like,
we got good dinger alerts with that alert going off.
Like, once I have the whole place,
I mean, good dinger rants.
Like, hang out more. Okay. So after the separation, after that dust settled, then you have availability to go.
So I got the experience booster active, which only works when you got the alert going off. And I also got the experience walker ability. So I get a point every time I take a step.
Chris begging them not to put her name out would be sweet and considerate, but her name would be put out in the news because of his actions. He directly involved her in this, and though there is no definitive evidence that she had anything to do with the murders, because of their relationship, there is a significant amount of people online who believe she was the one who told Chris to kill his family. Nicole's life as she knew it was destroyed by Chris, but he refuses to acknowledge that. He has harmed the people in his life by his own actions, but every time he has the opportunity to take responsibility for what he's done, he pawns the blame off on someone else or something else. When Shanann was alive, it was her. Before that, it was his mother. And in this situation, it's the goddamn investigation. If Nicole's life is adversely affected by the murders, it's because of law enforcement, not him.
Just like that, we never tried to put out. This is only the drugs that they got from the affair. They would drag her through the blood. I don't want that. We're certainly not going to try to make that happen.
It's fine, I don't want any of this.
I know there's press conflicts. That's everything.
So what do you think about everything now?
I feel like there were more enemy spawns here. You clear the room pretty quickly.
You feel sorry for what you did?
There's only more as Sora? I remember on the 3DS version, this area spawned way more enemies. What's with the car alarm, dude? Yeah, it's a low HP alert sound. Kingdom Hearts has no audio anything, no audio options. Thank you, Square Enix. That's why I keep this game quieter than the other games I play. You guys don't want to hear that alert.
So after we look at their bodies.
And you're lucky the strat takes place in this world too, where the characters don't talk, so you don't have to hear Riku going, ha, 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 it's over. Ha, 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 ha. Yeah, when they level up so quick now.
Did really good today, Chris. Really good. I think you had about 24 hours of just a hellish nightmare thrust upon you, and
level 84, just like that.
I think you took a lot of
Damn, that's actually a good strat. What the hell? What the? Next time we play this, we might just do a whole segment leveling up to 100. 84, like I'm almost there.
You were here for a reason.
There's a reason why I didn't. That I came in because that's the reason why I couldn't run a warrior either. So it's like, I'm just gonna happen.
Alright, you're ready to... No, he's not ready at all. Why won't... Oh my god, split personality! Is that it? Please. Wow! It's exactly what I've been waiting for! There it is, vanish. Ah yes, now I must level him up more.
And then what? Then what does it look like? There's many people that say that you're an amazing guy and you would never do anything bad and that has never lost your temper, and you know, all those people that say that about
The torture
you.
never ends. Like, I'm right there. It's the final command I need. I will consider this stream successful in terms of grinding if I can acquire it.
For a while. I'm struggling with it right now, I'll be honest. I know. I'm a mom.
Anybody would.
Chris doesn't usually interject while other people are talking like this. We've watched over 10 hours of him talking to the police, but he rarely ever cuts people off like this. But he really does not want to hear anyone compliment the woman he killed, or hear about how she was a great mom.
Wow, I wonder why.
How do we prove this, that she ended? Oh, yeah, yeah. That's the only thing. We're gonna cheat.
It's almost like he had something to do with it. Would it be real unfortunate if the game crashed? Yeah. Thanks for reminding me to save it. This game does not have autosave. I don't think any game in this series does. Level 85?
Why were there sheets in the trash in the kitchen?
That's why Pun is VIP. Thank you.
Those are the same ones out there. I know what to do. And then eventually you're gonna find Shanann.
The relevant part of the investigation ends there. Following the interview, Chris was arrested and charged with Shanann's murder. Though they knew he was responsible for all three, they wanted to make sure the charges stuck before they moved forward. Shanann, Bella, and Celeste's
didn't you hear what I said? I said I did fucking nothing wrong. And now you're banned. And I want my lawyer.
Horrified. Even people who had been staunchly on Chris's side, believing that the MLM mom had deserved to die, thought that how the girls were disposed of was horrific. Nearly a week later, Chris was formally charged with 3 counts of first-degree murder, unlawful termination of pregnancy, and 3 counts of tampering with a deceased human body. The affidavit was made public, and the heinous details of Chris's crimes were revealed, and it became obvious that he was the only person who could have killed his children. However, for the next 2 months, Chris's legal team and family stated he was innocent. They blamed Shanann for the girls' murders, and said they would be fighting for Chris every step of the way. On November 6th, he would ultimately take a plea deal in exchange for pleading guilty to the murders. The death penalty was taken off the table. He would admit to his lawyers and his family that it was him, not Shanann, that had killed the children. But his mother refused to believe it. He was given 5 life sentences without the possibility of parole. But
you made him confess. I don't believe him.
As we have covered, shortly after he was sentenced, Chris would speak to the FBI again, going over the crime in detail. He also wrote to multiple people, providing further information as to how he destroyed his family. But more on that in a later video. Thank you so much for watching our coverage of this case. We'll be back soon with more content. If you want to see more true crime videos,
thank you for the
feel free to
content
subscribe.
of people
if you have any
dying.
suggestions for cases you want us to look into, leave them in the comments down below, and remember to stay safe.
They're only saying safe after saying that. Holy shit, we actually made it to the end. As a result, the stream is even longer than I thought it was gonna be. We got another mega ninja stream that lasts forever. Congratulations. Gonna have to grind this minigame until I get to 300 points so I can get this final command. I love candy, guys. Weird that the game has all this in it, and you don't really need to do any of it to get to the end, which is fine. But I feel like it doesn't really scale with how quickly you go through the worlds at all. Like, not unless you take massive breaks to cuddle and pet your Dream Eaters after every cutscene. I didn't have many Dream Eater segments when I was going through the story. You don't even really need the Dream Eaters. You just hit things with your key and you sort of win, even on the highest difficulty. Then you come up near the grind at the end of the game and it's like, oh, you mean I was supposed to be petting these guys the whole time? Well, I kind of didn't need to. Why don't they just knock it down to 1 lifetime to set an example? Because they really don't like that guy. It's salt in the wound, right? What happened to his constitutional rights? I thought this was America. $990! No! I was right at 1,000. Almost pogged out for a second. We could have had the big 4-digit score. Okay, I'm very close to unlocking that command. Come on. Gimme, gimme, gimme. Stop fussing, come on. Alright, he doesn't wanna give me anything. What an asshole. I'm going to kill you, and then I'm going to kill you again. Now Get out of my sight before I piss on you too. Yeah, we ain't getting a high score with this one. $850. All right, he's finally ready to go. Whoa! The command collector. Obtain all commands. 78% trophy progress. Jesus! I want to do that again in my life. Whoa! Dr. Tony Hughes' ability leak board complete. What about the other one? Whoa! Goki's ability link board is complete! Nice to know I never have to mess with these guys ever again. I finish his? I feel like I did. Put Nurgle back in, and then Heracross with... It's level 70. I think at this point, wouldn't I be trying to stat max? All that for Vanish. What does this even do? Make yourself invisible to foes and harder to hit. Wow, I'm never using that. Do I get a Mickey head? Whoa! Look! Oh wait, I already had the I already had the Mickey head for story. 99.9.9.9% on items. So I'm like literally there. I think I'm only missing one Keyblade you get from the Flick Rush tourney. Yeah, because this is still black. You have to get it from the Flick Rush stuff, and it's first place in every Flick Rush Cup. And maxing out Spirit's affinity level, so that's not with their ability link, but rather the heart level up. And is it Mark who has maxed out affinity? Do I have anyone maxed out? I don't think I do. Wait. Sir Fraga's maxed out? Really? Oh, I must have been using him the whole game. He's my only maxed out character. He's level 70. What's wrong with me? Yeah, his icon is flashing too, to indicate that he is maxed out. Now let me get this straight. Now, let me understand here. You're telling me to get this fucking trophy, I have to do that for all of these dudes? Now, wait a minute. Game, you realize some of these Dream Eaters are like D rank and they suck ass, correct? Right? Yeah, you, sir. You, Rue. You want me to attempt to raise all of them, max out their affinity, and for what? Another trophy? I don't know. That's not looking pretty likely to me, bros. Like, I could just breed some of them again, stronger, but at that point it's like, why? I don't know if we're doing that trophy. But Mr. Pun is right, we should save. No matter what, I have to do the mini game. That mini game I was doing for like an hour. And then I still gotta max out the characters. Level 85, so 15 levels for Riku. And what was Sora? Sora's 82 right now. So guess what, idiot? The game is nowhere near done. Let's just go ahead and drop. Bring it back to Sora. And let's max out the affinity game, since I'll probably be maxing out spirits. Only Link Accelerator 2. Hello, Maddie. You're here at the end of the stream. Sorry if you came here for Kingdom Hearts chill. There's none to be found. Grinding this game 100%, one of the biggest undertakings of my gaming existence. My existence as a gaming style gamer. I gotta save again. Alright, we have saved again. Was my crown always flashing? I feel like it was. Just want this game out the conveyor belt, dude. I need my Advance Wars. Where's my Advance Wars? I'm gonna try to keep it even. So like this week we had 2 Kingdom Hearts, 2 Crash Bash, because it's Crash Bash tomorrow. Maybe next week it's like 2 Advance Wars and 1 Kingdom Hearts or something. Just want to work on what I got till February. Random chill tanks here. The tanks have to recharge. Yeah, we need to recharge the tanks. They're Tesla tanks. The Tesla tanks must recharge. And speaking of recharges, I think I got to recharge too. Big ups to the True Crime. Big ups to the vengeance, the revengeance of the Ralph Mail. And big ups to you guys for being here. Be back tomorrow for even more chill. The continuation of the Crash Bash Insanity 200% climb. We have unlocked Warp Room 5, new mini games unlocked. Whoa, buddy, some I've never played before. I've seen them, but I've never played them. Billy Dingus could not unlock these mini games, but you will witness Adult Dingus play them later today, because it's already Friday. So that'll be my own personal Friday night fights. Why is the music already playing? Why is the music already playing? Oh, you just want me to end the stream right now, don't you, Pablo? Pablo hates this game. He hates this game even more than me. No, we need to get out of here before it's 6 hours. I have dictated by the laws that govern my schizophrenia that Kingdom Hearts streams cannot last more than 6 hours, or I will truly lose my mind. Big ups to the swollen ones who made it to the end, like Sweet Bean 96, JC 200X. Juzzy 51, Almighty _ Goki, Mr. _ Pun, Eagles do the Wiggles, Matt T, Parma _ Tech, Ivan Cypher, Peaches and Keem, Flame 1, Gondola _ Gaming, The Job Hunter, who fell asleep and could not complete the stream, in fact. We have the lurkers like Ann Lee, Almighty Tevin, Alpha Elite TV, Chalupa, the massive Kingdom Hearts fan Chalupa, Ghost MC, Outshop, Doom Dukem, Cerulean 86, who's making me an emote, I think. He said he was gonna do it. It's okay if he doesn't want to do it. It's not like I'm paying him, right? I told him he should take commissions, but I guess he doesn't want money out of it. Oh well. DJ Filthy Rich, B-Side, E5 Fona, Heavy Metal Gamer, I Drop Hot Pockets, Cam, Knock, Kian Goon, Sard Guard, Scrumbles, Cyphilitis, TRPG Gamer, and the Kojima World Order. I look, you can't say there was no progression because we at least got all the commands. The commands were all acquired. So I think next time, maybe a focus on the Flick Rush tourney, and possibly we start on ability maxing. But I think for sight and spectacle, beyond just me grinding, because we'll probably do grinding too to level 100, the focus will be Flick Rush. I hate it. I hate the mini game. it played much better on 3DS because you can see when I'm playing it. It's obviously designed after the touchscreen. They tried so hard to get it to work on PlayStation, and just like the touchpad minigame with the balloons, it kind of doesn't work. But hey, you know, at least the game isn't trapped on 3DS anymore. I guess I would rather them try to port all that stuff than just leave it trapped on the 3DS. You know, the platform that's getting its online shut off in April. Speaking of which, was that 3DS stream, man? Fucker. Alright, well, looks like Tevin has gone to bed, so we're gonna raid Sunspot Gallery, who we have not raided in a minute. They're somehow still alive because they live in a completely other country and they're playing Tekken 8. So I got the raid message ready already because he's playing Tekken 8. Or we'll go say hello to him. Follow him if you haven't already. He used to do all the bacon sweat. Don't you like bacon sweats? Those were fun videos. You didn't just get here. But you were working out and playing Tekken yourself. Alright, bye-bye, audios. Meme time. We'll see you when we see you. And if we didn't see you, then we didn't see you. But if we did see you, then we saw you. And if we did not see you, hopefully we will see you next time. But if I can see myself in my mirror each and every single day, hopefully it is my belief that these streams will inspire you, Rue, to see yourself in your mirror each and every single day. The raid message is, we're taking it to the bank. Get it? Like you're taking it to the bank, but instead it's Tekken. And we're gonna use new emotes to shill the Sunspot Gallery. And use the new tier 1s. We have Swole5 Clownga and Swole5 Deadga. And even more new emotes are coming thanks to the power of Jeff Bezos, allowing me to have more emotes as an affiliate. Whoa. More bang for your sub a buck. Oh wait, I didn't read the stuff. 10 seconds. Scrumbles to re-up 13 months. Dalus to re-up 4 months. Oh wait, that was it. There's nothing else for the stream. Okay, well, I read it. Bye-bye.